Rytas. Labas rytas visiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I invite everyone to find your seats because we are about to start the event.
Good morning, dear distinguished guests. I want to welcome everybody to the Startup Village networking event. Innovative and resilient regional development is the topic we are going to discuss today. One of the obstacles we need to overcome is the statement or a belief that rural areas are not as innovative as big cities. They can, however, or at least we hope that they can be, and with help of innovation, certain problems in the rural areas can be solved as well, such as lack of infrastructure, social care, health services, and so on and so forth. So we have gathered here today to strengthen those beliefs and to develop them into further action. Welcome, everybody. Let's give it a round of applause. My name is Živile Kropaitė. I will be your moderator today, and the agenda is packed, so I will soon begin. Let me start it, but just a quick reminder for everybody to know, we are being broadcast on the European Commission website, the first part of the event. The whole event will be broadcast on the European Startup Village Alliance website. Some of you are watching us online now. Thank you for joining. Slido, there will be opportunity to ask questions there, but I will remind of all of these details further on. Without much further ado now, I would like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Seimas of Lithuania, Viktorija Čmilytė Nilsen. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, organizers, guests, those who are here, who hopefully follow us online, it is a real pleasure to have a chance to greet every one of you here in Vilnius today and to open this event, which is first and foremost dedicated to making new connections. We live in the times of a strange paradox, as interconnectedness and interdependence of even the most geographically remote countries grows. At the same time, the gap between the big cities and the rural areas within our countries seems to also grow bigger. In the EU, the rural areas are home to approximately 140 million people, or about 30% of population. Despite these significant numbers, the challenges are also significant. Aging population, dwindling work prospects, and decline in the level of education, healthcare, and other social services are among those that are typical not only of Lithuania, but also of the whole of the EU. Startup Village Alliance and the concept is precisely the kind of initiative that is aimed at reversing those unfavorable trends, unlocking the potential of rural areas and leveling the playing field between the capitals, the big cities, and smaller towns, and also applying new technologies in order to bridge the existing gaps. It also comes at the right time, as very recently we all have had the experience of working, of studying, of basically living online and through distance. Those experiences can be very useful in opening more opportunities to connect across regions and provide people of different generations with practical tools to realize their ideas. One of the main aims of the concept is to ensure that economic growth in the region is achieved as quickly as possible through also paying great attention to Green Deal, and that a wider application of digital solutions as well as empowering women and young people. While visiting regions of Lithuania, one cannot help being struck by the obvious potential that is waiting to be unlocked. The problems, however, also lie on the surface. Young people nowadays are often weighing their life choices, the quality of life in smaller places against the obvious possibilities that bigger cities have to offer. And we already have a number of municipalities, smaller municipalities, that have excelled in certain fields, be it greening their cities or developing especially favorable environment for businesses, or let's say making a breakthrough in healthcare. What is lacking is perhaps a good tool to connect all of those positive experiences. And I believe that this conference today is aimed exactly at that. And it will be an important step in, first of all, spreading the word about Startup Village Alliance and the concept. I have to admit, I have learned a lot while preparing for this conference, and I hope that many more people will become aware of this concept here in Lithuania, but also in a much broader spectrum of places, and also, of course, in creating a strong network of interested parties bound together by the common goal of unlocking potential of rural innovation and innovators. So thank you for your attention, and I hope that you have a fruitful day full of new, meaningful connections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are eagerly waiting for our distinguished guest, the Commissioner, who has just met the President and is arriving to greet us and to deliver a presentation. And she will be here any minute, and that will be Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel. So the moment she enters, we will give the floor to her. In the meantime, I will just reiterate briefly what the parliamentary speaker has said, a tool to connect all possibilities that exist in rural areas already in Lithuania and elsewhere, and this is what we are going to discuss today, the Startup Village. We will get ourselves connected with the idea and explore all the possibilities and opportunities that it brings. So thank you everyone for joining us here. Thank you for joining us online. We will have a very packed schedule of distinguished speakers, high-level panel discussions. We will talk about Startup Village towards the twin green and digital transition, how innovative startup ecosystems could enable resilience and development in the regions is something we are going to discuss right after the opening presentation is delivered. And let me remind you that it will be delivered by Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture and Education and Youth. We will also be joined in the panel by as many as two ministers of Lithuania, Minister of Environment, also Minister of Education, Science and Sports of the Republic of Lithuania, and other distinguished speakers will be Agri-Food Lithuania Director Kristina Šermukšnytė-Alešūnienė, Andy Zinga, who is CEO at EIT Food, and also will be joined by the Commissioner, Maria Gabriel, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. While we're waiting, let me tell you a couple of words about the program further on. We will have a high-level panel right after the initial presentation by the Commissioner. We will also have some other panels. We will have the European Startup Village Alliance members signing the memorandum. They have signed the memorandum, and we will celebrate the fact that it has been signed. There will be a photo opportunity. We will hear some high-level remarks of European Startup Village Alliance on startup-based innovation ecosystems, challenges and opportunities for regional development. That will be the discussion that will follow the memorandum signing, and the objective, the goal of that discussion will be to identify the added value European Startup Village Alliance brings to its participants and society. Here we will have many distinguished speakers as well. Andy Zinger, CEO at IT Food, George Beers, who is coordinator at Smart Agri-Hubs, Wageningen University and Research, President of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, Vidmantas Janulevičius, President of European Clusters Alliance, Antonio Novo Guerrero, CEO at Foodscale Hub on behalf of Agri-Food DIHS Network of Networks, Mladen Radicic, and also will be joined by coordinator of the European Startup Village Hub of the University of Alliances, Dr. Evelyn Reinmoff. And let me remind you that we are waiting for the Commissioner, who may enter this stage any moment. I can see some flashes in the background, and maybe that means that photo cameras are on and the Commissioner is already here. We do not know exactly, but let me assure you that in just a couple of minutes or seconds, the Commissioner will enter the stage and we'll hear her opening presentation, after which our program will soon begin. So ladies and gentlemen, those who have gathered here in the town hall, thank you so much for being with us, and also those who are watching us online. I think the Commissioner is entering any moment, so let us give her a big round of applause and welcome her on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, dear speaker, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to the beautiful city of Vilnius, and big congratulations on its 700th anniversary. I would like to start by saying that I had the pleasure to meet some of you at the Hack Startup Village event last year, and I'm very excited to continue our discussions about the importance and future of startup villages today. I'm also very honored to witness the signing of the Startup Village Manifesto today. But this shows the incredible commitment of all of you to fully seize the opportunities of startup villages and rural areas. It is also a testament to the dynamism of this movement, bringing together policymakers, entrepreneurs, and innovators, as well as representatives of local communities. And I want to congratulate all the parties involved in organizing this event, and especially Agri-Food Lithuania, for continuing to drive this important development. But today, you know me, at least some of you know me very well. I will focus my intervention on 5 points. First, let me talk about rural areas as places of opportunity. We need to change the narrative, and every single word is counting. Well, we all know rural areas are at the heart of the European way of life and our European identity. They are home to around 140 million people, representing some 30% of the European population and over 80% of the European territory. You know as well as I do that rural areas have faced significant challenges in recent decades, and globalization, urbanization, population decline, and aging have put a strain on rural communities. Some regions are affected more strongly than others. 2 weeks ago, the Commission published a communication on harnessing talent in Europe's regions. And this communication focuses on regions that are facing a related set of challenges. Sharp working age population decline, in combination with a low or stagnating share of people with a tertiary education, as well as significant departure of young people. The actions proposed in this communication will be underpinned by a dedicated European mechanism to support the design and implementation of targeted regional and territorial strategies that are based on region-specific situation and assets. So don't miss this opportunity too. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, rural areas kept being places of tremendous and often unique opportunities and innovation. Think, for example, of innovation in farming, process optimization in food, and bio-based industries. Take a look at social innovation projects, innovations in service provision, and the management of cultural heritage, or the technological innovations in the management of natural resources. And this brings me to my second point. importance of startups in rural areas. As European Commissioner for Research and Innovation, together with my team, we are dedicated to foster and support innovation and startups across the Union. Startups can help to revitalize rural areas and communities, making them even more attractive places for people to work and live. At the same time, rural innovation is essential for the Europeans' global competitiveness. Overall, the European performance in startup ecosystems is improving. In 2020, the European Union attained the worldwide lead, accounting for 37% of global emerging startup ecosystems. Some of those are already based in rural areas, but more is needed. Investing in startups in these areas helps us to mobilize the wealth of innovation pockets, talents, and creative minds located outside of key urban knowledge hubs. Therefore, not investing in startup villages would be a missed opportunity, not just for rural areas, but for the European Union as a whole. We also need to see the importance of rural areas for maintaining and preserving our natural resources. For example, the work by the European Soil Observatory, and we need to provide much more visibility to these two. And this European Soil Observatory shows us the importance of healthy soils for our well-being and the well-being of our societies, the well-being of our planet. Innovation and startup villages can greatly contribute to this goal. And this is why the European Commission is committed to support this project. Now, maybe the most important, what are our policies in place? There are two important strategies at European level that provide somehow a frame for startup villages. The long-term vision for the Europeans' rural areas and the new European Innovation Agenda. When we talk about the long-term vision for the Europeans' rural areas, that's our initiative to develop a common European vision for 2040. Innovation and its role in promoting rural well-being are at the heart of the narrative of the vision. And as you know, this strategy identifies several areas of actions towards stronger, connected, resilient, and prosperous rural areas by 2040. Here, what is important is that by acknowledging the enabling role of innovation in empowering citizens and entrepreneurs, the vision includes a flagship action on research and innovation for rural communities. I'm always saying if there is something concrete, tangible, operational in this rural strategy, it's definitely the initiatives linked to Startup Village initiative and linked to innovation. But now, let me talk more about the new European Innovation Agenda, which has been developed under my direct responsibility. With this agenda, we want the European Union to become a global powerhouse for deep tech innovations and startups for next generation of researchers, founders, and innovators. And this new European Innovation Agenda emphasizes our determination to seek solutions to the most pressing societal and economic challenges through deep tech innovation rather than regulation. And I think that it's a surprise when a commissioner is talking like that. As deep tech ventures strive to solve many of our deepest challenges, I'm convinced that the economic, business, and societal effect of deep tech innovation will be felt everywhere. So yes, I think that the message is clear for us, for myself, my team. When we talk about deep, that not means high technology. That means deepest societal challenges. That means an extraordinary combination between science, industry, talents and skills, regions. And Europe here has an extraordinary chance to be the leader in this new wave of innovation. And that's why we need much more initiatives like this one that unites us today. And what I would like here to say is to bring to your attention the importance to tackle, and I don't like the expression, innovation divide. I prefer to use bridge the gap, because we know that there is differences. But in the new European Innovation Agenda, there is a very strong pillar, flagship initiative dedicated to that. Don't hesitate. I see Lithuania as one of our front runners to have this very big ambition for the 100 regional innovation valleys in Europe. And the new European Innovation Agenda is here for that too. Now, this topic is important because it focuses on creating a connected regional innovation valleys across the EU that specifically involves regions with a lower innovation performance. And I can only share with you that that will be one of the conditions when we'll start with a funding of 10 billion euros, this initiative. One of the criteria that we would like to make obligatory with my team, it's always to include a region when there is a need to strengthen the innovation capacity, in order simply not to have closed clubs or always to have the same usual suspects. Now, I'm really very glad that thanks to the long-term vision for rural areas and the new European Innovation Agenda, we have a convincing and powerful policy frame for the creation of startup villages. But to make these policies tangible and operational, we also need funding. And here as well, the European Commission will continue to support you. Of the many European programs providing funding and other concrete support, I want to highlight two that are under my direct responsibility, namely the European Institute for Technology and Horizon Europe program. First, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the EIT, is leading our Deep Tech Talent Initiative. This initiative aims to train 1 million talents in deep tech fields across the EU by 2025. We are not talking about a strategy for 2050. We need talents, skilled, competent people right now. And we all know that there are many deep tech solutions and related skills that are essential for rural economies. Take, for example, the case of precision agriculture. It relies on people having the skills to develop and use sensors, GPS technology, robotic systems, or think of skills in molecular biology and stem cell technologies used to produce proteins in food processing. The Deep Tech Talent Initiative will be crucial to nurture these technologies and skills in companies and startups in rural areas. Now, the second important option for us to provide funding and support for startup villages is, of course, through the Horizon Europe research clusters. There is, for example, Horizon Europe Cluster 6, which focuses on food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. And in addition, that's something new, Cluster 2 aims at improving mobility to rural and peripheral areas. It looks at the socioeconomic potential of cultural and creative industries in those areas, as well as their better management. And this cluster also addresses the impact of remote working and benefits of cultural tourism in rural and remote areas. All these activities support stronger, more resilient, connected, and prosperous rural areas. And finally, those are just some examples of how the European Commission supports startup villages. But as much as we can provide support from the European level, we need to recognize that startup villages are also a bottom-up movement. Startup villages live from the commitment and engagement of people such as those I see in the audience here today. This is why I congratulate you for the development of the Startup Village Alliance, the signing of its manifesto. We need you to spread the word and the spirit of startup villages. And we need you to share experiences about what works and what doesn't work. Only through such a bottom-up movement will be able to succeed in preserving and creating vibrant, innovative rural areas in Europe. And I stand ready to support you. So I started my speech by thanking you for inviting me to Lithuania to attend this Startup Villages event. Allow me to end my speech by returning the favor and invite all of you to this year's Startup Village Forum. On 28th of February, we'll gather in Brussels to discuss concrete actions to support startup creation in rural and remote areas. We'll also share reflections and experiences, and it will be another good opportunity to expand and strengthen the Startup Village Alliance. And I'm sure that you will have a lot to share with us. I hope to see many of you here, but now I wish you a very fruitful discussions and a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, for so many promises and the expressive support. We hope to hear from you again, as I will invite you on stage in a couple of seconds, and you will be joined by other distinguished panelists. And let me begin by inviting Minister of the Environment of Lithuania, Simonas Gentvilas, Minister of Education, Science and Sport of the Republic of Lithuania, Jurgita Šiugždinienė. You can welcome them by giving them some round of applause. Please take your seats. Kristina Šermukšnytė-Lešiūnienė, Agri-Food Lithuania Director, European Cluster Manager of the Year 2022. Andy Zinga, CEO at EIT Food. Please take your seats. And of course, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture and Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel. Everybody, please take your seats. Yes, this will be fine. Thank you so much. I think we're still missing Minister for Education, Youth and Sports, and she will be joining us in a second. We'll have roughly half an hour for discussions. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Yes, please do sit next to me. I will remind you that we are being broadcast on the European Commission official website. Thank you, everybody. The microphones, some of you have headsets, right? And there are some microphones going around. And I want to start with the Commissioner. Thank you for your inspiring presentation, and thank you for being so efficient and making this on time after this other high-level meeting that you had in the morning. You have mentioned two policies that are important in the context, also some measures. How attractive are rural areas already, you would say, because you know, programs like Horizon and the Institute of Technology are not something really new. They have been there for long. So how effective have they been already? How attractive rural areas for startups, for technology, for innovation are in Europe?
Well, first of all, we already have attractive rural areas, but what we need is much more. And that's why I told already in my speech that it's important really to have an ecosystem approach and to bring private and public actors together and to see what works and what doesn't work. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. We need to reflect the specificity, what is really something that the real needs on the ground in order to be efficient. But for me, what is good is that we have tools at our disposal. What we need is partnerships, and we need to build networks. That's why this event is important. The second thing is, of course, to popularize some of the new opportunities. I mentioned the new European Innovation Agenda, and with EIT we are doing extraordinary things. But of course, we need to popularize what are the opportunities linked to Horizon Europe program, and here we need to provide support for building capacities, for building networks, for building partnerships. So I think that with the new wave of innovation, the deep tech of innovation, we have this chance to transform bigger part of our rural areas into attractive places, but for that we need definitely to have a very specific approach, linking the different ecosystems and really to tackle the fragmentation, because actually that's our biggest challenge, and to offer concrete solutions. Very often I'm saying that in rural areas, people don't like general speeches and just general things. They want to see in a very concrete way how their specificities are reflected in the initiatives and actions that are undertaken. And that's why I think that this event is a good opportunity to tackle in a very specific way this challenge.
So when you say very specific approach to link all the measures, is Startup Village one of the examples of these specific measures, or there are things that are more specific that we should do in order to link all of these measures and initiatives and policies together?
Yeah, and especially we have definitely to link the different ecosystems, because even today we have extraordinary local, vibrant, dynamic innovation ecosystems, but very often it's easier to find an investor outside of Europe than in the neighboring region or neighboring member state. That's why we have this very strong flagship initiative with the European Innovation Agenda. We would like to have 100 regional innovation valleys in Europe. We have, as I already said it, a budget, 10 billion. What is important is to link them. But for that, we need, since the very beginning, to show the concrete benefits in order to convince all the others that that's the good approach.
What would you say are the concrete benefits? What is the most important benefit?
Having young people that can choose to stay in their region, that are making career thanks to new technologies, but at the same time that they can take care of their families, have access to cultural events, and for that, rural areas, thanks to innovation, can be a new way to show that for this next generation of innovators, rural areas can be very beneficial.
I know that the Commission doesn't like to single out regions, but would you say that there are certain regions in the European Union that are doing better in terms of innovation in rural areas than others, something that could be example for the rest of the countries?
Well, I think that I mentioned the importance of precision agriculture, and it's one of these domains. We have a very huge potential on bioeconomy, and again, Horizon Europe program is with one of the strongest cluster on bioeconomy. So for me, again, the real challenge is to popularize this, to have networks, alliances like yours, and to stay very focused on the concrete initiatives. One important link here, when we talk about rural areas or remote areas, we have something very special in Europe. We have universities in our regions. And that's why I try since the very beginning of my mandate to bring closer the worlds of innovation and education. Because we can have, thanks to innovation, extraordinary solutions, technologies, without the people with the skills and the competencies to make these products beneficial to the citizens and to rural areas, it will be extremely difficult to achieve our ambitions. And that's why we have a new initiative, the European Network of Innovative Universities. I see the regional, local, and smaller universities as drivers. But again, for that, ecosystem approach, partnerships, and research, innovation, and education working together.
Thank you so much. Let me address Minister Gent-Willers. How could the development of startup ecosystems in the regions help us achieve the national goals that are interlinked with the European goals, for example, those of climate neutrality?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you for visiting Lithuania and beautiful Vilnius this occasional year. we have to understand that the productivity has increased in the agricultural sector, but the solutions for European Green should be made also in the rural areas, especially in the energy production and better, more environmental friendly food production. And those are two key challenges that rural areas can solve nowadays, and especially the innovations should be applied there. Now it's a matter of a fact, will the innovations be made somewhere in the university hub cities, elsewhere in metropolitan centers, or will it be made by the rural startup villages based in rural areas? We know that the European Union is investing and nation states are investing heavily into energy independence, especially nowadays, biodiversity, bioeconomy strategies, but it's important for us to have a society which believes that they can live in their rural locations and innovate there, apply the science there, make profitable businesses there, and not move to the cities. And being here in Vilnius in Lithuania, maybe it's worthwhile to mention that the whole Lithuania is a rural location. We are not big and very dense, so we need networks like this to connect Dutch or Romanian or Eastern European universities, and because we are an hour away from desperate and declining regions from here. So in Lithuanian case, Lithuania should be looked as a rural location in general, and I think we should speak broader how to connect such small country states to global centers of innovation and make living here.
I just want a comment from the Commissioner, because you smiled when we referred to Vilnius as a rural area. When you say rural areas, and you have mentioned really big numbers, I think 80% of the territory in the European Union is rural areas. So does that in a way include cities as well? How does that work? How is that counting done?
Well, but that's why at the beginning I said we have to see rural areas as an opportunity. We have to change the narrative. There is no need of any opposition between cities and villages. We have to understand that we are facing common challenges, from the Green Deal to the digitalization to now the energy crisis, and there is so many others. And we can tackle these challenges only if we work together. So that's why I appreciated what the minister said. Thank you very much. We need to preserve that, but that's why, again, we need concrete initiatives in order to show to our citizens, doesn't matter in city or village, that there is partnerships, there is opportunities, there is actions that are here for them, and that those actions are providing for them a chance to develop their ideas, their company, to see their children with their competencies to thrive in the future. And that's why it's so encouraging to see this initiative.
Minister Gentvilas, do we already have innovations that would have been born in rural areas? Now, after you say that the whole Lithuania should be considered a rural area, any innovation could be named, but would you maybe name an example or two of the initiatives that were born in rural areas and that Lithuania would be proud of?
I know one Lithuanian company which is presenting actually the biogas-driven tractor tomorrow, probably making a show-off. Auga Group, which is also presenting itself as the largest organic farming company in Europe, actually, with 40,000 hectares and 3,000 cows. So innovations are born in I don't like to say Eastern Europe, but locations like here, and solutions giving, innovations not only of productivity giving, but also Green Deal technologies, clean technologies, just like remote prosumer schemes. Lithuania is actually innovator, and Actually, our local farmers are participating in it. The larger solar farms are also owned by the government innovative schemes. So I think Lithuania has something to offer for both Western and Central European and Southern countries, giving us solutions for challenges we are actually encountering now. Not to mention Vinted, our prime startup. Maybe it's a not very rural innovation, but actually it's waste prevention is one of the biggest deals, and Vinted has offered the global solution.
And it's a unicorn as well. Let's mention that, one of the two that we've got in Lithuania. Minister Shugdiniene, when we talk about employment in the regions of Lithuania, what we really often refer to and mention is the lack of competences, lack of difficulties in attracting talent. How do you think could education, vocational training, and opportunities like that, reskilling, upskilling programs foster the building of startup ecosystems?
Thank you very much for inviting me into this forum. And I liked very much what you have said, that our villages and regions should become areas of opportunities. And I think these areas, to become area of opportunity, depends on various factors, and social, cultural, and also possibilities to receive good education. So I think I just would mention a few maybe areas which I think are very important. So firstly, what is important for us, that our business and industries would feel that they are real partners of our educational institutions, especially talking about the VET, for example, that they are partners and that we feel that they really has a say, not only like to tick a box and to come to participate in like some committees and etc., but they are real partners, and they are participating in deciding what type of specialists in which areas we would need to develop to educate in specific region. Therefore, for example, this year we made an amendment to the law on that, and we provided more autonomy for our VET institutions together with industries and businesses to decide on, based on the needs of the area, on the region, what kind of specialists, what are the numbers of the specialists, and what do they need in order to make the area to develop. So also our strategy is that we would have more quality education in the region, and this is related not only to the that or higher education, but also to the schools. So I think that we need to ensure two things. First of all, of course, that a good school would be available in the region. That's what attracts young people and young families to stay in the areas. Yes, so here we have a number of programs going on, but I'm not gonna talk because it will take all discussion. But also what is important at the school level, that the schools would have an environment conducive to innovations. That already in the schools we would build culture for startups and innovations. And I would give an example. Now we are under the project of tech transformation. We opened up platform for innovation. So where educators and startups, they come together and they create products, digital products, which are necessary or important for the schools. So in that way, we are also we are opening the schools. The teachers wouldn't be afraid of innovations, and that they wouldn't be afraid of startups, of businesses to be involved into the schooling process, educational process. And at the same time, that startups, young startups would see what is needed in the market. Lithuania, of course, is a small market. So, of course, you act locally, but you think globally. So we also encourage that they would think that Lithuania might be a good pilot for our small startups and then to expand globally. And just also to mention maybe our colleges. So at the moment we are in the process of consolidation of colleges, but we would like that colleges would stay in the regions. Just it's not necessary that they would be separate legal entities. They might, we would like that they would work more in the network, on the network principle. But what we encouraging that our colleges would, and the education process would be more practice oriented. So we also made already a number of changes in the law, saying, strengthening requirements for our colleges and telling that, okay, you should have not less than, for example, just not less than 30% of study practice in your curricula. You should have not less than 50% of practitioners educating your students. And I think this is important. Also talking about the vet apprenticeship. So for us, it's very important that also our vet education would be more focused on practice. So our priority is apprenticeship program. So we will spend for this program around 20 million European and Lithuanian funding supporting apprenticeships, because we need practice-oriented education. So I will stop here just to
Let's get them.
I want very briefly to react, because first it's very much appreciated, dear Minister, all your efforts at national level. Maybe to share 3 examples that is going in this direction and what we do at European level. First, please continue to use the opportunities provided by Erasmus Plus program, because first we managed to double the budget. Our budget for the next period is 28 billion euros, but for the first time there is 18% of this budget that is dedicated to vocational education and training. So for me, that means not money, that means more people participating in the program. The second thing, this year, in 23, we'll start a new program, Innovators at School. And that is really fitting very much in what you already said, Minister. We need this direct contact between young people and innovators, because I fully believe that researchers and innovators can stimulate and inspire young people. It's not really up to us. They have to see what that means, a success story. They have to see what that means to fail and to continue. And I think that with this contact, we can somehow contribute to change the mindset, and finally to say that when you fail, that's an experience, but you have to have opportunities to fail in school, in university, not when you are already on the job market, when you have so much responsibilities and a family. And finally, it's really important the skills and access to technologies of our teachers. And that's why, for me, it's important the European Teacher Academies to continue to raise the importance of the access of our teachers to these trainings, pedagogical materials, new software sometime, and to talk about the digital opportunity traineeships, because by this year they are open to teachers and to education staff. So I think that that's just a few opportunities that I wanted to share with you.
Thank you.
I liked very much what you said, that mistakes are allowed also for the teachers, because sometimes I feel that also our teachers and our school kids, they're afraid to make mistakes, because the culture is like that a mistake is something wrong, but it's not.
But that's a mentality issue. I think we're learning on all levels that we have to be learning from our mistakes. Christina, what about the business point of view? Why is it important to foster innovation in the regions from the business point of view?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank once again Commissioner for coming to Lithuania, to coming to this event. It's a huge honor. And I cannot agree more on the words that you've said, that for the rural areas, now it's the biggest opportunity. I love the research. It's proven scientifically that was said that in order to have the rural revived again, rural areas revived again, we need to bring back youth and women. So startup-based ecosystems, we can look at it as a new business model to bring back youth, women, businesses back to rural areas, because what we're talking about the better actually quality life in the rural areas we can offer to everyone. We need to start talking about that it's a more quality, more good path to come. And with the new innovation agenda, and that you have mentioned regional innovation valleys, this is a huge opportunities. Out of the sudden, regions become Silicon Valleys, I would say, right? We're taking the good example. And if we just look very briefly at the COVID crisis that has brought the challenges, and now the geopolitical challenges again, I think deep tech technologies can help us fight all those challenges. We started to talk about the food security even, that we never talked before, right? And still we need to look for the environmental changes, because we need to proceed with the twin transition, digitalization, and Green Deal goals. So deep tech technologies could really help with that. And startup-based ecosystems, these could become a really new business model for the rural areas. Again, the big opportunity, like Minister has mentioned, that we could become pilot. Lithuania is such a small country, we could be a huge pilot on different initiatives. And I think since Minister Gentvilas also mentioned, we are rural areas, we have lots of rural areas here, so we could become startup village and to show what kind of opportunities we could be evolving with. Again, we have lots of big businesses, corporations acting in the region areas, and I think this is another opportunity to attract them, to collaborate with them, so they would act as a mentors, you know, for the startups to come, because we need infrastructure, we need mentoring. This is very important. So again, and those corporations, those businesses could also help with the upskilling, reskilling that we need. So these could be starting points, and the collaboration is very, very important at this point.
Thank you so much, Andy. I would ask for your contribution as well. EIT Food, it is a leading and one of the most influential organizations in the sector. You have received some praise from the Commissioner as well. What is it doing to support building startup ecosystems in the regions?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, sorry. First of all, who we are. So EIT Food is a European Union-funded nonprofit that aims to transform the food system. In other words, what we owe the citizens of Europe is to help them to become healthier, reducing the risk of non-communicable diseases and obesity through food, malnutrition, but also to reduce the negative impact of the food system on the environment. So basically to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, less water use, but also better circularity of the food system in order to reduce food waste. And we do this, we believe in knowledge triangle integration. So what we do is we do projects. We basically fund projects that aim to do all those things. We look at all the challenges across the whole food system from farm to fork, and we invest in those that help to remove barriers to industry uptake of great solutions. And so knowledge triangle integration means we always have industry players working with a knowledge actor, so either university or research center, along with startups. And we have a very, very strong startup program that I'll talk about in just a second. Suffice it to say, when you look at the innovation activities in agri-food in Europe, there's about 200 billion of activity going on in this, but only 4% of startups in Europe actually go into agri-food, which is something that needs to change and which is something that we're aiming to make happen. And what we do for the startups is we created a soup to nuts program from incubators, whereby an innovator may have an idea for a company, and we take that innovator to up to 100 or even more potential customers so they can shape the offering to be more market conform. From there, they can then go on to an accelerator program where we bring in mentors from industry, universities, and others to help them solve problems that they have. Problems in the business plan, problems in the product, problems in low-cost delivery, etc. And this is true, by the way, also for rural areas. And then thirdly, we have the Rising Food Stars, which is an alliance of companies who are scale-ups. So they already have a management team, they have a product, they have revenues, and we see to it that they can really go to the moon and beyond. So what we basically do is we help all of these and make sure that startups have a chance in Europe. So, and in order to build a bridge, and I originally was going to say the innovation divide, but you said you don't like the term, so I'm saying to bridge the gap between the more innovation-heavy the more innovative countries and the, shall I say, a little bit less advanced countries in that respect. We have a program we call RIS, which is which we've been working on, which includes all the countries in Eastern, Central, and Southern Europe. And what we do there is all the things that we normally do, namely working with startups, working in education, working in innovation. Innovation for us means product development. And we work all of that in Eastern and Southern Europe and Central Europe with our hubs. One of those hubs here is AgriFood Lithuania, who we're very proud to collaborate with. But we fundamentally have currently something like 21 hubs in 15 countries across Europe who do something like you do. In fact, there's one also in Latvia. The Technical University of Latvia is another one of those hubs. And they are the ones that push forward all those programs that we would normally do in other places with offices of our own and all the support. So all the support from headquarters, as you know, is always given to you and from the regional offices. So some of the programs we do is, just one quick example is empowering women in agri-food, the EWA program, which to us is really an important one. Since 2020, 260 female entrepreneurs from 15 countries were actually mentored and trained up to come up with ideas for starting new businesses. And actually here in Lithuania, there's one person who actually won the EWA award for 2021. And we're really proud of the fact. Her name is Giedre Kezionaite. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. There she is. Congratulations. Hey. So this is an empowered woman in agri-food, which is really great. So we do a lot of these programs. We put the startups at eye level with industry to make sure that they play a role, and we bring in these folks into those programs. Currently, we work with about 150 or so startups every year. And right now, there's actually a call open for bringing in additional startups for the incubator program, for the accelerator program, and for the Rising Food Stars. So if there's any startups here, or if you know of any, I encourage you to apply for it because it's a terrific program. Startups work eye level with industry, get access to markets, get access to an excellent network, and also access to financing, because we have a network of venture funds and private equity firms that work with us day by day. Last year alone, our startups attracted 400 million of external funding. We had a KPI of 50. So, I mean, we blew that out of the ballpark, which is really excellent.
Thank you. I think it's always a good idea to remind everybody of these open calls, because this way we get more and more innovation, right? We are moving towards the end, and I just want to be a little provocative at the end and say, you know, this may all look really nice theoretically, measures, policies, and programs. But if people continue not to move to rural areas, if no one wants to use the funds, all of this may fail, you know. Potential should be unlocked in Lithuanian villages. That's what the parliamentary speaker said in the beginning in her opening speech. But if people don't want to move there, we are not as successful as we are willing to be. What do we do to ensure maximum impact, Commissioner?
Be bold and think out of the box. I like short answers.
It's good because it also helps us with the schedule. Anyone wants to add a short comment? What do we do for this not just to be theoretical, but for rural areas to actually be those where people want to actually move and innovate?
So first of all, I think there's people that move there, but there's also people that are already there. For example, farmers, right? So we have across Europe a program called Test Farms, where farmers actually let innovators come to their farms to test innovations, agri-tech. And I think that already in itself makes it sexy for some of those innovators to come and test their innovations. If we could find a way to do additional little elements, namely bring some learning institutions out more into the countryside. Some of them already are, but maybe there's additional branches that can go there. And if we also could find a way to bring food tech in addition to agri-tech there, then we could actually build more resilience into the rural areas, right? So because we're shortening supply chains, now we're looking not just at technologies for farms, but we're also looking at technologies to process, technologies to store, to distribute and stuff like that. So bringing both agri-tech and food tech together, learning institutions, and the last element, some broadband internet, or at least, you know, some kind of
It's
internet
not a problem in
farms.
Lithuania. We have the fastest internet, you know. We're fine here.
No, okay, fantastic.
Yeah, but it's important for other countries. Mr. Gentvilas, you wanted to add a short comment.
Maybe I could be wrong, but a proper and equal public education for kids, because high talents would not move to rural areas if kids are not successful there and don't get the same opportunities as urban kids. And I know this is the issue everywhere in Europe, that you feel that your kid would succeed in a big city much more than in somewhere in northern Sweden or rural Lithuania.
Minister of Education would probably agree.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning, that good schools should be available. But what I think that is very important, it's entrepreneurial mindset. And also, this starts in the kindergartens and in the schools. So three things what our strategy is tackling this mindset issue, because it's extremely important, innovation culture, entrepreneurial skills and mindsets. So it's expanding teaching economy. In 2025, we will have, for the first time in Lithuania, exam of economy. We never had that. So that's very important. Secondly, it's career guidance in the schools. So we need to provide not only academic advice for our students and parents, but also career advice. That's what we introduced from the first grade, that career advice will be provided to parents and also students, to help them to recognize their abilities, to recognize where they are strong and what their talents are, to go out to see business, to go to see startups, and etc. And third, I think it's very important to mention Junior Achievement Program, which is expanding in Lithuania. It's kind of building up. It expanded 4 times. Now it's 800 companies per year annually established in Lithuania. So we're expanding it not only in the high school, but also we started in the primary school. So I think it's also a very important element to strengthen and to develop that entrepreneurial mindset, learning by doing.
And the final word from me. So I think the key of the success is collaboration. Collaboration from the highest policymakers as commissioners, going to the national level and collaborating with businesses, with the society. And that's why we also came to here today to create Network of Networks, Startup Village Alliance, in order to continue, because not the talks, but the actions matter.
So just to reiterate really briefly, agri-tech and food should work together, broadband internet, entrepreneurial mindset, be brave and bold, equal education opportunities for everyone, career guidance for schools, junior achievement program is a good example, and collaboration on the highest level. Thank you so much for this. Thank you and good luck with your work. Let us now take the moment to thank the ministers who will be leaving the stage, Simonas Gentvilas and Jurgita Šiugždinienė. Thank you so much. The rest I will ask to stay, because we will take the moment to celebrate the signing of the memorandum, which will be delivered to the commissioners, so please do not leave the stage either. I will name the alliance members who have already signed the memorandum, and the document will be then delivered to the Commissioner Maria Gabriel. There will be a photo opportunity, so please do not leave the stage just yet. And those who are already on stage, I will ask them to be joined by George Dr. George Beers, who is coordinator at Smart Agri Hubs, Wageningen University and Research. Your round of applause. President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, Vidmantas Janulevičius. Thank you for joining us too. CEO at Food Scale Hub on behalf of Agri-Food DIHS Network of Networks, Mladen Radicic. Thank you so much. Last but not least, President of European Cluster Alliance, Antonio Novo Guerrero. Thank you so much for joining us too. You're welcome on stage.
Today, we would like to present you the official European Startup Village Alliance. As you see, networks, huge networks, have gathered together to create a new big network in order to start the actions.
Photos, yes. Photos and smiles, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So the memorandum was signed and it is delivered to the Commissioner. Thank you everybody for your participation. And I will just mention that it is a memorandum that everyone was referring to in the morning, and we will discuss the meaning and value of the memorandum just in a minute. Your big round of applause for all of the people here. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, officially, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The memorandum is with you, and we can say thank you again to you for coming here, for joining us for all of these discussions and high-level debates. Thank you, Commissioner Maria Gabriel. We will continue discussing the memorandum, so everybody else is not advised to leave the stage. You will get some chairs and we will talk about what we have just signed and what importance and what meaning does the document itself have. Do feel free to take whichever seat you want. We will also be joined online by Dr. Evelyn Reinmuth, who is coordinator of the European Startup Village Hub of the University Alliances, head of Bioeconomy Office at the University of Hohenheim. And then also Andy Zinga, George Beers, Vidmantas Janulevičius, Antonio Novo Guerrero, and Mladen Radicic. I think everybody is here. Evelyn is with us online, and I will take a chair as well. Thank you so much. I think there will be no gap in between, so I think I'm just going to sit close to here. Is Dr. Reinmuth with us? Can you hear us? We are joining you from here, from this hall, but I hope that you can hear us and you can hear the discussion, and eventually you can add your contribution too. Whenever I get a sign that you're with us, we will say hello to you. But let us start with the distinguished panelists and our important remarks here. The objective of this discussion will be to identify the added value that the European Startup Village Alliance may bring to its participants and society. And I want to ask each of you, maybe one by one, starting with the gentleman there. I don't want to point fingers, but let's see. You all basically represent really big institutions and organizations and networks. From your point of view, why would you say that this alliance is important and why the memorandum that we have just signed, what is the significance on it? Thank you, Mr. Janulevičius.
Hi. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here with you. I'm really glad to join Lithuanian Networks and the Startup Village You closed the previous session speaking about collaboration. We really think that everyone, but especially rural enterprises, rural SMEs, rural areas, needs to create a strong networks in order to help SMEs, to help startups to grow. You know, because it is not enough just to have a strong culture. We need mass, critical mass, and we need to share resources in order to really get the knowledge needed for grow and grasp the opportunities, you know. That is what networks are doing, helping in a methodological way to create those opportunities and take profit of them. And networking is about trust. It's about culture, but also trust and team, meaning we need a stable, and I mean stable through the years, networks that can really create the conditions, the environment to promote the investments from the taking risk from the SMEs. And I will make a parallel, you know, in the education environment, we have universities, and we know what is a university, and they have a long life and a very well-known structure rules, you know, and we are creating something like that at the European level and the worldwide level in the business ecosystem. Okay, there has been for many hundreds of years business association, but not related to innovation. From 30 years ago, we are creating those kind of networks focused on helping the innovation at business level. And we are maturing those networks. I think that we have here a very excellent example of what those networks can be in the future. We are building that concept and how those networks are critical for the business growth. And Lithuania is leading in that way. You know, Lithuania is part of the board of directors of the European Cluster Alliance. You know that we are joining something like 1,000 business clusters across Europe. And Christina, she just left, but she's cluster manager of the year. She's the best cluster manager at Europe at this moment, okay? And so I think that you need to know and you need to be proud.
I think we have mentioned this once already in the morning. So yes, she is the manager of 2022, right? So Lithuania is a leading example, you say, in terms of ambition or in terms of actions?
No, it's reality. It's happening now. And you need to be proud, but also nurture it, you know, because I think it's also a good opportunity for Lithuania to continue growing and to take leadership position in agri-food, but also in other areas, you know. It's happening.
Mr. Radicic, from your perspective, why is the Startup Village Alliance important? What could it actually do?
Well, first of all, many thanks, and I'm so happy to be here in this panel and here to be in Vilnius. Well, before I answer to your question, if you allow me, I'll just give a very brief personal example. So I'm coming from a very vibrant and dynamic city from the middle of a Pannonian plain in a crossroads between Central and Eastern Europe. That is surrounded by beautiful agricultural potential. And every weekend I go with my family some 30 kilometers away in a small village where we visit our garden and where we enjoy beautiful countryside. And what I notice there is that I speak with many people who have great potential. I speak with many people, with young people who are actually very much willing to do great and creative things and to bring innovation in their surroundings. And I agree with the commissioner when she said that it's all about people and it's all about potential. And what we actually noticed in the last several years is that those people with all the infrastructure potential that is brought to them, with all the, I would say, innovation around the corner, they can actually make difference. And that's why not only us in this room and those colleagues who are with us online, but also many other initiatives are there to support Startup Village as a concept. And what we do in our network, but also what we also do in our organizational level, is to boost as much as possible collaboration and communication with players and actors who can actually make difference, such as these digital innovation hubs, such as clusters, and many other players who can actually support those people on the ground and give them opportunity to grow and prosper. So that's why this is important, and that's why today we mark very important milestone in future activities we will jointly take as a group, as a network of networks, and that will actually, we will do our best to support those young people to join us. So yes, innovation is out there and they can be with us and we will do our best to support them.
I appreciate that you started with a personal example. I think it's always nice and informative and instrumental in a way. Would you maybe have an example of an innovation that would have been born in your region and that you would want to be proud of and we would need to know about it so that we give even more examples to the audience?
Well, there are many. I will not count them because it will take a lot of time, but many innovations happening, for example, in bringing technology solutions to farmers, to food producers, to stakeholders that are actually in need for that kind of solutions is very present. And what we have noticed is that technology people and people who are predominantly in production or in the farms are actually starting to understand each other better. And that's additional advantage of Startup Village as a concept, because now those two groups can understand each other better and can communicate better. And when they communicate better, young people, and we have heard what the minister said, she said that we have to start with schools. I also noticed that in my university, when I talk with my students, they come from different rural areas and they do have many ideas. And many of them come back and they bring those ideas to life. So that's why besides funding opportunities and many other opportunities that we will witness in months and years to come, it's also about networking, and that's why this alliance is very important.
Sometimes we talk about farmers, though, saying that they don't want to know about any innovations, about novelties. They just want to do their own thing and do not want to improve their everyday life activities. There is at least a stereotype in certain countries. Is that true for your area, and how do you think that problem could be tackled?
Well, indeed. What do farmers usually like to see is, as we call it, plug-and-play solutions, right? So they want to have a comprehensive solution that does the thing that they need in their fields. But what is also happening recently is that they do understand that they have to learn about new technologies, they have to collaborate with experts bringing those technologies. So they are becoming more and more willing to actually engage. And this is another important advantage, that with such alliances that we are creating, we will actually foster even more this kind of very dynamic communications with them.
Dr. Beers, would you relate to that?
Yeah, I'm. Why did I sign this MOU? Why did, as a representative of Smart Agri Hubs? Let me tell some words on Smart Agri Hubs. We are focusing on agriculture and on digital innovation. These are the two main words. So agriculture means that we are in the rural area. That's definite. So we are interested in, let's say, other interesting things that are happening in the rural area. Smart Agri Hubs is basically, we established a network of digital innovation hubs, network really in the rural area. So we currently we have 350 digital innovation hubs in the agricultural areas all over Europe. In every member state we are present, and we have in let's say every agricultural community, we established such a digital innovation hub. So we are in connection with the farmers over there directly. It's all in the proximity of the farmers, as it mentioned. And the objective of the task that this digital innovation hub is to promote digital solutions in the agricultural sector. So taking it from elsewhere from Europe and bringing it to the local farming community, and also help farmers. These hubs are connected, so they can use each other's, let's say, latest experience and the state of the art from all over Europe. They are connected. And this connection is quite crucial. I experienced that people can not only use the nice material that is in an innovation portal, but also can meet and speak to each other. That's really adding value. So these digital innovation hubs, they providing a set of services. And one of the services is on promoting, stimulating, facilitating startups. But to be honest, a lot of digital innovation hubs can use some help in that. So that's, for me, it's quite logic that we join forces with the smart villages. This is a key competence, and combine the forces. So that's one way. So the smart villages can use the infrastructure in the direction of farming, and farming is by definition an area where a lot of startups are taking place. And so that's one of the connections. Another connection that I want to mention is that for agriculture, it's always important to have connection cross-sectoral. And in the current situation, looking at the rural, it's about, let's say, ecosystem services, it's about landscape management, it's about biodiversity. All those things are happening in the rural area, and that's where I think we also can help each other, I would say. So I'm committed to bring each of the digital innovation hub in connection with a startup village. And more than that, I think it's important and crucial for the coming decade, coming years, to connect the different networks. Like my neighbor said, so we are also discussing with Andy on how to collaborate between the networks, the network of networks. And I think that's where the key is.
Thank you. Let us ask Mr. Zinga to expand on this collaboration. What exactly are you doing to connect the different networks, and why did you sign the memorandum?
So let me share with all of you why I'm so excited about this Startup Alliance. So there are many startup networks out there, right? So, or startup activities. So there are many accelerators, there's clusters and all that. And we learned through the work at EIT Food, working with 300 partners from the knowledge triangle that I mentioned earlier, that it isn't just enough to make connections. Collaboration happens when you actually do a little bit more, when you're aligned, when you have trust, as someone mentioned earlier. And this is where motivated partners together can really make magic happen. So in other words, it's not just enough to say, well, there's a really excellent accelerator that could really help us. If they're neither in the capacity or capability to actually help in actual fact, or they don't want to, then it doesn't help anyone. So by virtue of having an alliance of aligned and motivated partners, we have a chance to do what I mentioned earlier, namely to say, when we work in the rural areas, we're looking at agri-tech, but maybe there's a way across all of these different startup alliances to find a way to also bring food tech in, to also bring learning institutions to the countryside. I think then we can make happen what we're discussing all the time, namely to overcome inequality, to build more wealth also in the rural areas, to do economic development, on all the good things that to raise salaries, employment, all those pieces that again require motivated and aligned partners. And all of us here are already motivated and aligned, but the more we add to this alliance, the better, because that is again where all of this happens that I mentioned. So that's the synergy piece.
Thank you. Mr. Jan Lavicius, how would you describe why the Startup Village idea is so attractive to you? Why did you sign the memorandum?
Yeah, firstly, of course, hello everyone. Thank you for possibility to be here. It's very nice to see you quite often now in Vilnius. And in general, you know, I fully agree with my colleagues. These are mutual understandings between us. And to add something would be very difficult, but I will try to see through the industrial corner. Yeah, I'm representing the Lithuanian industrialists. It's a part of Business Europe. And in general, the more interconnections we will have, industry, agri-food, innovations, digitalizations, green tech, you know, in general, everything is combined. It's one community. Chicken or egg? Should we start from fertilizers produced in the greenest way through the hydrogen, for example, because agriculture need the fertilizers nevertheless? Or we would finalize with the food for the people, you know. Everything is a one big chain, and these possibilities, these opportunities, what we have now inside the EU, it's really creates us to be really independent from the third countries. We can produce to go up the fuel, which is really green, grow here in our countries, which creates the added value here. This fuel we can use in the different fields to innovate and to increase the value which we are creating here in Lithuania. In general, Lithuania creates 20% of GDP creating the industry. We have the agri-food with creating around 8-10% approximately, but we know that some countries around us, they doing up to 18%. These are huge possibilities to innovate, to digitalize, let's say, agri direction, and to be more competitive, more, let's say, I would say so, more greener in the different conditions, not on the green energy, but on the green possibility to use less chemical fertilizers. This means really a lot of possibilities for us to work together and to create added value here inside our Lithuanian and European Union. I think all these changes about the information which help us in the future to be more competitive.
You have also said that you will see it from the industrialist point of view, and Mr. Zinga has mentioned that there are many accelerators and many clusters, and has talked about the specifics of why this particular project is important. What about the Industrialists Union? Are you part of any other alliances, and what are they, and what has the benefit been?
Yes, we have the Digital Innovation Hub, European Digital Innovation Hub, together with agri-food, all together. We try to combine this synergy because nevertheless, everything must be done on the ground. It's really connected to the farmers. Yeah, and we need to find the cooperation. For example, we have the very good examples in the southern areas. In 2014, Lithuania, together with the German Fraunhofer Institute, created the first greenhouses, which was combined industry, agriculture. It was the project was in the sun area to reduce the density of the sun, and the benefits was very huge. You know, it was savings of 30% of the moisture of the water. At the same time, 25% it was faster growing, and we combine greenhouses, solar greenhouses, in a combination with automation which was done for fertilizing, for everything. That means this is a real practical way how we can cooperate, and I hope, of course, not only in the southern areas we will find the solutions how to work, but in Lithuania as well, to increase our digitalization and green transition and combine all these things. And to say what I like to say, it will be not 1 + 1 will be 2, but will be 3 or 4. We need to combine some technologies, and for this we need interconnections. For this we need our, let's say, cooperation in the different fields, because we can support each other and to create the products which will be sustainable, more efficient, and of course more competitive.
But just to understand, because this is a startup village, startups are normally, you know, small companies that often get a lot of investment. How do you see cooperation with startups here? How could big industrial companies participate? Is it mainly about investing and funding, or what are the ways?
No, I would say so. Maybe I will be not very popular on these directions, but a lot of startups just spending the money. You know, we have creative ideas, very creative ideas, which is so far away from the industry, which is so far away from the reality. And sometimes this money will be spent maybe for a long, long future. We would like to bring them, create the added value in existing sectors. which is moving, but to make them more competitive, more greener, more digitalized. And for this, we need to increase our real added value, but not just to create some things which will be maybe not necessary now and maybe not necessary in the future, but just to upgrade existing directions where the Lithuania and European Union is really competitive, but we need to be more competitive instead of third countries.
This is a very, very interesting line of our discussion, but I hope we will have more opportunities throughout the day to talk about that, because talking startup creators into the idea of, maybe losing their idea and working on something else, that is something that...
No, adding this idea in the right direction, I would say.
Okay. Let us move to Ms. Reinmuth, because we are nearly out. We have run out of time nearly, but she's with us. I can see her. She's coordinator of the European Startup Village Hub of the University Alliances, head of bioeconomy office at University of Hohenheim. Ms. Reinmuth, thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. What would you see the future collaborations that would be possible between the two alliances that you see and between the Startup Village Alliance, which is the topic we are discussing here today?
Yes, thank you for having me. Actually, there are a lot of great points already made during the discussion. What I want to say is that here at the higher education institutions, what we can do is make students aware of actually the what is the business to business world all about? Because there was this point that they brought up that students have very creative ideas and they just spend the money. But if we make them aware what the industry is really about and how the agricultural sector, for example, can contribute to that, so then I think we can be very successful. But as far as I'm aware of that, this business to business world is not really part of the higher education curricula currently. Why do I say that? So I come from a university that has a strategic emphasis on bioeconomy. And bioeconomy relies on resources that are being produced in the agriculture sector. So food first, of course, but then what's happening with the side streams, what's happening with the residuals. So they can be upgraded into very valuable chemicals, platform chemicals, resources for the industry. And if we can combine the networks, I think we can also create some sort of mentoring with wonderful industry partners that have the same aim, the same vision of the startups, and they frame them, they coach them in a sort of way and bring them into the right direction. So we can use the creativity of the startups to actually build great networks and great value for the industry as well, and still serve the food first thought. And this is very necessary, but we can open up also new opportunities for farmers. And if we're talking about digitalization, smart agri-hubs, that's perfect, because the digital world is there to transport this information, to inform farmers what's possible to be produced out of their side streams, out of their residuals, and then there can be new networks can be established. And that's what I think is the greatest potential. And that's why we need to join forces, because we as higher education institutions are responsible for making students aware of that, providing them the opportunity to even create ideas, be creative, have research questions. And if we join them with the real world and bring them together with the real problems and the real questions that are asked and the real demands of the industry, I think this is the potential we can really explore. Not sure whether the others agree, but that's what I heard throughout the discussion and where I would really would like to draw on.
Thank you so much. I think we would have to stop here, because we have learned so many interesting ideas, and I believe that they will be continued throughout the day, because we have many panel discussions coming in, keynote presentations too. Now we have summed up why the memorandum and the Startup Village idea is so crucial. You have shared your views and many interesting points were made. Thank you everybody so very much. Thank you Ms. Reinmuth, who has joined us online, and I think this is the moment to just thank all of our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Labadiena, thank you. I think we're all ready for the keynote presentation right before the break number 1. The keynote presentation will be delivered by AG or AG Tech Investor, EIT Food Co-Partner, Startup Ecosystem Expert, Augusta Saleshunas, who will deliver a presentation on regions beat the capitals. Can they? Augustas, the floor is yours. Let's welcome him here.
Pleasure to be here as always. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to firstly thank you for coming here, for flying in Vilnius, our capital of Lithuania. And I think it's becoming the tradition for the past 7 years to gather up here in the town hall of Vilnius. And before I will start, I would like to just send a remark to Christina and the Agri-Food Lithuania team that maybe it's about time to start the discussion and negotiation with the office of the town hall about the long-term rental. Because with the energy of Agri-Food Lithuania, I think the events will gonna be taking place here in about a week or 2 each second month. So maybe it's gonna be cheaper to save some budget. Now, my goal today is to wrap up on what I have heard today from you, the way how I understood what discussions were taking the place here, and I would like to make a few remarks on the document what have been signed here today and delivered to the commissioner. Now, before going there, just a short recap. So the last time, the majority of the people I see the same, and once again, pleasure, and thank you for that. We've been here last November when our biggest annual event, Agri-Food Business Forum, was taking the place. And there, well, my outfit now today it's more country style, but there I was more militarized because of the crisis which striking the Europe and the world when Russian aggression is targeted to the Ukraine. But then I was talking from the agri-food perspective and saying that we, as the ecosystem of the agri-food, education, science, business, finances, we also have common enemies such as pollution, such as failures in supply chain, and such as the food prices. And there I was inviting for the call on action to all of us to build an army which would be named a network of networks, an army without the boundaries, without the borders, without specific directed governance, but an army which would have the common goals and common beliefs. So the thing is, symbolic number, 91 days has passed from the Agri-Food Business Forum, and then today you all have gathered here, and the highest level stakeholders and those people, the brave ones, which you see back behind my back, have come here today to say that and to commit that you are planning to support, you are planning to help, and you are planning to work so the rural communities would become attractive for the startup ecosystem. So firstly, I would like audience to applaud those brave ladies and gentlemen here now. Applause is enough. Now, since the politician has left the stage and Honorable Maria Gabriel has left the stage, so I would like to get on my kickstart and fire up of the keynote is to bring a little bit from down the politics to the ground level. So I would like to ask, ladies and gentlemen, do you have at least a clue what kind of document you have signed today? Because in my personal understanding, and I told you that today I'm talking from my personal remark perspective. In my understanding, the manifesto or the memorandum you have signed, it's not about strategic partnership to make agri-food industry better. It's not about generic collaboration, and it's not just a single project. If I would be able to define what actually you've done today, which again, it's really brave, I would say that you have signed institutional marriage agreement for the upcoming 10 years. And as in the marriage happens, that sometimes you see a long run path, sometimes it's narrow, sometimes it's scary to go there, sometimes it's kind of excited to go, and as always, you need to be side by side with each of you and to hold the hand. And why I'm saying that it's going to be long long-time, long-term perspective marriage, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to disrupt socio-economical status and system what's happening now in the world. Why that? Because for the past 2-3 decades, European Union, each of the countries were investing a zillion of money, intellectual knowledge, experience to make cities, the big cities, urban cities where people are living, make them nice to live, perfect to study, great to do the business and to work there. And now today, if we are looking from the perspective, which is absolutely true, and I was reading the manifesto, so technically you're stating that you would like to make the balance in between the cities and the villages. So from the urban perspective, you are moving people out of the cities. It makes sense to say that you are making the balance in the competition as well, and competition always brings up the high value. But technically, you're moving money out of the cities. And the commissioner and the Minister of Environment was talking about the fact that about the quality of life, and village is a perfect place to be for that. But technically, you're moving the potential out of the cities. So you are disrupting the things, the mental, intellectual, and financial capital what was built within the past 3 decades right now. That's why I'm saying you're really brave. I wish you best luck. Once again, from my side. Anyway, as you know, I'm the patron of the event, so I also believe in that, and I will be side by side with you, my promise. Maybe not exactly in that marriage what you've done, but side by side like a marriage consultant. That's my role, I would prefer. And before going to tackle up a few of the problems, talking about the villages and some of the solutions, I would like to just define to understand and to make the agreement what kind of game we're playing and what kind of rules there are. Because I was expecting today to be more political, the beginning, the first part of the event, when I was really surprised that it was not. And just to repeat what Commissioner was saying is that today's topic is not that we talk about empowering the regions. Today we have one very simple task to do, which is very difficult, but it's clear. We are talking how to make villages smart, digital, independent, and a place or a mecca where the startup ecosystems would like to come up. So forget about the regions in general. We are talking about rural, small villages, so they would become the ecosystem hubs for the startups. This is the goal. Just wanted to make the agreement on the definition so we could continue further. Again, personal perspective, but in average, the way how I see the rural areas and the villages all across the Europe, I think I've been in all of the countries. So it's that whether industrial or agricultural, which is good because of the creating of the jobs and companies there and corporates. And nowadays it's super popular to talk about that, big guys, big companies. Unfortunately, I am among those bad guys. I promise that I will try to change my attitude with you together. But everyone is talking about supporting the startups, supporting the youth, supporting, entrepreneurship, which in my opinion is less about supporting and more about exploiting the startups. Because I've seen many of the examples, even in those companies where I've been investing, that the big guys are coming and saying exactly what kind of challenge the startup or the young company has to tackle to the corporate guys. But this becomes more of the contractual work for the company instead of the visioneering, what's supposed to be when we are talking about the startups. It's supposed to be visioneering about their beliefs, not be hired by the contract to do a job for a big guys. And my opinion here is that we need to stop talking, and the industry needs to stop talking about supporting the startups. What we need to do, and where we need to throw a bunch of money, is we need to support the ecosystem where the startups would be able to thrive and to be able to develop the things what they like to do. So we need the lighthouses. And today in the manifesto and people in the panels, we're talking about that. So we have digital innovation hubs. We have European Digital Innovation Hub. We have EAT. We have clusters. So those supposed to be the lighthouses or the beacons where the money should come in, so they would be able to foster the ecosystem and to prepare the playground where it would be convenient and comfortable for the people to start to work, do the visioneering, but not being contracted. It's not about the outsourcing. It's about creating, you know, the highest possible value there. Another thing is that, you know, there is a real world and romantic fairy tale. And when we are talking about the ideal, it's, you know, young family coming to the village to live, buying a house, building the house, whatever. They're having nice garden, building the greenhouse, growing the vegetables, super sustainable. Kids are playing in the forest. Amazing. No traffic, no pollution, nothing. But then when the urban family, the young family comes to the village to live, they start to realize that, to start with, there are no restaurants and pubs, what was really there to relax and chill during the weekends. Kids have nothing to do after the school because the infrastructure for the alternative education, the alternative activities is not there already. And even the real estate, what they bought there or they built, it has times lower liquidity, if so, at least they have there. So, I mean, they are kind of a little bit trapped, to be honest, in a nowadays. I'm not talking about the Lithuania, I'm talking in general of majority of the countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, those who signed the manifesto, so from the black and white, you need to make that colorized picture. So, congratulations. That's why I'm saying you are in deep, deep marriage. Now, a few examples from my side and mistakes, do's, don'ts. I remember it was 2012, Shenzhen, China. One of the companies where I invested the money, it's called Food Sniffer. Anyway, it's a company which we're building the gadget to check the food authenticity and quality. And we went to China by having the expectations that, you know, China, huge market, they are having big issues with preserving the food, with the food spoilage, food poisoning cases, blah, blah, blah. And when we came there, I started to talk with the possible partners, retailers, distributors, and they said, mate, listen, it's all friendly. You didn't get the point about the China, because when they are eating the seafood, they are buying it live. So whether it's swimming, crawling, walking, they are buying something what's still living. If it's not alive anymore, they are doing the deep fry, when all the bacteria is going to be killed and there is no food poisoning cases there. So the moral is that it was total fiasco for us, but the moral as of today is that when we are talking about specific ecosystem, region, geographical, economical, whatever, we need to understand to whom we are addressing, what we are saying, and the most important thing is, do they really need what we are talking about or offering them? So once again, as today we are talking here about the StartUp Village initiative, about fostering the rural areas, how many of you spend at least half of the year talking with the rural area representatives? Well, George, yes, some of the people, nice, 3. Okay, all of you are, I know, perfect. But 3 out of 200, it's a little bit tragic, no? So, 4, thank you so much. I have only 12 minutes left, so I will not count all the hands because you're shy. So maybe during the break, you're going to be braver, you know? The other example, last one from my personal experience, is that I love to travel. I love to do the business in different continents. All those pictures, what you see in the screen is from my past 10 years. Of course, no, 10 years ago, I was younger and prettier and whatever, but what to do? And but none of the pictures are from the holiday or a vacation. All those pictures were taken during the business meeting and the business trips, meeting my partners and the friends. Who is coughing? Like, shut down the microphone. So, and what I want to pinpoint here is that when we are going to different societies, whether eating the insects in Cambodia or in Senegal, wearing the Muslim outfit, you know, praising the gods in Indonesia, half naked, whatever, or singing the mariachi songs in Mexico. Now we started one interesting deal in Mexico. You need to blend in and you need to understand how people are thinking. You need to talk common language, even not the verbal language, but the outfit, the understanding, and the problems that has to be there. So I just would like to say that today you all look super pretty and beautiful and elegant with the black, blue suits and gorgeous dresses as ladies are. But this fits only the town hall in Vilnius. When you will start actually to work on what you committed in the manifesto, try to think how you need to look like and try to think how you need to talk like. Because the business and the political matters, I think Honorable Commissioner said that, in the rural areas, it's a little bit different. You don't need to be smart. You need to do a lot of things. A little bit of historical lesson. I can quote, so 1862 Homestead Act accelerated settlement of US Western Territory by allowing any American, including freed slaves, this I would exclude nowadays, to put in a claim for up to 163 acres of free land. And the picture is of 1889. It was Oklahoma land chase, if you heard about it, when 50,000 people has gathered up, and after the green light or a pistol shot, they were going and trying to pinpoint and pick up the most prosperous and the biggest and most beautiful land plot for them to settle in. I don't want to say in this slide that we need to start to give away the money for the urban people to come to live in the villages or to give the land or to give the apartments. I want to say that if you, we, me, whoever is trying to work on the strategy that the villages has to be for the startups, we need to think about the dream. We need to think about the story, and we need to show that there are more potential that people are getting now. What kind of dream it's going to be, I cannot tell you now. But this is about the dream, because those people, they were running and chasing and shooting each other, not because to have a land plot in the middle of nowhere. It was a dream that there, the life is going to be better than before. So, ladies and gentlemen, please think what kind of dream you are planning to do, as the marriage is already happening. Other thing, I love Latin America, so I like this example, empresarios. If someone doesn't know, so empresario by definition is the person who was hired by the Mexican government to incentivize and settle in the colonists in Texas. Empresarios were doing that role as recruiters or the brokers nowadays for about all the 19th century. And Stephen Austin was one of the key persons in that movement. So the thing is why I wanted to show this slide. I'm not going to read it out, but I liked a few things. Is that because 200 years are separating us from empresarios, and now we are talking today. The majority of the bullet points are the same. To give big opportunities, they were giving big land plots, not the small ones, so people would be able to scale. To exempt from the taxes, to support the businesses, and really important thing is to allow people to choose what kind of businesses or the activities they want to do. The same as I said, we need to foster the ecosystem of the startups, not startups to do specific tasks. So this is the most important thing. And then 200 years doesn't mean that so many things changed. Now, another important thing, and okay, so to start with, in my opinion, Dubai is one of the best startups, the most successful startups in the world. Because, yes, it was founded late 60s, early 70s, but technically speaking, within 3 decades, it became one of the most desired place to live, desired place to do business, to travel, and to operate all the MENA region. And this startup was done by Al Maktoum family. So it's only one family, 2 generations created the gym. And the building, what you see, I think everyone knows, it's called Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. And the thing is that they started to plan the Khalifa not from the architectural perspective, but they gathered around the table the business analysts, the business consultants, and the architects to think not about the building itself, but what has to be done. So after the Khalifa is built, the ecosystem and all the network around the Khalifa would become prosperous and from external money. And as you know, who've been in Dubai, the real estate around the Khalifa is the most expensive, the offices are most desired, there are the best shops, the best restaurants. So what they've done an icon, a thing what was not impossible before, what was impossible before. And because it was a symbol there, all the networks, all the ecosystem, all the society started to settle up there. The other important and interesting example, at least to me, it's the Lion City in Saudi Arabia, which has started to being built now, if you heard about it. So the line city is kind of like a box. It's going to be 180 kilometers long and 200 meters wide. And the building, it's kind of like a building. So in that building, Saudians are planning to populate 9 million people by bringing and giving them all there, from the business to the sports to the food to the all kind of education, treatment, this, that. And it looks like, you know, kind of futuristical movie, but I think they are planning to build it up until 2030. And the line city is going to be totally sustainable, working only on the renewable energy. And it's, as you see in the picture, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the desert. So what I want to say here is that I don't believe in scattering the money or giving away money in the small portions to big amount of the society. Because if we want that, if we want to attract the young people, other people to come to the villages, we need to focus on few but really big cases. We need to make them desire and want to come and be there. We need to make others to copy what is already done, to replicate it, or we need someone to try to do even better. So my advice is focus on big beacons, on big icons, instead of trying, you know, to throw the helicopter money and see whether someone is going to succeed or not. It just doesn't work, in my opinion. Almost conclusions is, my personal opinion is knowing all means nothing. And of course, it would be really most probably foolish to believe that all the startups now, because you've created this initiative and went into that nice long-term marriage, is going to come to the villages to live. Absolutely not. Plus, you know, in the old Europe, the infrastructure is not ready, the land plots is not ready. I mean, a lot of things are not prepared. But I would say that the goal would be to structurize on specific areas and sectors which make sense in rural areas, as agriculture, as the forestry, as the water, as the, you know, sustainable industry, and when to focus on specific, I mean, to narrowing up directions which you are planning to target or finance or train or educate. Depends from which angle we're looking at it. Also interesting and important thing I would say is that we will not be able to bring as much as we want people, as many as we want people from the urban culture to the European villages now, because they're just simply unprepared. So the idea and one of the things what we need to think of is about the people and the communities who are already living there. Because they are there, they know the problems, most probably they know the solutions. So if we're, you know, combining the local communities with the lighthouses, about what I was talking as the clusters, digital innovation hubs, which bringing the technology, bringing the education, the training, the capital, and technical assistance, in the combination, it might work perfectly, because those people knows what kind of problem there are and they can solve it. And I think if that would be feasible, we would avoid one of the biggest and the most common mistakes in a startup world. Worldwide classic statistic from venture capital fund is that the majority of the startups are going to the bankruptcy because they don't feel the pulse of the market. Majority of, I know so many companies, I've heard so many pitches of you know, the tech startups who are working with the agri-food industry and doing some kind of technologies. They've never been in the village in their life. They never spoke, you know, with the villagers. They think that the technology, what they are developing, because they love it and it's theirs, it's going to work, it's going to be sustainable, efficient, and bring some value to the customer. In most of the cases, not. So if we are empowering the local ecosystem to do what it's needed, the magic happens. So I think the reduction of the failures should also be, reduction of the failures should be increased in that way. And before the remarks, still sad story. Now, with a decade, I think it's going to be a success story, because with our help, economical, financial, military, I do believe that Ukraine is going to win this war and you know, beat the crisis. And the thing is that when they will win, we will not be talking about rebuilding the villages or reconstructing the villages. We are talking about building the future villages from the scratch. So they will be the first ones who will be the pioneers and the pilots of shaping the new future of smart villages, of startup villages. And with all our help, it's going to be, I think, the best use case and the best example once that hell, what's happening and taking the place now is going to be over. So remember that I think Ukraine is going to strive once and with our help. So ladies and gentlemen, just to wrap up, because my time is running out and everyone wants to have the coffee, I think that we need to have those local impresarios in rural areas, digital innovation hubs, clusters, EAT, and similar ecosystem members. I think we need to focus on narrow things, but to do those iconical big things, it's important. We cannot, forget the local communities because without them, it's impossible to go further. And I really wish you, romantic and successful marriage. I wish you to be that network of networks about which I started to talk on November. And, may God be with you. Enjoy the break. Thank you.
Augustus, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Just to reiterate what you have said, because we have heard this idea twice now. You have said that the startups don't feel the pulse sometimes, and that's something that Mr. Yanulavicius was saying too. Some startups are wasting ideas by basically wasting money by developing ideas that do not last. So how do we make sure that doesn't happen in rural areas, for example, or it happens as little as possible, that investors do not put their money into startups that do not last? What do you do? How do you choose? Maybe you have an advice for everybody else in Europe.
Yes, so first thing, as already told, it's a hands-on the market. But the other thing is that I believe in the supervision. I mean, if we are talking about our own companies and the majority of, I know you're having your own businesses, what we do if we see something is leaking somewhere, we start to put the micromanagement there to fix the issue, like a plumbers. I believe that the digital innovation hubs and the clusters might work as that role, because as I'm investing myself and via the venture capital funds, and for example, before the coronavirus, none of Lithuanian funds were talking venture capital funds. We're talking about investing into the agri-food tech. Once the COVID started and the resilience problem, food supply chain, people consuming behavior habitat started, all the funds, because agri-food tech increased in the investments about 15 times for 1 year in the world. All Lithuanian venture capital funds, having no clue what agri-food means, started to throw the money to different. I mean, if you in your name you're putting that you're doing some kind of tech to the agri-food, the money goes there. It's wrong, because you don't need to chase the trends. You need to have the supervisors who is going to take care of your investment and who understands the domain. So supervision and hands-on the market. That would be my answer.
But if there are, for example, people who have a startup idea, what would you say is missing in the market? What sort of a startup would answer to all of those needs and be relevant, that would, feel the pulse, as you say? Which is the area in which most of the startups are missing? What is the area that is the most prosperous?
Cannot tell that on the stage, especially if we are broadcasting. I would say what helps to do any kind of actions and desires you're having, it's a passion in the heart. So those people who are having the belief and the passion, they have way more chances than well-educated, sophisticated, but no fire in the heart.
That's a very important piece of advice. Thank you so much. Augustas Aleshunas. As has been mentioned, we are now moving to a break. We'll be back here in half an hour, which is 11:35. So it's a longish type of a break. Do have your coffee, but do come back here on time. Thank you so much, everybody.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Ah,
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Vilnius, the jewel of the north, is a small and cozy capital for you to enjoy at any time of year. There are plenty of things to do in Vilnius, so be prepared for the top 10 things to do recommended by the locals, because who knows their own city best? Let's roll.
Let's start our video with a quick overview of the city. Vilnius is famous for the hot air balloon dotting the skyline on any beautiful summer day. The highest viewing point of Vilnius is the Soviet-built TV tower, but the nicest view of the old town can be reached after climbing 193 steps in your new church bell tower. If it happens to be a sunny day, head to the Opera Social Club, grab a drink, and enjoy beautiful sunset on the rooftop terrace surrounded by the local people and live music. I bet you didn't know that Vilnius has a republic inside the city. Welcome to Užupis, located just a quick hop over the river from Vilnius city center, with charming alleyways, artisan stores, cozy coffee shops and restaurants. There's always something to discover in Užupis. It's an ideal spot to wander and get lost. If you need a break during a hectic day of sightseeing, you can go wrong with going directly to the Hippo Peace Market. The market hosts nearly 20 food and beverage outlets, including several options for local produce and grocery shopping. This place has something to offer for everyone. Are you more of a history buff? Then let's go for the most beautiful part of Vilnius, Old Town. It is a stunning UNESCO World Heritage Site, known for winding cobblestone streets, picturesque churches, and historical buildings. And the best part is that everything is so close that you can walk everywhere on foot. Make sure to bring your walking shoes and a camera, because you're going to want to capture the beauty of Vilnius. Let's go and see the spectacular Vilnius Cathedral. It is a primary example of the neoclassical style. Or perhaps you're more interested in castles? Climb on Gediminas Hill to explore a castle in the heart of the city center. Going further, you will reach what once called a Jewish quarter. Today, Jewish Street is really quiet, but back in days it was one of the city's most vibrant arteries. If you are still lacking for more to see, the charming street is definitely worth stopping by is Literatų Street, decorated with an art dedicated to prominent authors in Lithuanian literature. It's a perfect stop for a picture. Prison inside the city? Sounds interesting, right? Let's go and check it with your own eyes. For many years, the Lukiškės prison was protected by high walls and barbed wire, but today this area awaits curious visitors. The century-old prison has turned into an art space where many creators and artists work. Take a seat, grab a drink, enjoy a concert, or take a guided tour to learn more about past prison life. When strolling through the streets of Vilnius, it's hard not to notice street art soaring almost everywhere you go, especially in urban locations such as Newtown, famous for its street art and hipster places to party and have a few drinks with locals. Take a visit to an old fellow, Tony Soprano, who is waiting for you in Piranha's bar for a couple of pints of local craft beer. The bar is located inside a railway station, right by the rail tracks. You might even take a seat outside and sip your drink while train spotting. Then visit the nearby Hala Market, which is famous for its versatile nature, market in the day and cool party place after the sunset. So go there and immerse yourself in the city's bohemian nightlife. One more tip.
If you want to feel better after a long night out in Vilnius, I recommend you to try these hangover chips. You can find them in the Vyokli bar. This is the perfect fatty and salty bomb for your cravings after the night out.
When you get tired of walking around and partying, don't worry. Vilnius food scene has you covered. Yes, Vilnius is small, but it has a big appetite for new, unexplored flavors and cuisines. Although it has a very strong stand on traditional too. Have you ever seen such a beautiful pink color in a soup plate? Try šaltibarščiai, which is also very refreshing on hot summer days. You don't have to stick to traditional Lithuanian food to enjoy eating out. You can also find Moroccan, Vietnamese, Thai, Mexican, and other cuisines. And if you're a real meat lover, it is also taken very seriously in the Vilnius gastronomical scene. Good quality steak and lots of varieties of different meaty delicacies are waiting for you. Vilnius loves its nature and green scenery. As soon as the sun shines through the gray skies, and especially on the weekends, the biggest park in Vilnius, Vingis Park, is packed with people and hot air balloons. The park also hosts concerts, events, and festivals that take place on the stage in the center of the park. Surrounded by nature, you can relax and immerse yourself in the music or just have fun with friends. Both young and old often gather here during the day to relax and sit on the grass. Looking for a change in scenery? Right next to the park there is Žvėrynas neighborhood, which will greet you with authentic wooden architecture. The entire area is a time capsule. Vilnius is packed with museums. We got everything covered, from the national arts and crafts to the darker chapters of Vilnius history. Although the KGB Museum once was a scary place, now you can learn its very intense and captivating story inside the same walls, which can tell stories about brave but unfortunate people. And if you want more, go to Kazys Varnelis House Museum. It contains more than 40 exhibition spaces combining antique graphic art, maps, Western European sculpture and painting, as well as a Varnelis' own optical art compositions. If you're more into street art, go to Open Gallery. This unique open-air art gallery is a long-term art project and cultural initiative that presents urban culture in an original way. Coffee in Vilnius is a big deal. Thanks to the big coffee lovers community, the coffee scene has exploded in the past few years, bringing an incredibly vibrant and connoisseur-like culture to the city. During the daytime, you will often find people working on their laptops as the cafes invite everyone to escape their offices for a delicious cup of coffee. Longer nights mean longer parties. Once the sun sets, the stage for nightlife in Vilnius is set. Be it a pub crawl, dancing until dawn, or just a perfect night out of the town, Vilnius is a city buzzing with people, chatter, and fun. Join the party because everyone is invited. And a bonus tip. A magnificent panorama can be viewed from the exposure, the winding Vilna River, the hills and forests of Pavilnė Regional Park, the Puchkoriai Manor, and the former Cannon Foundry. So take some snacks and spend some time in the beautiful nature of Vilnius.
From the early morning hours to long into the starry night, Vilnius has something to offer for all of us.
Hopefully, this top list will get you inspired to enjoy this vibrant city in the center of Europe. And for more recommendations, please go and check govilnius.lt.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with the hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket.
And say hello to our online audience, but then also I will continue speaking so the people here can hear that something is happening already and start gathering faster after a coffee break, which is always enjoyable and it's always too short. But the good news is that we will have more breaks, so you will have more networking opportunities and thank you for coming back here after a lunch break. This will be a panel discussion, the last one before a longish lunch break where you can continue networking as well. So thank you so much for trying to keep it on time and coming back to us. We will resume our conference in just a moment. I can see that people are coming back. Thank you so much. And I will briefly present the topic: enhancing innovation and moving towards future-proofing resilience in value chains on regional scale. Startup Village, cross-sectoral startups, ecosystems creation. It sounds like something rather abstract and maybe hard to grasp what we'll be talking about, but I promise that we'll try to get out as many examples as possible, and that we also can receive questions from you. You just have to go to Slido, slide.do. You don't have to use an app or anything. You can just go on a website, and then they require you to put in a code. Some of you know the code because you have been asking questions already. This is the chance where we'll be able to answer them. AgriFood 2023, I think is the code. If you just enter that, you get into this particular event, and you can ask your questions there. The objective of this discussion will be to understand the very role of cross-sectoral startup ecosystems in innovating and increasing the resilience of regions, learning about the current state of it in the EU member states. I will present panel participants in approximately 10 or 15 minutes, right after the sort of a keynote presentation will be delivered, and that will be done by Director of EIT Food CLC Northeast, Maria Lisa Maurice. Let's welcome her on stage and give the floor to her.
Okay, it's here. Okay. Well, excellent. Well, good. I think we can still say morning, even though we are going towards midday, and I'm sure that some of you are probably already quite hungry. But nevertheless, I promised to Christina that I will give some kind of like ideas about concretely what is already done when we talk about this kind of a Startup Village Alliance, because obviously, even though the concept is absolutely new in a way, there's already a lot of things that are done, and this is obviously where DIH is tremendously contributing with EAT food programs. So this may not be all completely new to all of you, but I nevertheless hope that we are actually demonstrating something that is really concrete. So let's go up from the skies down on the earth. And what I often say is that food doesn't come from the skies, okay? And I think that we all agree that this is true. It's about emotions, it's about social interaction, it's about indeed nutrition, but it's also about technology. And this last part of a technology is also something that sometimes people have a lot of difficulties to understand, that, well, how can you actually innovate in food? But I have another example for you where the technology is often seen as even more abstract. I once knew a R&D director of a very large concrete company, so making constructions and concrete. And he used to be that there's concrete, there's high tech, low tech, and then there's concrete. So I don't think that we can actually really say that for food, because food is indeed still a lot about technology. But yes, let's go to this topic of the day, which is like, how can we enhance innovation and moving towards future-proof, let's say, more resilient regional way of doing growing food, and obviously doing innovation. So let's skip this one. And you know, so many things were said already in this morning, and really fantastic speeches. But I think that we should look at, though, that what are the challenges in terms of like opportunities, because even if we talk about problems, we should actually, as you know, always turn them into the let's say, opportunities. So it's terrible when you see sometimes the figures, you say, oh, wow, but okay, 30% of the EU population live in EU rural areas. It's kind of not a lot when you actually really think about then that how many people are living in urban areas. But what do we count in urban areas? Is it also like suburbs where they are not like really urban, but they are kind of semi-urban? And then people maybe feel that, okay, I would actually like to go indeed somewhere a little bit more greener, places where I can actually live and breathe a little bit better. Then EU rural areas cover over 80% of the EU territory. Well, that's huge, right? So it means that obviously we are very much attached to our agriculture heritage, and that a lot of things are also still done in the fields indeed. Most of the rural areas are also among the latest favored regions in the EU, so from the GDP capita. It is probably exactly for these reasons, is that Startup Village Initiative Alliance has been missing. So who is there to pull together, let's say, these kind of like movements that are making people to think together and joining the forces? So we need definitely these kind of initiatives. Then obviously erosion of infrastructure and services. I mean, I don't know if I'm now referring to Augusta's picture of the infrastructure. That was, I think, a really quite extraordinary reality indeed in maybe in some rural areas. But nevertheless, infrastructure doesn't mean necessarily urban infrastructure, right? So it may mean something else. And it is this something else that as well we need to look at. So the key obviously is in some ways about Green Deal, it's about farm to fork. These kind of initiatives has been brought to us and what we try to really go forward. Now, EIT food, it's not about presentation of EIT food, but I really want to simply say to you that, for example, what Christina and DIH has been doing in Lithuania, first of all, it's absolutely extraordinary. In only 4 or 5 years, there has been a huge increase and kind of like a understanding from the policymakers, but as well as the whole, let's say, ecosystem and between all the stakeholders that together we need to do something. I have to say, I have never seen something like this. So this is really extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. So bravo for Lithuanians. And indeed, this is really a fantastic example. I talk about it all the time when I go around because this is really great. So obviously, I mean, we went all through COVID and then became the Ukrainian crisis, and we kind of now seem to be in a kind of a new era where it's a lot of crisis management, right? But again, those crises are bringing those opportunities. And one of those opportunities indeed is that, can we talk about food? Can we talk about agri-food? Can we put it in the center of our attention and plate, because that's where it's supposed to be? So far, we always thought about that indeed the food was coming from the skies. Well, it really doesn't. And we actually really need to see that, okay, where it is coming from. And so I don't know why, what was our thinking when we said that when we look at the agri-food area and especially on this agri-food Startup Village Alliance initiative, that if we really get this movement going to the direction where we want and deliver the impact that also Augustus was talking about, that what kind of impact it will have. And in EIT Food, we have 3 missions. One is healthier lives through healthier food, net zero food system, and a fully transparent, fair, and resilient food system. And actually, quite frankly, we were probably looking at it more from the economical and a kind of a let's say food movement side, and we were thinking that that's why maybe 2 of the 3 missions are applicable. But actually, the impact, if we are going to have a great startup let's say, movement and communities, and the agri-food sector is going to be a vibrant part of this one, then I think that we can certainly also add the kind of a more healthier lives, not only through food, but also maybe lifestyle. Because the lifestyle question is also something that, we need to address. There's maybe a momentum for this one as well, because in many cases, I mean, we can have brilliant ideas all along, but if the momentum is missing, it will not happen. But now we have the momentum, and I think we need to seize it, everybody, because otherwise we will miss it and may not come back again, quite frankly, right away. So we talk about like kind of like three things, which is integration, food 4.0, and sustainability. And these are the kind of areas where I think that, and I'm sure that, you know, through the panel discussion that we are also going to have, some of these areas are going to be touched. We are very much on the ground, so this is not like a blue skies thinking. This is already some things that you are doing, we are all doing. So it is only a matter of how can we harness everything we do for this common good. So we talk about like obviously collaboration and partnerships. Well, isn't it sometimes so difficult to collaborate? I mean, I have my ideas, and what would be so fantastic is that I can talk maybe with Christina or I can talk with Augustas, but my goodness, do I actually really have to have a consortium around it? Do I have to actually share my ideas with a very big audience? Well, we do, because that is how we are going to make these things work out. So let's get out. Let's talk, let's exchange, let's build those, let's say, solutions together. Then, obviously, we need to also close the gaps between research and business. I mean, these are kind of like a never-ending topics, right? I mean, and quite frankly, I think, I don't know what gap is there, really, because I think that we talk, we understand each other's value, so maybe the gap isn't there. Actually, we just need to continue the good work that we are already doing. So let's forget about the gap. Let's just go forward. Then in Food 4.0, we are obviously talking about food support, applying solutions to that lead to reduction of the food insecurity and food safety issues. I mean, really, food insecurity, I mean, it didn't exist only a couple of years. I mean, it was not in our vocabulary. It did not exist. Now it's back, and we need to deal it. And when we talk about security, the food is also key to the regional security. It's also the fact that, you know, people don't have a desire to leave their countries because they have nothing to eat. So far, we have been talking about those people who have nothing to eat, but as a kind of like abstract, maybe very regional problem, but now it is actually really a big problem. And then on the other hand, we have obviously people who, obesity, the health areas that, you know, we need to also tackle. And Food 4.0 can help on this one. We heard about the deep tech approach as well, and therefore, obviously, technology in the food and agri-food area is absolutely key to solve these issues. And when we talk about, again, like Startup Alliance, this is definitely something that we need to look at. So, for example, precision farming uses different emerging technologies. Not only precision farming, it can be also regenerative farming. It can be also things that, you know, where we thought that, well, how can this technology help us to actually make that really big step so that we basically change the paradigms. And it's about changing the paradigms that we absolutely need to do. It's a changing mindset. It's about looking at these problems from the different angle. This is nothing new to you. I know that you already, everyone do it. And then sustainability. Obviously, probably, you know, just again, a few years ago, sustainability was again like something rather abstract. And we were kind of thinking that, okay, how should we tackle this one? And now it is in the vocabulary of our, let's say, school children. They know when we talk about sustainability, what is it that we actually really mean, or at least for them, it means something really precise. When we talk about sustainability in terms of how we want our society to actually really develop, what kind of rural areas we want to develop, it doesn't mean that rural areas are all sustainable. We know this, but it is actually really also key to this sustainability approach that we have. And then obviously there are very precise things like food waste that we are already tackling. We have already great solutions on that one, and you will see in a few minutes. And then also obviously using the side streams, but using it for what? Because it is still food. So is it something that we will use for food production, like maybe protein, production, or are we going to use it for energy? Well, food is energy because it is energy for people, but are we actually going to do something that our cars or our vehicles are going to be able to work? Well, that's a big question. And I am not sure if we have actually really all the answers, the best answers for that one yet. So I promised you some really good examples. Andy already mentioned a few of them, but indeed we do have test farm program within EAT Food, where we basically bring those entrepreneurs in contact with the farmers and to test their application or whatever technology they have in the farm. They have agreement with the farmer. So it is the farmer who is deciding whether these startups are coming to their fields. It's kind of like open laboratory and testing laboratory. It's absolutely fantastic because where the farmers, they can actually see. I think someone was using this kind of a plug and play idea, and it is indeed that one. It's like plug and play in the sense that see yourself, see for yourself, see what we're doing, see how it works, and then we go forward. And this is extremely important. I mean, of course, EAT Food, we don't have all the means on this earth. So when we want to scale up something like test farms, this is how I would like to actually reach out to regions and also to make sure that, and countries, to see that, is there any way that we can also join the forces and actually then make sure that, we're able to scale up some of these programs that has been proven to be really great and good, but we cannot scale them up with the means that we have. But that's certainly first part where we can collaborate. So there's a few examples, as you can see. I mean, these are really real life pictures. These are not fake ones. So indeed, the startups are there to work with the farmers. And there's one example here of a Micro Plus Poland, but maybe I will not go too much into details of what these are. Nevertheless, as you can see, they go from tech, agri-tech, to food tech, into very kind of like a precise things that are related to microbiology, or also like cell-based farming equally. So then another example that we have that we are particularly proud of as well is our EVA program, which is we support female entrepreneurship in the agriculture areas. And this is really fantastic because you know what? There are really in the farmers, communities, in the families, scientists. So some of those ladies that have been taking part in these programs are actually even scientists. And so this is also something for me that, we need to, when we talk about rural areas, when we talk about what kind of people are there, let's not have a one stereotype. We have to understand that actually there are all kind of people with all kind of skills, from more on a hands-on to very high-level scientific skills. And so this is also a question that, okay, how do we deal with this? How we go with this startup village approach if we only, let's say, direct to one type of people? No, there are like all kinds of people. And this is really key for the success in this area. So we empower women in agri-food. And once again, I think I was given a figure that when we started in 2020 in EAT Food, we had like 176 applications. We were running it still in, I think, in seven countries. So not that many. 176, we were like, ooh, we need to have to do better. So in 2022, you know what, we had 1,600 applications. So this is how it goes. People do want to go. Thank you, Gonzalo, because it is actually an achievement. Maybe for you think, oh, 1,600, but actually it's a lot when you really think about the target group of also of this approach that we have. But it's really like, it's about leadership. It's about making these women believe that, well, actually you have it, you can do it. Are absolutely capable. Often they actually do a lot of work in the farms. They're not necessarily recognized as a partner in the family community. I mean, they are obviously, but then at the same time, they actually contribute more than sometimes 50% in the success of these farms. So through EVA program, we also try to see that, maybe there are other skills that you always dreamed about doing, in the startup area, or creating your own business, or seeing that, how you can build more community that is actually gathering all the skills together. So this is what we try to do. And so here you see some EVA growth figures, the one that I mentioned, but also that, in 2020 we had like 30 participants. And well, now we had like 260 throughout those 6 countries. So it's really is a really excellent program. And here you see some of the, let's say, testimonials that are indeed this lady here created a very specific company and product that has to deal with the horses and horses' health. So animal health is on the top of that question. And then here you can see this wonderful family. They basically probably were surprised themselves that how fantastic approach they can create. So these things actually really do exist. So what is next then? Tell me, what is next? So, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm addressing you a call for action in a way that let's show then what is going to happen next together. We will obviously continue within EAT Food to promote these programs that we believe in. And we hope that obviously we will have you continuing in the actions that you are already doing, but then also probably thinking about something else that is going to make this Startup Village Alliance a success story in the coming years, despite all the hurdles that we have there and that we need to do. But I often say to my team as well that, you know what? Yeah, the sky is there, even if the food doesn't come there, but it's there. And sky is the limit, obviously, but then we have to make it step by step, and we will get there. So in the same way, our Startup Alliance, dear Christina, let's take step by step with these great initiatives that we can gather together, and we will get there. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do stay with us. We are hoping for some chairs here on stage, and we'll continue on some of the ideas that were pointed out. I would like to also invite on stage CEO and founder of BGI, non-executive director of the CoLab Food for Sustainability, that's Gonzalo Amorim. Let's welcome him. Also director at Lithuanian Innovation Center, representative of the EEN in Lithuania, EDIH, Lithuanian coordinator, Mantas Vilis, CEO Vikonda Group, Mindaugas Narskis, where I have just seen you. Yes, he's here with us. And also will be joined online by European Innovation Council board member.
Hello again. One more time.
Latvian Startup Association board member, Director of Science and Innovation Department at Riga Technical University, who will join us online. And I think that's it. Thank you so much. We have good 50 minutes of discussion. I remind you that you can write your questions on Slido, AgriFood 2023. We have received some questions already, and I will refer to them. But let me start with the presentation you have just delivered. Thank you so much. It sets good stage for the examples and for the problems, for the issues that we have, and for the question that you raised, what's next? First of all, I wanted to ask you about the specific initiatives that you mentioned, for example, about empowering women. Maybe you could say, list the areas which were not previously dominated by women, but then received all of a sudden a lot of applications, as you have said. In other words, what are the specific fields women have started working in agriculture?
Well, I think that what is, I mean, women are often obviously related a lot on the social, social sciences, social respect, and which is obviously really important. But nevertheless, women in technology is probably something that we still need to work on. I mean, when we talk about younger generation, we should certainly make sure that, for example, through the EU projects like STEM, to make sure that they are actually able to have access to tech. But we indeed see more and more women also in a technology, heading like technology companies or initiatives. I think we still need to continue to encourage it, but that is definitely something that we are very happy about. Then when it comes to like food tech per se, in terms of a laboratory analysis, of course these are very traditionally also been led by women, and in generally food area is actually food sector is very much female also related. We have a lot of women there, but indeed the tech part is still something that we need to, it's more about like daring the tech. It's not about only skills, it's about daring the tech and going with that one. That is important.
And on Test Farm program, you said that entrepreneurs are brought together with farmers and explained how it all works, but then you sort of reached out to regions and said, do join forces. Is that something where somewhere where initiatives like Startup Village could come in, or what sort of cooperation is still needed? Because as you say, we have been talking for decades about the need for cooperation, and it feels like it's not a new topic, and maybe we should just continue whatever we have started.
Well, I think, I always say that communication and collaboration are sometimes the most difficult things to do, because it does mean that, you need to involve, and you need to also hear what the other party has to say. And so therefore, whether it is on our programs, what we have tried to do from the beginning is to understand really what are the needs. And therefore, I think it was also a commissioner who pointed out that, this is like more of a bottom-up approach. And in this Startup Village as well, let's not just go and try to think about that I know best, without really understanding what is it that we can do together. It's not only my project, it is about our project. And this kind of different fields, it probably takes a little while to really understand, but I think this is absolutely key, so that, we will be able to. Then when it's about collaboration, models, I mean, there's plenty of those, and obviously COVID kind of liberated us a little bit of the fact that, we can do a lot of business through video conferencing. And I think this might be also good news for rural areas, because it means that we are liberated, partially at least, from the physical presence, but then the physical presence is equally important in order to build the trust, build the networks, build the understanding. But I think that, we can certainly accelerate much more if we also think about that. Well, somebody said that in Lithuania there's a broadband that is actually fastest in probably whole Europe. And if it actually covers your whole country, bravo, because this is certainly not the case in all the other countries. So there's really many ways, and it is maybe just a matter of taking them forward and going and initiating, setting up the scene, so to speak.
I want to reiterate the two main challenges that you mentioned: weakened food supply, the pandemic, and Russia's war in Ukraine. Food systems cause strong environmental pressures, and at the same time have been strongly impacted by climate change. These are the two challenges, and I want to ask everyone in the panel, you have specifically mentioned the EIT response. What are your responses to these challenges? What kind of examples could you name, and maybe where initiatives like Startup Village could come in to strengthen them? Mr. Vilis, I think you're nodding your head.
I can kick off this. In one of the hats that I have, being the Enterprise Europe Network member, precisely the fact that happened, with the war in Ukraine, we instantly felt that our companies, our clients, our ecosystem instantly felt the tremendous effect of the collapse of the value chains and supply chains, partners. Some of them became under the sanctions. Some of others disappeared. Some other routes were collapsing, and so on. And we said, how we can support and how we can tackle this. And one of the fast response was related to the knowledge, because definitely globally there are so many alternatives, so many solutions, and so many providers, partners all over the world, but we just don't know about that. And what we did, we built the supply chain resilience platform together with all the European partners, where all the EU SMEs can put something that they are struggling with now, and they can also find the partners that that are able to offer this missing puzzle in their value
Has it been
chain.
successful?
Yeah, it is daily 1,000 SMEs is using the service, and and it kind of answers the question what is needed. Talking about the rural areas, talking about the competences, talking about the knowledge villages, not the physical villages that much, but the knowledge villages that we are kind of not suffering but facing now. That we need some right tools, approaches, and the practices that enables us to work together. And it's not only the regular catalog, yellow pages, Google searchers. That's not enough anymore, and we need to come up with some other ways to interact, to forget the boundaries, to forget the different language barriers, but to come up with the ways to interact. And that platform daily solves the issues with the supply chains, challenges of the companies in EU.
Would you say the most common issues that you notice via those supply chains, what are they?
The materials, the missing supplies for some particular sector, being it a metal, energy, some specific chemicals, semiconductors, and so on. So instantly, what we found that so many companies in Europe were so dependent, they even didn't realize to which extent they are dependent until the supplier did not respond it, and there were like two alternatives, and they said, "Oh my God!" Only now we realized to which extent we are dependent. And for that quick response, we need another way. And was not only the database where you find your love on a Tinder, but there is a lot like animated Tinder that we offered, where there are some advisors locally helping. And because the trust building, when you used to work for years and years with your supplier in Germany or in Ukraine, and it disappeared, then you need to go back to the dating experience that you forgot like so long time ago. I'm a bit metaphorical here, but nevertheless. And to establish a new supply connection in Venezuela, being even open for the globalization, but still it's a bit of a risk-taking and uncertainty-related affair. And therefore, if you have someone locally that can vouch or do some sort of the slight connection with your alternative partner in Venezuela or in Portugal, that instantly kicks the ball and makes the process rolling. So that's the lesson learned that we found.
It's interesting how many references to marriages and dating we have in this conference. Maybe we're just trying to make agri-food, more attractive to wider audiences.
We are matchmakers, right? So, what can you say?
Matchmakers. But you say there is a platform that is working. It's just some of the elements that are missing to attract even more audience to the platform. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
What we also found that it cannot be super universal, even if we say that it's like tackling the supply chains challenges. But what we learned that the supply chains, even though they are all global, they're all interconnected, but they're also somehow specific. There are some domains that are built on some specific business models. There are some others which are more open to the collaboration. So I guess there is, as there was a research saying that there is not a perfect tomato ketchup for all societies. So there is a specific tomato ketchups for every user. So what we found in this platform that probably we have to customize the platform a bit to fit the needs, particular needs of the companies in focus.
Mindaugas, has your company applied to the supply chain resilience platform? Have you felt the need? What are your concerns recently related to the weakened food supply chains?
We didn't apply there, I believe. We are a little bit, and in terms of small and medium enterprises, I believe being a big business, we have a wider opportunities to assess. But of course, we felt and we saw and we still experience disruption in the supply chain. It's of course affects everybody. I mean, in the end of the day, it is affecting small media enterprises much more than big ones. Because on other hand, it does not mean that big guys doesn't have any issues. Of course they have, and I really love to hear that such kind of 1,000 and more applicants. Then it looks that you do a right job.
But what about you? What kind of specific issues have you experienced related to the supply chain?
As example, I mean, geopolitical situation, it's not, new thing. Even before the war, container crisis, Asia and Europe connections. Then from Europe, our company, we deliver goods to across Atlantic to States, and then we work with Asia. And we did have quite much of disturbances there. Or, for example, I mean, if we talk about our specific geographical location and then Ukraine, currently, as we speak, for example, we do still work intensively with the Ukrainian suppliers. We could and we may change them already, but we didn't on purpose, because we are not only supporting Ukraine, we do business with them in order what will be next after the war is ended. And this specific way of doing it also takes time, it takes money, etc. I mean, there is no golden key or secret recipe. Network and hard work, that's it. I mean, and of course you need to have not one or two options, you need to have multiple options on the table.
Gonzalo, what about you? Tell us a little bit about the BGI that you represent, and also Lisbon has a unicorn factory. That is something that you work with as well. Tell us about Portugal's initiatives related to startup that have helped you recently solve the current issues.
Thank you very much for the invite to be here today. Pleasure. First time in Lithuania, so very happy.
Congratulations.
So Portugal is a small country, like Lithuania. So we are in the edge of Europe. 10 years ago, nobody would know Portugal for startup and innovation ecosystems. So today we have over half a dozen of unicorns. Unfortunately, those unicorns are not yet in the agri-food space, so we have a lot of work to do.
You have to work.
We have to work better. Yes, we are improving.
How many unicorns have you got in Portugal?
7 right now. Most of them are in fintech and marketplaces and online digital software and agile software and so on. A lot on, software intense companies. But we are seeing, this year we launched an initiative with, we are hub managers for Portugal, EIT Food, hub managers we have been for a few years involved. We are co-partners, and we launched a report, a scale-up report to understand what was the ecosystem producing in the agri-food space. And we found that it's still very much infant. So what we found 10 years ago in the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem in Portugal, it's pretty much kind of a parallel with the agri-food. So what we are trying to do, we launched in 2017, we launched an agri-food accelerator in one of the most rural regions in Portugal. There was high unemployment. There was a lot of unused fields, so agricultural fields. And I think this is a very interesting experiment, Augustus, for you, because today we are kind of a victim of our own success. So there's no housing available. And people are not moving there. We launched a not-for-profit organization, Food for Sustainability, focusing specific on net carbon zero food systems. And at the moment, people want to move there, but there's lack of internet connection, there's lack of housing, there's even lack of workers at the moment. So we have kind of a lot of scalability, infrastructure to work.
But there is something being done about those challenges, right? Construction companies want to build new houses, and internet providers go there and fix everything. Oh, no. I know. I mean, you're a bit more relaxed in the south. But
it's a lot happening. Don't take me wrong. So it's good things happening, but when we think about rural development, we have to think about scalability. And how to scale these experiments, and that is I think is kind of there's a software and an hardware angle to it, and we need to take that into consideration when we talk about these rural ecosystems. Gusta's focus also on the housing and all these aspects. I think they are very good illustrations of some of the challenges we need to overcome. But good news is that today there's no land available, so all these agricultural fields have been taken up. We have attracted more than 100 million euros in 5-6 years, which is fantastic. And I think these experiments can be scaled up across Europe.
And that's good. That's why you're here, to share the good example. But if you had to describe in one word, what is the key to success of that accelerator, of that particular event, what would that be?
One word? Municipality.
Okay, 3.
Municipality was key. So involving the right stakeholders, when we have trust in each other and there's a kind of a long-term vision, we can work. I mean, privateers and the impresarios can work in making these ecosystems strong. If there's like no political will, no kind of motivation, then it's really hard work, and you don't see the results coming up. And then, of course, it's this, as you were saying, it's all down to people and hard work.
So electing the right mayors is the key. Mindaugas, you wanted to comment?
I would like to elaborate a little bit on the topic. You know, as an agri-food representative here, directly from the business, you know, let's take Lithuanian economy. Food sector is very noticeable and important for the country. For example, in Lithuania, it counts around 4% of GDP, and then more than 1,000 companies established around here, more than 40,000 jobs created, etc., etc. And then, if we go to the startups, to the newly established companies, the entry barriers in food are so low. Everybody can start the business tomorrow. I mean, making something with food. In the end of the day, when we start counting success stories, we don't have it. If we, as you said, in Portugal, here in Lithuania, the same, we have technology, tech companies really making success stories globally, but we don't have in food, it's very scattered.
But why? Where is it when it breaks?
2 things. 2 simple things. One is the knowledge, and this is, I believe, one of the missions and the possibilities for the startup village. The knowledge generally, how to start, what to do, and then another story which is more difficult and will take more time, elaborating on your example, it's infrastructure. I mean, if we take food safety, which you mentioned, which is the key in the end of the day, then the veterinary requirements for any small entrepreneur or the big company should be the same, because food must be safe. On the other hand, how you will be growing your business from the little to some, sustainably to noticeable amounts, you need warehousing, you need software, you need hardware. In the end of the day, you need to ensure a logistic chain that from your countryside, products would be delivered to the cities. And independently, one by one, those little small companies, they will not manage. So 2 things, knowledge and then infrastructure. Infrastructure in specific regions must be built. I mean, talking about also about labs or specific small-scale production established, so people can gather and then they start.
But shouldn't it be vice versa? You first have startups, and you have a startup accelerator, and then you get people moving to the region, and then this is when you build infrastructure. or not?
Well,
Chicken and egg.
probably.
But
Chicken
we
and
have
egg, what
people,
comes
we
first?
have people, we have initiatives. We don't fuel them enough so they grow and bloom. That's the question in my understanding.
Maria, you wanted to make a
Yeah, it's just that as you mentioned that we want to make them bloom. I think when we look at the whole food value chain as a whole, the thing is that it is very scattered, but it is also scattered from the value perspective, meaning that where is actually the added value? Where is it? At the same time, we see food producers like farmers. We see also food producers. That is obviously really equally important. Then there's a distribution, and then there are like consumers. I mean, what I would call for here, and also when it comes to rural areas, is obviously we probably need to create new value chains within the whole supply chain so that it will also reply to this new need. I mean, whether it is bringing value to, let's say, the land of farmers, or for example, producing, grains or materials for food production from regenerative agriculture land. So, is that agriculture land the same value as any land where we, for example, use a lot of maybe pesticides, we use a lot of chemical fertilizers. So these kind of like questions has to go rather deep, I think, also in analyzing that, okay, where do we want to put the value? And it goes also on this startup village question that, okay, it's not to replicate the same model that we already had, because that probably will not work. But it has to have a different model. And these models has to be tested. Some of them are, but then overall, we are not yet creating or demonstrating the value of throughout the whole value chain.
I want to turn to Liana now, who has joined us online, and thank you for that. I hope you have been able to follow the discussion a little. You have a good overview as a European Innovation Council board member. You have a good overview of how the concept of cross-sectoral startup ecosystems is taken up and being implemented in the European Union member states. Would you give us an overview? How are we doing?
Thank you so much to having me, and it's good to see familiar faces also on the panel. About the EIC, I would say that this program is still young, so we are just having our own learning points about what's happening in the startups. But what I want to highlight, and we need to understand the startups to really survive, it's about also investments, and it's the really important topic in all science-based startups, especially also in agri-food. And if we look in investments, how it had been since EIC comes in the market, so the investments are something that startups are struggling with. And in long-term investments, we need to understand also that these startups who are starting something, they will not become mature in the first year, maybe not only in second year, and maybe not in fifth year. So this is about how we deal with that. And Europe, in this sense, are with low risk investment. So it's AIC changing the game. We looking at this breakthrough technologies, breakthrough innovations with a high risk, and we comes in and give this security for other investors that this technology are safe, and we see the potential and the long-term potential. And I believe this is something that we need to think about also regarding the startup villages or other initiatives. It's how we can help startups survive, because the percentage of the survivors is extremely low. It's 2, 5, maybe 10% that survive after 3 years of running. And this is where should be involved governmental instruments or Europe instruments, that we put all that together and also educate not only startups how deal with this investment side, but also how investors should deal with the deep tech startups, so that it's and also what was mentioned about the unicorns. The unicorns in the deep tech, there is not so many of them also in Europe. So I believe this Startup Villages initiative is a learning and knowledge transfer that already was mentioned in panel, and I'm really glad to hear that we're talking about this knowledge sharing, that we think about common goods, common infrastructure, maybe common resources. Also, as one of the resources is the knowledge, right? So that we sharing how to do the things in one another sector, how to survive, how to reach the clients, how to reach investors, etc. This is something is really important, that we not competing with each other, but we give us strength to each other, and then it gives a common value also for the Europe and all the, like a startup ecosystem itself. So this, I would believe, would be a very important topic, that this resources that we have them enough to support the startup ecosystem in a long term.
Thank you for that contribution. Let's stop here for a little bit, because we did touch upon this question in the previous discussion. Now you say that startups are struggling with funding. In the previous panels, we have learned that sometimes they don't feel the pulse, and they basically want to pay for ideas, or they want money for ideas that will not last. That was said by the Industrialists Association. Should an industry, for example, come with their needs and just present it to the startup, so we don't have that gap? And maybe the reference that you made about competition, maybe that's the issue. Maybe they are afraid of competition, and maybe that's why we have that sort of a mismatch here. Who would want to comment? Mr. Vilis, you're...
Yeah, I would take a bit different take on this question, being also the representative of Lithuanian Innovation Center, and hearing all these troubling statements that yes, startup business or entrepreneurial process is not easy. The sector, food sector, is like specific, having many of challenges. So I'm just, raising the question that I raised to any entrepreneur that I discuss the future potential of his business. Why to suffer? Why not to come up with something that has no competition at all? And that's the mindset that I'm stepping into, the innovation or cross-sectoral kind of change that you can think of. I mean, if it's too challenging, if it's like too competitive, of course, if you look into the farming, you are probably not alone farmer in Lithuania or in Europe. If you look into the particular crops or particular type of food, again, the competition is fierce. So, shouldn't we think about, coming up with something different that helps you to escape the competition, maybe to team up with some experts from other sectors.
That's what I'm saying, because what if you have come up with something unique and you believe in your idea, but as it has been mentioned in the morning, sometimes you never even went to a village and you don't even know, for example, the real problems of the villagers. And then your idea is being criticized by saying, this is irrelevant to us and we don't need anything like that. Don't waste your brains.
But nowadays, the business or the environment is super global and super available globally, I would say. Of course, one thing is to go to your peers, to your neighborhood, and of course, everyone thinks it reminds me the business competition that happened in rural area in Lithuania, and there were like students, school kids attending for the business ideas, and one girl came up. She was the winner of that business competition. She was making, or she was like animating the storytelling over the Zoom or Skype and so on. So she was like having the business idea, and of course, if you look just around, no one is vouching for this, and it's like, oh, but what is so unique and so on. But then she turned to the Lithuanian community overseas, and for all these people, to educate their kids and to get some real Lithuanian stories to be told over the Skype was super catchy idea. And she was recruiting the grandmas and grandpas all around the village, recruiting and streaming the storytelling, old-fashioned and so on, to the community all over the world. And that was already, at the school age, she was already entrepreneur. not listening for the critique locally, but attending to the needs globally. So sometimes being entrepreneur, you have to cope with the criticism and your stubbornness to over attend all of this.
Gonzalo, what would you say about the struggles of startups?
I think there's a very important, this is not an easy question, of course. I think it's natural. We investors, we lose 9 of our investments. That's it. If we do very well in 1 or 2, 3, we are at top level. This is as good as we can get. But the point is that the economics of venture capital is hard. So when we invest in 10 startups, you do a lot of money in 1 or 2. You get your money back in 2 or 3, and then you lose most of it. But I think there's a very important distinction we have to do. One is science-based or tech-based startups, and those are the ones that really require a lot of validation and a lot of testing. For instance, EDIH, the European Digital Innovation Hubs, have some funding for test before invest, and I think this is a great. We are managing one in Smart Foods and Trade. So we are looking forward to working with European scale-ups or emerging scale-ups that have raised some funds and that want to test in different ecosystems. And agri-food in Europe is not a linear process. There's many different geographies, many different even climates and cultures and what we harvest and so on. So there's many different challenges. It's probably the toughest, let's say, sector. You can define it as one sector because there's a multiplicity of sectors. So that's one important definition. Is this a scalable, science-based or deep tech startup? If yes, then we need to kind of provide the right software, the right business acumen to support it. Then if it's a more kind of hardware, and we have, for instance, Danone, for instance, they want to buy from test farms in Portugal, but then they are demanding like sorting of different chickpea size, for instance. A sorter is a €1 million investment, and the farmer says, "Ooh, I want to do that. I have 900 hectares to do it, but then I cannot sort to Danone's requirements." So there's kind of these small pieces in the value chain that are broken. So these more like hardware kind of solutions-driven startups. They need to think about much more about collaboration, cooperative. Can we make investment together? Can we join forces with different farmers and maybe find somebody who can finance this equipment? We can share it, more kind of a Airbnb of agriculture. So we need to think about these fintech solutions so that these kind of more incremental innovations have better ways to get to market.
Thank you, Mindaugas. I think you wanted to contribute?
Yeah, I wanted to take it a little bit from different point. I mean, it's nice to hear those success stories one by one. On the other hand, what generally, as a society, what we want to achieve? Do we want to get 1 or 2 new unicorns? That's okay. I mean, in my understanding, I will be much more happy if we have 1, 2, 10 villages filled with happy people, young families and the kids, and they are creating value there, and innovation could be, you know, sustainable packaging, etc., natural product free from, and that's something which brings society up. So it's not one rich and others poor. Everybody are happy. That's the question in my understanding, and this is about infrastructure we generally talk about, and the possibilities to create. On the other hand, yes, free money is ended, and that's the story. I mean, and it will be more difficult to get money for a stupid idea which will not work for sure.
But technological innovations do not always just solve local problems. For example, I was once moderating a discussion on the European innovators after Russia has waged a terrible war on Ukraine and the grain couldn't move because, you know, the ships couldn't go. They were saying, we have to invent some sort of a pipeline that would help grains to go from Ukraine to where it needs to be exported. And then this was the discussion where everybody was saying we need some sort of a bigger collaboration where ideas could be joined together, and then this way a very, very big global problem could be solved. I don't know the development of that particular idea, but I'm just saying that, you know, it's not just local small issues that technological progress solves. Sometimes it can solve major issues, and this is where startups could help and intervene as well. But Maria, you wanted to comment.
No, I think that I think you brought this question on really important thing is as well that, well, some of the issues that are there now today and has to be solved. I mean, they are really big, they are really huge, and indeed, the startup and entrepreneurship kind of skills are there probably really. You know, we need them. We need people who think differently. Actually, one thing that I simply was referring in following your comments there is that, is it so also that in startup area we don't actually talk so much about entrepreneurship? Is that we often talk about this kind of like invention tech idea, and maybe one thing that when we talk about particularly rural areas and maybe creating more kind of fundamental understanding that how could this startup area and tech focus, could it also lead us more to profound entrepreneurship? Because you know, not many of the startupers actually are entrepreneurs. I mean, and that's fine. They don't all have to be entrepreneurs, but it's not also something that is either developed that, well, can we actually do something on a longer term than simply sell indeed our fantastic tech with a lot of money? There's nothing wrong with that either, but there's maybe another way, another pathway for these startups and to build up something that is fundamentally indeed then creating even maybe longer term impact on the society and where people are living, because the basically the whole society is going to have a stronger impact from entrepreneurship.
Let's turn to Liana for that, for the entrepreneurship. Would you agree that startups are missing and lacking entrepreneurship, and do you think that would solve a problem if they were more entrepreneurial?
I would totally agree, because there's plenty of startups who are just living the startup life. So they are not thinking about the business itself. It's just a lifestyle to be a startup. But in the same way, there also the startup, I would say this is a period of entrepreneurship growing chain or something like that. So this is one phase that you are stuck to and when you are growing. And the question is, what is needed to from the startuper become an entrepreneur? And there I totally agree that the knowledge of business entrepreneurship and the scale up, this is something that is missing. Because again, when I go back to my previous comment about investment, and I just understand, because investment itself, it gives understanding if the market is ready for it, if it understands this breakthrough technology or the innovation and can put there some credits in. So, and this is the same thing. So then question is, what is needed that they understand how to bring the idea, it could be local, it could be global, but how to scale it. And if that who's holding this idea is somebody maybe with a science background or other very specific background, then it will not succeed, because you need the knowledge or the set of knowledge to become an entrepreneur and become an industry player. And also based on your comment about if the industry come with the challenges, we have played around it also in Latvia, and we have seen in Europe, and I would say that it doesn't work. Why? Because the big industry players, if you are solving the specific problem for this player, then it's one agreement, one sell, one product. For startup, it doesn't work. It's too narrow to scale up. So that's why I believe then it's not the industry who give it challenges. It may be a region, or I don't know, several countries who comes together. Let's come. Everyone knows the climate change is there, right? It's a big challenge. Question if the startup will solve it alone? No, but anyway, it gives a very good I would say, energy and dynamics of the innovation flow for big industry players, sure, because they are too slow and not so flexible as startup is. So I believe this is a big question about this jump from the startup to entrepreneurship or the real business. This is something that we need to solve in Europe level.
Thank you so much, and let us give the floor to our audience. There are some questions coming in on Slido. Agri 2023 is the code. You can put in your question, just a reminder. Hello everyone, thank you for this very interesting online event. Very rich exchanges from Lyon, France. This is, you know, everybody deserves a little praise, so we're happy to be on the right way. And there are questions now, I will join them. Compared to urban, rural, and area communities, compared to urban, rural area communities have very strong social cohesion. How can we benefit from this is one part of the question. And then part number two, what about gentrification as a result of making the villages cool and attractive? Will there be any measures in place to prevent displacement of locals? Mr. Willis.
I would challenge this question with an opposite view that just this morning when I had the meeting of European partners online, there were like 7 partners from all over the Europe. And I was getting into the shoes of this conference and this panel, and I asked, where are you come from? I mean, Germany, Italy, Spain, and so on. And basically, all of them, they were coming from very, very remote and rural areas, even though we have the action together, you know, internationally. And sometimes I feel that nowadays, being in the rural area, being in a village that kind of supposed to have the social cohesion very well expressed, but I also see the tendency that nowadays, as I already started to unravel this, the villages, the rural, the village concept goes into the knowledge level or some other level of understanding, because the physically all my partners, they are not well aware of the things you know, happening even in their village, because they are nuclear physicist in that village, and he's like in other his knowledge village with other partners all over the world, not very well connected to his local village, even though he comes from very rural area. So sometimes it's an opposite. We do not have this very well connected rural area as we think of, and we kind of imagine that yes, everyone knows everything and so on. What we learned from other experience, being the European Digital Innovation Hub, what we see that, you know, we talk with one business in that area and he says, oh, I don't know how to automate my production. It seems such a big rocket science and so on. What are the practices? And we try to help. And what a surprise when we find in same village or in same area another company, maybe not from the same branch or domain, that might share the knowledge, but they don't know about each other being in the same village. So that's the happenings, and what we see that the local animators, someone should be in the village, you know, making the village feast or a specific mode to interact, that, you know, the local community even gets better to know each other because they still live in silos.
Gonzalo, would you relate to that, and also the gentrification question, making villages cool and attractive? What has your experience been with the...
I can share our experience in the Idania Food Lab. So when we launched, we were very concerned about this, bringing all these techies and so on to a rural area who do destroy the fabric of society, which is a very resilient social structure. So the first thing we did was we launched a focus group. So we invited everyone to come to kind of open events such as this, and we kind of did an exercise with them. What do you want for your region in 20 years time? And most of them said, I want better paid jobs, I want my sons and daughters to work in the space. And then we kind of touched upon, you know, what's missing infrastructure, what we need and so on. And there's lots of gaps or opportunities. Marilisa, sorry.
Thank you. Let's
opportunities for improvement. But anyways, it's a process, and then of course the municipality got involved, and they have been doing a massive investments, but very targeted to what the population needs. A school system which is free for all from 0 to 100 years old people. And I think this touches a lot on the networking and the communication between. There's a lot of silos in the rural areas, to your point, and we launched also a annual event which we called the annual Idania Food Lab event, where we bring all entrepreneurs from across, tech, science-based, incremental innovators, the bread and butter, as simple as complex. And we try to gather different panels around the table, so anyone that wants to learn what's going on, they have that opportunity. So this is open to everyone. So I think this, there's so many complex, so many variables one has to manage, that nobody has the answers. But I think we are on the right process. Just a final comment on the investment community and startups and so on. Failure in startups is fine, and I think it's important to learn, of course, but I don't believe we are destroying value. It's kind of a learning process in terms of the entrepreneur that failed, and there's different startup routes for some licensing, some selling their businesses and so on. And I think Europe is kind of learning a lot based on Israel, based on US and other examples. Everything is new. We are in a new world.
Anonymous is saying, fully agree with Mendogas. Society needs happy rural families, not just rural families, working on incremental innovations, more than 1 or 2 nationwide unicorns. Here I can only make a comment in defense of Lithuanian unicorns. We have 2. One of them was mentioned, it's Vinted, it helps save the planet. The other one, Nord Security, a sister company of which is Tesonet, which managed to double the amount of money Lithuania donated to Ukraine in an hour, which was 1 million. They doubled it to 2 million very recently in 1 hour. So that's the cool unicorns we've got here. But that's an off topic, but it's important to know for international audiences. Let's see if anyone in the audience would have a question or comment that they would want to ask live before we wrap up. Anything you feel is important to you is welcome. We will get the microphone, should there be any questions or comments. If not, the discussion is turning really interesting angles, but let me go back to something that we started with, and that would sort of be the main topic of this panel discussion, and I will ask you for a final comment from everybody. Would you say, and that's for Liane as well, who is online, and I hope you can hear me well. How can Startup Village initiative, do you think, how can it help establish cross-sectoral ecosystems? And what are the important preconditions to ensure the success? I know that we have partly answered this question, but let's just put some final emphasis on it. Liane, let's begin with you.
Thank you that you allow me to start. But anyway, again, colleagues already said that there's, I believe, no golden key or a very unique recipe, but I think this village should have this model. Let's call it a model. So the way how we ensure this collaboration, a little bit initiative of that we are not just putting some platform or I don't know, village itself or infrastructure, but we have a framework how we initiative such kind of collaboration between the cross-sectoral players. This is one. Another thing, I believe there should be a high ambition and challenge what we give there by saying, if you will be part of it, you will be also solve this or that kind of issue and problem, maybe globally. And this is something important because most of the startups in the beginning, they are mission-driven players. So they need to understand why I'm doing that, what kind of impact I can bring, why my idea is so cool. So this kind of let's say, a structure or model or initiative should be in the place that give opportunity to find and collaborate and network with those players who you are not seeing in or touching or whatever in everyday life.
Thank you. Mindaugas.
I think I already said it's very few things. One is learning and the knowledge. Another, which was mentioned many times already, network, strengthening the networks, and then in the end of the day, still, I mean, again, I'm jumping into my shoes and talking about food and startups in food sector. It's about infrastructure to be created to help them bloom. That's it.
Okay, knowledge networks and infrastructure. Anything to add to that, Mantas?
Few things to emphasize from my point of view is that we need to understand, and in this initiative definitely the understanding is there, that every area, every ecosystem is somehow unique and probably one solution doesn't fit all. So to embrace the uniqueness and then to invest into this smart matchmaking or some sort of the animation of these relationships to be born, because the power is in a complementary kind of connectivity of these ecosystems. So the power is there. And the last but not least is that we need to somehow to experiment even more. It is happening now, but it's even more. We need to lose the sense of geographical kind of element, but even to lose this and to try other ways of interacting, other ways of working together, finding each other, working together, and generating some results, not only through the geographical element but also beyond.
Thank you. Gonzalo?
Very quickly. So my thoughts on this, my take is that we have a fantastic opportunity. We know what we need to do now. We have lots of lots of ideas, but I think we have a fantastic opportunity. We have the European Digital Innovation Hub, the European Innovation Corridors, and we should leverage the funding that we are blessed to have European Commission and the EU looking at these rural ecosystems, and in our case, in agri-food, there's many kind of European digital innovation hubs focused on these challenges. We need to use the European funds in the best way we can to improve Europe and food resiliency and sustainability.
So making use of European instruments is what you're saying, essentially. Thanks a lot. Maria Lisa?
Well, I just maybe say here, words that come to my mind is like first that is inclusive. So, everyone be part of the solution, be active. And then obviously this kind of like a matchmaking attitude that, because the knowledge, certain kind of a knowledge is there. So can we transform it into in such a way that is actually going to be beneficial for the whole community there? And I think it can. It is just a matter of we can do.
So let's do it. Continue working. Good luck with that. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas. Thank you, Liana, as well. Thank you for joining, and thank you everybody for listening. Let us come back here after 2 p.m. 2:20 is when the lunch finishes, and I expect all of you back here. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Vilnius, the jewel of the north, is a small and cozy capital for you to enjoy at any time of year. There are plenty of things to do in Vilnius, so be prepared for the top 10 things to do recommended by the locals, because who knows their own city best? Let's roll! Let's start our video with a quick overview of the city. Vilnius is famous for the hot air balloon dotting the skyline on any beautiful summer day. The highest viewing point of Vilnius is the Soviet-built TV tower, but the nicest view of the old town can be reached after climbing 193 steps in your new church bell tower. If it happens to be a sunny day, head to the Opera Social Club, grab a drink, and enjoy beautiful sunset on the rooftop terrace surrounded by the local people and live music. I bet you didn't know that Vilnius has a republic inside the city. Welcome to Užupis, located just a quick hop over the river from Vilnius city center, with charming alleyways, artisan stores, cozy coffee shops and restaurants. There's always something to discover in Užupis. It's an ideal spot to wander and get lost. If you need a break during a hectic day of sightseeing, you can't go wrong with going directly to the Hippo Peace Market. The market hosts nearly 20 food and beverage outlets, including several options for local produce and grocery shopping. This place has something to offer for everyone. Are you more of a history buff? Then let's go for the most beautiful part of Vilnius, Old Town. It is a stunning UNESCO World Heritage Site, known for winding cobblestone streets, picturesque churches, and historical buildings. And the best part is that everything is so close that you can walk everywhere on foot. Make sure to bring your walking shoes and a camera, because you're going to want to capture the beauty of Vilnius. Let's go and see the spectacular Vilnius Cathedral. It is a primary example of the neoclassical style. Or perhaps you're more interested in castles? Climb on Gediminas Hill to explore a castle in the heart of the city center. Going further, you will reach what once called a Jewish quarter. Today, Jewish Street is really quiet, but back in days it was one of the city's most vibrant arteries. If you are still lacking for more to see, the charming street is definitely worth stopping by is Literatų Street, decorated with an art dedicated to prominent authors in Lithuanian literature. Is a perfect stop for a picture. Prison inside the city? Sounds interesting, right? Let's go and check it with your own eyes. For many years, the Lukiškės prison was protected by high walls and barbed wire, but today this area awaits curious visitors. The century-old prison has turned into an art space where many creators and artists work. Take a seat, grab a drink, enjoy a concert, or take a guided tour to learn more about past prison life. When strolling through the streets of Vilnius, it's hard not to notice street art soaring almost everywhere you go, especially in urban locations such as Newtown, famous for its street art and hipster places to party and have a few drinks with locals. Take a visit to an old fellow, Tony Soprano, who is waiting for you in Piranha's bar for a couple of pints of local craft beer. The bar is located inside a railway station, right by the rail tracks. You might even take a seat outside and sip your drink while train spotting. Then visit the nearby Halle Market, which is famous for its versatile nature, market in the day and cool party place after the sunset. So go there and immerse yourself in the city's bohemian nightlife. One more tip.
If you want to feel better after a long night out in Vilnius, I recommend you to try these hangover chips. You can find them in the Oakley bar. This is the perfect fatty and salty bomb for your cravings after the night out.
When you get tired of walking around and partying, don't worry. Vilnius food scene has you covered. Yes, Vilnius is small, but it has a big appetite for new, unexplored flavors and cuisines. Although it has a very strong stand on traditional too. Have you ever seen such a beautiful pink color in a soup plate? Try šaltibarščiai, which is also very refreshing on a hot summer days. You don't have to stick to traditional Lithuanian food to enjoy eating out. You can also find Moroccan, Vietnamese, Thai, Mexican, and other cuisines. And if you're a real meat lover, it is also taken very seriously in the Vilnius gastronomical scene. Good quality steak and lots of varieties of different meaty delicacies are waiting for you. Vilnius loves its nature and green scenery. As soon as the sun shines through the gray skies, and especially on the weekends, the biggest park in Vilnius, Vingis Park, is packed with people and hot air balloons. The park also hosts concerts, events, and festivals that take place on the stage in the center of the park. Surrounded by nature, you can relax and immerse yourself in the music or just have fun with friends. Both young and old often gather here during the day to relax and sit on the grass. Looking for a change in scenery? Right next to the park there is Žvėrynas neighborhood, which will greet you with authentic wooden architecture. The entire area is a time capsule. Vilnius is packed with museums. We got everything covered, from the national arts and craft to the darker chapters of Vilnius history. Although the KGB Museum once was a scary place, now you can learn its very intense and captivating story inside the same walls, which can tell stories about brave but unfortunate people. And if you want more, go to Kazys Varnelis House Museum. It contains more than 40 exhibition spaces combining antique graphic art, maps, Western European sculpture and painting, as well as a Varnelis' own optical art compositions. If you're more into street art, go to Open Gallery. This unique open-air art gallery is a long-term art project and cultural initiative that presents urban culture in an original way. Coffee in Vilnius is a big deal. Thanks to the big coffee lovers community, the coffee scene has exploded in the past few years, bringing an incredibly vibrant and connoisseur-like culture to the city. During the daytime, you will often find people working on their laptops as the cafes invite everyone to escape their offices for a delicious cup of coffee. Longer nights mean longer parties. Once the sun sets, the stage for nightlife in Vilnius is set. Be it a pub crawl, dancing until dawn, or just a perfect night out of the town, Vilnius is a city buzzing with people, chatter, and fun. Join the party because everyone is invited. And a bonus tip. A magnificent panorama can be viewed from the exposure, the winding Vilna River, the hills and forests of Pavilniai Regional Park, the Puchkoriai Manor, and the former Cannon Foundry. So take some snacks and spend some time in the beautiful nature of Vilnius.
From the early morning hours to long into the starry night, Vilnius has something to offer for all of us.
Hopefully, this top list will get you inspired to enjoy this vibrant city in the center of Europe. And for more recommendations, please go and check govilnius.lt.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis, to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses, to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up in these days. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourists. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots, such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halles Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it.
Thank you so much for watching the whole video, and see you next time.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for gathering back one time. We are now going to delve into the final bit of our event. It will be longish, and there will be a lot of things packed from discussions, presentations to open calls. So I hope that you're watching us online and here. I hope you're as active as you've been. Thank you for that. Thank you for asking all of your questions on Slido. We will now talk about regional development challenges and opportunities in the Baltic states. The objective of this discussion will be to talk about regional development challenges in the Baltic State region, not just Lithuania, but other countries too. Again, how cross-sectoral startup ecosystems could help tackling them, possibilities to create such ecosystems at the regional scale. There will be a great panel of distinguished guests, but before I invite them all on stage, let me invite a speaker for a keynote. This will be advisor to the Minister at Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania, Gytis Rakevičius. Let us welcome him by giving him some big round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gytis Rakevičius. I'm an advisor to the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania, and I'm very pleased to be here and to take some notes about role of financial instruments in our regions in Lithuania. So my presentations consist of actually three main parts. I will with our priorities in talking about investments, and then I will shift to, let's say, implemented financial instruments, and finally I will talk a little bit about impact of financial instruments on macroeconomic level. So I will start with our priorities, and these priorities are set in our national progress plan till 2030. As you can see, we have 17 billion euros to invest. This consists of various financial sources. This is state budget, EU structural funds, special funds, and here you can see the areas, investment areas. So first place is environment and fighting against climate change, then science and innovation, innovation and businesses are in the second place, and you can see regional development takes also significant and important place in investment areas with around 1 billion scope to invest till 2030. When we talk about achievements from financial instruments, firstly I have to say that in Lithuania we have up to now 4 national promotional institutions, agencies, which are providing let's say various financial instruments, promotional financial instruments to the market. The biggest one is Invega with 38 investment instruments, let's say, and we have also dedicated agency Žemės ūkio paskolų garantijų fondas for agriculture sector. This is translated loan guarantee fund for agriculture final beneficiaries. And if we and also we have 2 international financial institutions, European Investment Bank and European Investment Fund, also active taking active investments in Lithuania. So overall, our portfolio consists mainly of loans, guarantees, which allow to get loans to final beneficiaries from commercial banks. Also, we have increasing part of venture and private capital, and we have a small part of, so to say, hybrid and mixed instruments. When we talk about let's say whole scope and shares mobilized to financial instruments, we have various funds. As I mentioned, we have EU structural fund with 1.1 billion euros. Then we also have state budget and return investments from previous structural instruments, and we also catalyze these and attract private investments. And you can see, let's say, the shift that the numbers of financial instruments are growing. Also, the total amount of capital and investments also are growing. And agriculture as a sector takes the third place overall in investment areas. And here I wanted to show you different kind of regions and counties. I divided it into 10 and wanted to show you the investments made up till to 2022, and overall there was an amount of 510 million invested in Lithuania. And as you can see clearly, the two counties, Vilnius and Kaunas county, they take more than half investments, and then on the third place is Klaipėda in terms of investments in infrastructure. And then I take also a picture of 10 counties in Lithuania which observed investments through various businesses. So there were already invested over 6 million euros, and this is the, let's say, the final beneficiaries. Counties is actually rather the same. Kaunas and Vilnius take the major place with over half investments of the whole scope, and on the third place is Šiaulių county. If we take a look closely to the financial instruments dedicated to different sectors, overall we have 98 financial instruments implemented, administrated, and planned to take place. And agriculture has overall 15 financial instruments. So it's let's say. It opens also good opportunities also for startups and new business models. If we take a look at our perspective, we have till for the next EU program period from 2021 to 2026, we have overall 666 million to invest. As you probably know, this amount of capital consists actually of two main sources. One of them is Lithuanian national budget, and the other one is EU structural fund dedicated to capital region, and the second region is Central and Western Lithuania region. So our priorities for the next period will be business financing and also renovation of multi-apartment building, energy transition, generating of renewable energy, and increasing the energy efficiency. When we talk about achievements, what we already made, as I mentioned, we have one dedicated national promotional institution, Agricultural Credit Guarantee Fund, Žemės ūkio paskolų garantijų fondas. They are already 25 years in charge, and they are providing promotional instruments, I would say, for classic businesses in agricultural sector, so they are providing individual guarantees for commercial banks in order that farmers will get access to finance. They are also making reimbursement of interest of the loans, and finally they are also providing direct loans to farmers. Then we have also another financial institution, the biggest one, Invega, and Invega has also various financial instruments from loans to guarantees, also venture capital activities, and they are covering, so to say, all kind of stages in business cycle, from the start to develop and to grow and export stages. And also quick look to soft loans provided to the, let's say, to reacting to the war and Russian aggression against Ukraine. So we provided 31 million direct loans to agriculture final beneficiaries. Almost 13 million went to crop production. Then the second part, almost 10 million for animal husbandry and other type of agriculture activities. From the rural development program, there were financial instruments around 16 million for risk sharing loan product, and the plan for the next period from 2023 to 2027 will be also various financial products for young farmers, for investments in agricultural holdings, for sustainable investments in agricultural holdings, investments in the processing of agricultural products. And my final slide is to compare or to, let's say, reveal the effects or the impact of financial instruments. So you can see I divided this in three different sectors. So investments in private sector except agricultural. Then you can see specific investments in agricultural for food industry, and in investments in infrastructure sector. So you can see clearly that the investments in agriculture sector has huge impact on our national GDP. Also, it's impacting positive on employment. It creates jobs, and it has also a high impact on gross wage. So overall, I can say that investments in agricultural sector pays off in terms or the point of view of government. So thank you very much, and if you have some questions, I am willing to answer them.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. If anybody has questions, they're welcome to ask them on Slido. Agri-Food 2023 is the code. You can enter that code when you go to sly.do and just ask it either anonymously or with your name on it. We will have a panel discussion now. Thank you, Gytis Žakevičius, but you're not advised to leave the stage yet, because we will get a chair, and please, I think he will come back in a second. I'll invite some other speakers. Ieva Silina, who is advisor to the Minister on Innovation and Digitalization, Ministry of Economics of the Republic of Latvia. We also have Dr. Julija Kiršienė, who is Vice Rector for Research at Vytautas Magnus University. Advisor to the President, Economic and Social Policy Group, Vaidas Augustinavičius, and once again, Gytis Žakevičius hasn't moved further away. That's good. Thank you so much. Please take your seats, and thank you for joining. I think we're all set. Slido questions are available to be asked. Are we missing someone? Yes, we're missing Zane Silina. This is the problem of two people having the same last name. Not a problem, just an issue. I'm really, really sorry, but we have two people from Latvia, Ieva Silina, and then also Zane Silina, who is project manager at Latvian Rural Forum. Thank you, everybody. Let's welcome them by applauding. Sorry about that again. Referring back to your presentation, Mr. Žakavičius, EU structural funds, would you maybe tell us a little bit of the dynamics of that? Have they been, aren't we getting less and less of them with every financial perspective?
I will say this actually it goes rather in another direction, because as a Ministry of Finance we are also we are always like willing to use more structural funds as well as budget for financial instruments. So what we can see clearly in agricultural sector, that sometimes there is a willingness of let's say other policymakers to use more subsidy and grant scheme, and in our opinion it's probably a better way to use financial instruments, because this is like on the market conditions can even attract more private investment to unlock more investments into the sector, and as well as it has revolving effect, so we can reuse the same money once again in order to boost let's say new technologies, new business models in agro sectoral area.
You have used the phrase good opportunities for startups and other models. I was wondering, what does that actually mean from the perspective of the ministry? Are you encouraging that in any sort of way, or is it just that we are open for opportunities and we're not really doing anything to get them?
Well, our priority is always to create, so to say, innovative financial schemes and models. So the main role is to encourage and also to attract private investors. And what do I mean by attracting private investors? I mean that for instance, venture capital. We can share risks, we can invest together, so they have, so to say, track record, they have expertise, they know how to generate project pipelines, they know how to evaluate projects, etc. And the state can give additional money or can take a little bit, so to say, more risks in order to boost this innovative scheme. That's the one part. The second part is also that we are the Ministry of Finance at the current time undergoes the reform of consolidation of national promotional institutions. So we have planning to have this year strong development bank, and this bank should take a notable role for fostering and boosting these kind of investments in startup environment.
If you had to name the main challenge, regional development challenges from the perspective of the policy level, what is identified from the policy perspective? What challenges are crucial in the specific country of Lithuania?
Well, I think we have a similar situation as in our neighbors. We still have, let's say, investment gap to cover infrastructure, to invest more in infrastructure, because this is like a backbone for accelerating other activities and accelerating also businesses. So in my opinion, we are still lacking, or we have still a great potential to invest in infrastructure and to boost these accelerating programs also for startups and for other investments.
Investment gap to cover infrastructure. I think that the preferred term here is window for opportunity rather than a gap. At least this is what comes from previous discussions. But Mr. Augustinavičius, what would you see as the main development challenges? Would you agree that infrastructure is the main issue?
Hello, everyone. Of course, the gap of investment is one of the reasons why we have such high regional differences in Lithuania. It's worth to mention that over 20 years since Lithuania joined Eurozone, European Union at first, so our GDP per capita grew very fastly. So we started with GDP per capita below 40%, and now we have 89%. So this is the fastest growth among Central and Eastern Europe countries, and second best in Europe, following just Ireland. The issue is that we grew very fastly, but the growth was not very equal, and that fast growth surpassed the the regional differences. And now we have, for example, a capital region, which is very well developed in compared to GDP per capita, and the rest of Lithuania, where 70% of people are living, it's quite is not having such a high economic prosperity. And now we have another opportunity in this decade. So we have a new financing period. We have recovery and resilience funding as other European countries. And of course, for the president, which came with a welfare agenda, so reduction of regional differences is very important. And this decade might be crucial if we want to reduce the regional differences. And of course, such a ways as a smart growth and green growth is very important. And this is what is included and encoded in the European funding and recovery and resilience funding. And this is a huge opportunity for regional policymakers, for municipalities to use those funding in order to make a better living environment for people, to make, as it was mentioned, better infrastructure, to make it sustainable infrastructure, green infrastructure, and to foster entrepreneurship. And of course, we have good examples in Lithuania and some municipalities who are trying to do that, other maybe still struggling, but anyway, the core policy is oriented toward that. And last year, for example, it was changed very important constitutional law, which from this year, the change enables municipalities to invest more and to better absorb, European funding, because municipalities need to add additional own resources. And we saw that in the slides before that for larger cities, it's more easier to use structural funding. For small municipalities, it's not so easy to do that. So this new constitutional law will enable all municipalities to use European funding, and that will enable to decrease those regional differences and to make a better living areas in especially rural and regional areas in Lithuania.
You say that municipalities can now absorb better funding from the EU funds. Very roughly speaking, visually on the surface, it didn't seem for many years that smaller cities in Lithuania didn't absorb the funding, because you would go to a smaller town and they would use EU funds to fix the benches, public halls, public areas, and visually it seemed that it's doing much better than big cities, but then there were no people to sit on those benches. What would your comment be? Was that a success story, or was that just on the surface?
It is worth to mention that European is also changing, and if you compare new European funding, recovery resilience funds, so 40% is dedicated towards green growth, green environment, green infrastructure, 20% is dedicated to the digitalization, so meaning that green and digital growth is very important, and it by itself it's very well-developed investment, very sophisticated investment, and it will be a different story now because European funding rules change, and European has a Green Deal, it's a new course, and this is a great opportunity for regions to make a more sustainable growth and much more profitable, investments.
Yeva, is the situation really that similar in Latvia? Just to sum up, I think we have heard that lack of infrastructure, investment gap to cover infrastructure is the main challenge in Lithuania. And also on a good side, on a positive side, municipalities can now absorb funding better, and hopefully this will reduce the gap between big cities and small cities. What is going on in Latvia?
Well, actually, Baltic states are more or less the same. So the main problems were established this morning at 9:15. So it's also an economic disparity for us. It's also a lack of talent pool. And of course, there's inequalities in infrastructure. I wouldn't say that the funding is the main resource of it. But of course, for example, city of Riga, which is built for 900,000 people, right now here there are 600,000 people living in there. So of course, it has to adjust in one way or another, and same is happening here. So we have to put like extra effort, extra much love into rural areas. And as I see from presentation of the ministry, I see that it's more or less putting money where the money already are. So I would be very eager to hear what the plan is for rural areas.
But let's see the rural area specifically in Latvia. You represent an organization which is a Latvian Rural Forum. That's more than 80 organizations. What tendencies do you see in the regional development process in Latvia?
I think a lot of issues already was mentioned during this day. Of course, it's like infrastructure, as we're talking here about infrastructure gap, and also workforce, like in general, because also in Latvia we have this depopulation, you know, and not only in rural areas, also in Riga, like a lot of people moving out of Riga. So, and it's another
out of Riga to other countries.
No.
To regions.
To region. For example, Riga planning region. You know, from Riga capital, they're moving out, and also, but okay, it's a big gap. For example, in Latgal region, like 20% less people than a decade ago. You know, it's a lot, and it causes a lot of other issues. So it's like a workforce, so and then development in general in these areas, you know, housing and so on. So we can mention the same issues as in Lithuania as well in Latvia, and yeah, and Latvian Rural Forum focus on rural development from holistic way. You know, you see as a playground, I would say, from different angles. And for us, it's very important not to talk about just businesses, but also community development. And this is also a base for development of all territory in general, so and about regional development, you know, and we have this network in all over Latvia. We have 34 local action groups. They're directly working with the people and communities there, so it's a powerful network. And local action groups having this leader approach. And they develop these territories, these small territories, one by one, using a bottom-up principle, you know. And this helps local people to understand that they can do a lot by themselves. And
but how are they working exactly? Local action groups, what is it?
Local action groups, it's NGO. And here comes together like municipality, inhabitants, organizations, business people, and looking strategically on territory to understand how to develop it, what they need, what are their needs, how they want to see their village or like rural area after 10 years, you know, and then you balance all needs. It's not only about like startups or businesses there, but it's all about all community, about each person who lives there. So, and Latvian Rural Forum has a lot of instruments to support such communities. You know, we really use a possibility to have heard these people up in ministries, for example. We are every second year we're making Latvian Rural Community Parliament and gathering together a lot of people. And then also people from ministries can hear what's really happens in the...
But is it really working as you're describing? For example, what we hear from communities in Lithuania sometimes is that the government or the municipalities are not talking to people enough, are not discussing important issues enough. They're taking decisions without any consultation and so on and so forth. And that's, you know, the recurrent issue. When I'm listening to you, it sounds like it's nothing like that in Latvia, but is it really the case?
You know, Latvian Rural Forum is NGO, and it means that we can be a voice of people in rural areas, and we are doing it. We really like working directly with people in local rural areas and directly with ministries. We are like a communication canal, you know, between these two, like vertical.
Would you maybe name an initiative or two that was born out of this close cooperation and discussions?
Now we are talking, in our topic is short supply chains and like a food in general, strategically. And we have laboratories, like workshops where we are talking with local people and we're trying to understand what they need to support local producers and how municipalities could have this instrument like procurement, like an instrument to support local enterprises. And we are understood that we need to change the law to make it happen in a most effective way. So and now we are like moving up to talk about this.
So there is advocacy being done to change the law.
We want to do it. Yes, we are coming together in all these levels.
But in general, the problems, as you say, are similar. But when we talk about Latvia and Lithuania, Riga is much bigger of a city. So proportionally, probably there's much less, rural areas in Latvia than in Lithuania, like really rural areas. What would you say are the obstacles in promoting innovation in the rural areas in Latvia?
Okay, we have one more instrument we are using. It's like smart villages. Like for 2 years, like Latvian Rural Forum, we are working with this. We are giving a sign to villages who understand that they are smart ones, and we are have now like 18 smart villages in Latvia, and it's like a base for like communities and villages to understand that they are very strong, that they have resources and they have possibility to implement innovations. So we have, for example, social innovations, culture innovations, we have technical IT innovations in these villages. So we have already this small path towards innovations in rural areas.
Mr. Augustinavičius, we don't have anything like smart villages in Lithuania, do we?
We have. We have various examples. Of course, we are growing, but there are some examples. And for example, if you take, let's say, Tauragė district, so we have a town which is making very complex actions and roadmaps in clean mobility and clean energy, and gathering all startups communities in one place. So there are a lot of actions that, I mean, there could be examples, but maybe there is no some common strategy which taking all municipal grow in a smart way, but this growth is encoded in the EU investment fund. So meaning that those who are not yet smart will have to be smart, and they will give benefits to their local residents in that area. So this is growing in Lithuania as well.
I want to address the question to Dr. Julia Kiršienė, who represents academia, and I just want to ask you very generally, reduction of regional differences in Lithuania, because you probably may not know necessarily that much about Latvia. How successful is it? Is the government and municipalities, are they working enough to reduce the regional differences from your perspective?
Thank you for having me here. First of all, in this very well-organized event, I maybe very shortly just introduce my university and why Vytautas Magnus University is in this event and in this panel. Actually, our university is in 3 regions in Lithuania. We have our buildings not mostly in campus in Kaunas region and Kaunas city as well, and in Vilnius. And we, as university, are the main center of preparing specialists for agricultural sector. It's after merger of Vytautas Magnus University with Agricultural University in 2019. We are in Lithuania, I think, the main center for preparing qualified specialists for rural areas. And as well, we are the main center for preparing teachers, which is important for all Lithuania and in all other science and studies directions as well. It is comprehensive university, so we discuss a lot about the issues we are discussing in this panel with academy, with ministries, with businesses. And it was already mentioned a lot of important aspects like infrastructures, like gaps between regions and cities. And it could be mentioned even more. Yeah, it's, you know, but first of all, I would say that the center of smart villages or innovation in rural areas is intellectual potential. And intellectual potential is in people. So if we can have very good infrastructures in regions and good initiatives for investing into infrastructures, however, if we don't have intellectual potentials there, I think we have a big problem.
So you're saying that there are not enough people in the region?
It's actually, yeah, one of the problems, but I would say from other side, it's not the question in people. I would say the question is in competence, in knowledge. Are these people competent? Are these people knowledgeable? And yes, when we speak to businesses or other universities or institutes about innovation, they usually say, yes, we need money, we need funding. But it is true in a sense, but actually, I would say that we need more qualified specialists because yes, we can create good innovations here at universities, but we create them not for regions, not for Tauragė or for Pakruojis or for whatever region. We create it globally. We create it for the world. And actually, they could be applied everywhere in the world, our innovations we create at universities. So, and we, as Lithuania, as regions, we can import innovations. But in order to apply them, we need people that should be qualified very well.
Where do we get them? How do we ask the qualified people to go to rural areas?
I'd like to mention that actually what the COVID pandemic has taught us, there are plenty of people willing to go to rural areas. If there were possibility to work remotely, a lot of people were enjoying quietness, living with nature, with their family, you know, like exploring this type of lifestyle instead of urban lifestyle with all the noise, all the pollution, all the stress and so on. So what we need those innovations for more of people being supported by less amount of people. Looking by demographics, by the process happening in Europe, we see that we can hope for living longer lifespans than did our grandparents, for example, and we see that growth rates are actually declining, especially right now when the births are given by ladies born in 90s. We all know what happened in 90s here in Riga and Tallinn. So the only choice is innovation. And a lot of innovation is digital. And of course, we are talking about not innovation for Lithuanians or Latvians or never, you know, for people in one city. We are talking about innovation solving problems of the world. And those can be also people living in rural areas, enjoying the lifestyle they can have in nature, and at the same time working remotely and creating those things.
But we cannot rely on, you know, global outcries like the pandemic, that there will be a pandemic and then everybody will move to small towns and we'll have regional development, great plan of regional development. It's probably really temporary and we need broader national policies?
It's not really temporary. We can see like what the people like going out of the cities, and at least in Latvia, and I think it's a global tendencies all over the world. That's why in Latvia we have like three-part policies. One is like establishing innovation, promoting policies. We have new law of startups. We have a new development strategy of startup ecosystem. We are promoting small medium enterprises, and in the next 5 years we'll be putting 1.8 million into Latvian economy for all those money, also for digitalization 800 million, also for productivity, also for energy saving, also for fighting inequity. We are doing all those things so environment is like innovation friendly, as we need this be higher after the food chain, have more added value, so we can be all living good life, you know, from the value added. In the same time, we need to promote rural tourism to bring some people, some money also into those places. I saw a wonderful ad here about Vilnius. I love Vilnius, and everyone in Europe knows it's one of the gems we have here. But I would like so much more to see what's in countryside, because I don't have information. Of course, everyone knows Druskininkai and so, but there lacks information of that. And those are the things we have to work on. And those people going there saying, oh, it's a wonderful place, perhaps I could work there and develop my unicorn, my new startup of innovations in there.
Julia, let me encourage to finish your idea about qualified human force lacking in general, right? How could that be solved?
I think if we really want to attract qualified peoples and people to the region, we should think about all ecosystem. And I probably would mostly elaborate on educational ecosystem, but just only one example from what's going on, let's say in Vilnius. Yeah, we now will have municipality elections, and one of main candidates to Vilnius mayors, he says, he promises to his electors that we will attract the best math teachers from all Lithuania. We will have the best skilled math school pupils here in Vilnius. What does it mean for regions? And what does it mean when we talk about educational quality in Lithuania here in Vilnius and in Lithuania scattered in all
but this is an electoral
towns.
campaign. If it was the possible mayor of Radviliškis, he would be saying the same, that he will attract all the best teachers to Radviliškis. Let's not take that seriously.
It is just an example that how important could be even general education, because problem begins there. And if we don't have, school children well educated in regions, school children from Vilnius, they will not come to our university to such programs where we prepare qualified specialists for regions. It is smart, very good programs for agricultural sector, but pupils from Vilnius, they will not come to these programs, and they will not return to regions. Actually, we should think about, pupils which are in regions, but they are not well prepared, because educational quality could be not like 20% worse there, it could be 10 times worse than in Vilnius.
Let us ask the advisor to the president about the reduction of regional differences. Is there being done on the educational level to ensure that everyone gets the same level of education throughout the country?
Yeah, so this is one of the most important issues and stressed by the president, that Lithuania has a lot of natural resources, and the only natural resource is human capital. And we must promote it as possible better. And I think it was last year it was passed new laws which provides more possibilities for equal start in education, meaning that in mentioned regional areas, so it's preschool education is very poor in terms of access to those services. And if you have not enough qualitative start, meaning it will take some results in later stage of education. So equal start was one of the most important changes recently in the education system. And of course, it will take time to generate the dividends from the very beginning, the very start. So the next flow of actions, how to say it, it should be upskilling and reskilling. It's also getting more and more popular and involving more people. And in Lithuania, we have 7 free economic zones where companies can establish business in different regions. And upskilling and reskilling activities, institutions are also playing a very important role in that. So, but it's not like ad hoc changes. We need to persistently promote our people, talents, and human capital.
What about the education situation in Latvia?
Education differences. I think main problem for us is that lots of regional universities are having like filials, how it's called, like smaller part of a larger university based in Riga. We have like part of it in the city. And if there are some courses, like last courses to come in Riga to get the best professors, and so what we see is that most often those people stay in Riga. Because of course, if you are studying like a great program in university, you know, possible enterprises always hunt for you, right? There are a lot of offers. Please come to our company, work here, do this, and they tend to stay in cities. So we need something kind of to put people back in there, or either kind of people generating enough value so people in rural areas can live well enough. So actually, the main course, anyways, main goal is like sufficient lifestyle, kind of living happily life, prosperous for all of the people in Baltic states.
I do remind everybody of the possibility to ask questions on Slido, or if there is a question in the audience or a critical comment or a remark, anything that you want to make, please raise your hand. There will be a microphone running. We still have roughly 15 minutes for the discussion, so do contribute and intervene if you feel the need to. Nope. Yes, thank you. I think the microphone is coming. Would you please wait for a second?
Thank you very much for all of your, this panel as well, really interesting. I wanted to hear, do you have any thoughts on kind of incentives? I mean, rather than just a great infrastructure, but maybe tax incentives or other type of maybe economical incentives that might also attract, you know, people, but also maybe these startuppers, particularly to consider rural areas. I mean, here obviously that there are countries that are attracting, for example, people to move over with some kind of a tax reduction. Have you had any of these kind of thoughts or other type of incentives that you see that would work?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, Latvia.
If I can start, I'd possibly share what's happening in Riga, not Riga, but in Latvia overall. As I mentioned, we recently signed the memorandum of understanding together with Startup Ecosystem Development Strategy for the next years, and there are some nice initiatives in there for startups. As Augustus in the keynote also said, that it has to be put also in rural areas and everywhere, and have to support them. So we have investment sessions. It's one of the initiatives. Mentor program creation for startups. New risk capital instrument development on principle of fair. Pari passu is the right word, but it means like in equal terms. Also, we have those sandboxes for testing areas. Well, that's the one initiative actually just in Riga at the moment. In VEF area, we have this cluster of IT technologies, and also with Riga Technical University and University of Latvia. And like bigger program, it's overall in Latvia. We have this innovation development program. It's like research program, just way over in this technology readiness level. All those technologies, all those knowledge made in European projects and research projects to bring them closer to market, so we can just make like the last leap commercialization. We have also programs for that, and bring them to startups, because the startups they're of course, you know, it's the brightest and the best way to bringing innovation all over the world, but at the same time they are not happening in blank space. The best place for startup its ecosystem. For example, if you have hospital, it's actually not a hospital. It has to be like a health city. It has to be like a place where there are patients, where there are patient NGOs, where there are researchers, where there are startups, where there are medical professionals trained in innovation who can see what's needed for the people and give idea for startups also testing at the same time so we can fly over the world, because the people are all the same, you know, everywhere, and the problems are the same. We just have to be more creative, and we are extremely creative countries in here. We just have to catch those and implement those and make profit on those.
Mr. Žakavičius, any tax incentives in Lithuania for startups and different types of innovations in the regions?
Well, talking about, let's say, regions, we do have some really great, let's say, investments, and well, I'm tackling to the issue infrastructure, but I think the second wave of public investments goes to renewables, yeah, and we are investing in renewables, energy sources, and generating plants, etc. And those kind of investments are in the regions. And then we unlock the potential also for the whole environment of startups to maybe realize where the business ideas are. And I think overall, Baltic region is a great testing platform to scale up new technologies, new business ideas to go global. Second thing is that we are actually really good in attracting foreign investments, and these are also related to our regions because we have prepared various programs for attracting it, for investing in free economy zones, in let's say industry parks, etc. So we are like preparing the infrastructure for green and brown investments. Secondly, we are also very strong in, let's say, clustering and combining different kind of businesses to have a common strategy, to have a common goal, to engage all kind of stakeholders and to boost their businesses. Also, we are actually leading in fintech and financial hub, let's say.
Does that have anything to do with rural areas?
Well, I think that, we have to see the whole picture a little bit global, and I think if we are very good at one specific area and one specific priorities, so then we have, let's say, also a leverage effect broadening to other networks and business sectors. So. I won't be so focusing on the specific region because I think that cooperation is the key and the future of growing all regions together.
So you don't think that reduction of regional differences is crucial?
Well, it is crucial, but in every challenge or every how to say problem, there is also a challenge. I think we should more of be focused on, let's say, cooperating and finding maybe the best infrastructure in one region than to use the needs or the benefits for other regions.
I can see that there is a question in the audience before that, because you asked to mention some initiatives. Sometimes the initiatives that are not necessarily related to startups come from individual municipalities. Like, for example, there is a municipality where the mayor decides to get high salaries for doctors who would decide to come to that region. Then they get flats for cheaper price, and these regions then, you know, prosper with medical equipment and with the infrastructure, as you say. But does that always have to be dependent on individual mayors? That's the question to the advisor to the president.
So I think also it is worth to mention it's not just tax incentives, but if you want to attract people to regions, so it's about their living area. And in Lithuania we have financial support for those young families which are buying first or flat or house for accommodation. So this is very important. This is the starting of people who are moving to regions. Afterwards, of course, we can speak about where they work and what they do, what economic activity they do. And of course, we have, as I mentioned, 7 free economic zones, and we have more favorable tax regime. So we have 7 economic zones in different regions. So business can also go to any regions and to find their location. So either it is startup or either it is industrial companies and so on.
Augustus Alexunas has a microphone and we're all ears.
Thank you. It's less than a question than my remark. Quick story. So I have a friend, good friend of mine. He is vice president of one of the top 5 biggest computer electronic corporations in the world. So salary is a little bit above 1.5 mil per year. And what he is doing is he is jumping in between Dubai and Singapore, because those 2 regions are competing, talking about the taxes and tax exemption. And now he is swapping them like, like the shoes, like every single 3 years, because someone is offering better conditions. And when you're getting more than a mil, it makes sense, to save 10 or 15% of that, amount of money. So more of my advice, maybe to the representative of Ministry of the Finances, is that what you are saying, and all of you are talking, it's more about, the incentives for the setting up the businesses and building the infrastructure, which is absolutely right. And I was talking during my keynote about the same. But I remember it was a great remark from the CEO of the Vikonda that he would like to see not one more unicorn in Lithuania, but like 10 happy villages with the happy people, blah, blah, blah. So I would say that maybe the government would be able to find the scheme and the model of the incentivization of the municipalities or the counties. So they would start in between them to compete about some kind of tax exemption or, additional subsidizing for the people to move to that specific region, just to try it as the pilot. Because for the businesses, it's clear. A lot of motivation is happening in the regions, but what about the people? Because Yulia was talking that the bright minds has to come to the regions. So you don't need to think only about the entrepreneurship thing, but you need to think about, mid-high level managers or scientists or whatever is needed. So that's just a few cents from my side.
Okay, tax exemption competition between regions. How does that sound, Mr. Zhakavicius? Are there any sort of discussions like that in the corridors of the finance ministry?
Well, it's actually difficult topics because on the one hand we want all have to tax incentives. On the second hand, we want to have public services, which is financed by the taxes. So I think it's very individual, and we always have to be clear with our final direction and what we want to achieve. And this is probably we have to take a whole picture, and there are always different kind of alternatives. It might be tax intensive, maybe subsidies, maybe grants, maybe in some cases financial instruments, maybe unlocking banking services, providing loans on a commercial basis or other. It depends of what we want to achieve and what kind of instruments is the most suitable for this goal. So there is no yes or no answer.
Thank you. Yeva?
I'd like to add on Latvian experience. I can totally agree to Augustus that person searches where it's more convenient for him, but to kind of see all those differences in taxes, well, it's just for extremely smart persons. So what we are doing in Latvia to kind of make it easier, we are building low rental cost buildings. Because of course, both in here and in Latvia, we had quite a bit of buildings from Soviet Union, and you know how they are like, well, they are how they are, right? So they are building those new buildings, energy efficient, so the, the bills will be low for all the commodities, and also, it's very low cost for the rent. And so the person getting the same salary, especially can work remote or so, also can have this, and this also like financial gain, the same idea as you said, just got in a different way, one of the things we are doing.
Talking about that multi-story building renovation program.
No, we're also doing that as well. Of course, it's what we all are doing in the region. But we are building new buildings and energy efficient, and at the same time, so we can offer very low rent apartments for persons to live in there, because we see, how the rent prices are going up in here.
I think that's also an interesting point for discussion because the finance ministry representative has mentioned this program as something which you prioritize. However, I understand that in general it is stuck a bit because construction companies don't really want to work on them because the prices of construction have gone up and they have to re-sign the contract and so on and so forth. But that's our national problems, which we are not going to dwell on. I want to ask you this. As far as I understand, the Baltic countries do absorb the EU funds well, right? And the commissioner in the morning talked about different policies, different measures, two policies, long-term vision for European rural areas, new European innovation agenda, then programs like Horizon Europe, European Institute of Technology, and there are many sources of funding, right? So in terms of fostering innovation in the regions, isn't the answer just more funding possibilities or making use of the existing funding possibilities to attract all of this innovation fostering in the regions? You just have to tell the innovative people about the funding possibilities louder and louder because as far as I understand, there is a lot of them. And maybe they would go to those regions and just do their startup things there. It's just, I mean, it sounds like there are so many opportunities, but then why are we struggling so much? Let's make a final comment each. And how can initiatives like Startup Village be instrumental there?
Probably it's worth to mention that it's not just about funding. Funding without funding you are not able to do much. But in above the funding, there is a need cooperation between scientists and business, between public sector and private sector. Commercialization of innovation, this is the core issue. And in some areas, for example, in Lithuania, in biotechnologies, we can do a lot. The sector is booming. But we can also move to other sectors, to other green economy sectors, which could also make a boost and make a much more value-added economy in other sectors, not just, for example, biotechnologies. And in this respect, so of course, municipalities has also a lot of power to incentivize and to invite various scientists and businesses and try to organize, to help them to cooperate in different areas. For example, we have town of Molėtai, which has now a new factory which will be building electronic, very well developed things. So meaning that in Lithuania we have good examples where business and scientists cooperate and work together and make large business units, large advanced factories and so on. But we need more examples, and all ingredients are needed, but we are not able to miss anything, but all should be working together and someone should consolidate them.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Molėtai factory because I think that the reason why it is there is because the owner of the company is originally from that town, and this is how all of these things start. It all depends on individual people so many times. Your final comment, Ieva.
I'd say that innovation is not happening in blank space. So in Latvia, we have like a spice cluster in Ventspils, we have IT cluster in Valmiera, we have lots of others, but it's where something is located. So you cannot just bring some person or some institute that happens that magic will grow. No, it's not like this. We have to work together and we have to develop all the Baltic states in the same time. And that's actually what this initiative is for, right? So we can work together on talent pool, attracting and educating the people we already have in here. We can work for attracting more funding to Baltic states, because let's be clear, for Americans, for example, Australians, well, we are a kid, we are just Baltic states that cannot pinpoint each of our countries. And of course, making legislation, the way the companies want to come here, wants to invest in here, want to have their factories in here, so we all work better together. So it's common work, and that's what this initiative is great for.
Julia, is it really not just about funding?
Yeah. If it would be one word, I would say we should change our mindset from this centralized, hierarchical, concentrated, city-centered into more decentralized, inclusive, context, inclusive, cooperative, regional. Yeah, it's the problem of mindset, and actually this centralized mindset is anti-trend in global world now, in this networking world. So we should step by step try to change it.
Mr. Žakevičius?
I would also say and totally agree that probably the cooperation and working together, growing together, this is probably the key strategy for all regions. And there was a financing issue. I think that the government has strategical goals. Therefore, we have also plenty of financial instruments, plenty of initiatives to reach these goals, these milestones, etc. So, but the key element, I think that if we have great technologies, great innovation solutions. Businesses is not just about making margins. It's way beyond that. It's making social impact. So where there is a good idea, a good innovation solution, there will be also a suitable finance for that.
Thank you, Zane.
Yeah, here I think the most important what we talk about is communication. You asked how people can know these all instruments. They need to have a communication all the time. We need to have a communication between all levels. And actually 56% of inhabitants in rural areas in Europe don't feel heard. You know, and here we can understand, yeah, communication is the case. And actually keep everything simple. Because if there are a lot of instruments, how can you choose the right one, you know? If it's not simple way, this is for this is for that. So communication, I think this is the word.
Thank you so much for your insights, for naming the problems and offering some possible solutions to them. It was very insightful and really interesting. Thank you so very much for joining. Last but not least, we will be moving to the final bit, an exciting bit of our conference. Startup Village towards transformative solutions for sustainable future, expectations and opportunities for collaboration and funding. We will hear some open calls, but before that happens, I want to ask Augustas Aleshunas to come on stage and share some ideas on how to make the most of open calls for startups. Let us welcome him again.
The 3, 4, 5 years working. Okay, so one statement, one thing what I hate, and what thing I wish to all of those who are listening the broadcast online and the young people who are here in the audience. So, firstly, when I was doing the keynote, I promised that I will be more practical than theoretical or the political. So. I invited 8 different projects to come here today and to present the new open calls on the scheme of Cascade funding. So in total, we are bringing here more than 21 million euro, which could be taken by the market, could be taken by the startups, by the young teams, to foster the technologies, to foster the things what they're planning to do. So this is the statement, so please listen, exploit, and be proactive. Now, the thing what I hate is that I think, well, Agri-Food Lithuania was founded like long time ago. It was about 2012, but we started to do the hackathons, I would say, on about 2016, 17, and we've done, I don't know, let's say 15 or 20, a lot of them. And what I was shocked about after the 3 years of the start of the hackathons is that, when we were doing the first and the second, I was really, thrilled, excited, passionate about the teams who were participating in the hackathon. And I was the mentor, I was the judge, And then I was super excited and happy about those who were winning the hackathons. But the paradox come up in about year or two after the first one, when I see the same faces coming to different topic of the hackathon and presenting absolutely different new concept within 3 months once the first one was finished. So I would like to define the new profession. Maybe Yulia can take it and to train them in the university. It's called hackathon years. So these are the people who are jumping from one hackathon to another hackathon, presenting the concepts, building the concept, and that's about it. So in my perspective, I cannot say that I hate those people, but I hate that concept because actually it's a waste of time of the organizers, it's a waste of time of the mentors, the judges. We're getting a little bit more than those who are participating in the hackathons. And it's a waste of the money because it's pretending that you're doing something, but to be honest, at the end of the day, you are not creating the value. So this is the hate part, and now love from the heart to everyone who is gonna, be in the session is that my advice: please do not become the, junkies on the public money. And what I want to say by that is that during the pitches, and I told you I invest in the companies, so I've heard many of them, and some of the ideas, or even started to be built technologies, were amazing. And really I was believing, but maybe it was too early, not ready, to put the money, and now I'm super happy about it. Why? Because the passion was there. As I was telling before, the fire in the heart was there, and the teams were really building what they were believing in. So belief was there as well. But then somehow, by accident, they got teased with the public money, grant, subsidy, call, whatever you like. And then, it works like cocaine. Like you feel a pleasure for a certain time, then it goes away. Happens. And then instead of, trying to work hard, long-lasting way, working out for a, efficient, high value added and stuff, people working around the same prototype, the same technology, renaming, refining, retuning, redesigning for the years, which is also kind of, in my opinion, fraud and theft of public money, but this is not the worst case. The worst case is that if not that addiction to the public money, I would definitely can guarantee that at least 10–20% of those young people who I've seen in my life, they would do, if not the unicorns, then super deep tech, super rich startups with gazillion of money invested, instead of, trying to bounce from 50K to 100K. So the advice from my heart is following to everyone here is that if you will be tempted to participate in few of those perfect projects with the open calls, do only if you are actually building something already in that segment, in that sector, which is aligned with the open call. Don't try to, reshape and reroute your path just because to get the 100K or 50K, because this can ruin actually your idea, your belief, and what you're working for the years. So thanks again. Just wanted to share some insights because nobody else will allow me to talk anymore today. Pleasure.
Thank you. So now we'll hear from those people who have just received a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And let me first invite Orsolia Chaponche. I'm sorry if I'm doing it very, very wrong. I haven't had a chance to meet you, I think, to double check. Managing Director at Inoscar, DIH, and everybody will have 5 minutes each, right? So the floor is yours, and we're all ears. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and for inviting the project that I will represent you, not the project, but the first open call, which is upcoming soon and within in a framework of 5 minutes. And this is a project which is called Suave. This is a project undergoing the several other Eurocluster projects, which we will start to know within Europe. There are at least a dozen or a little bit more. So Suave is about urban agriculture. In the morning, we heard from Mr. Beer that agriculture is very closely linked to the notion of rural area, but this project is about bringing the agriculture to an urban environment. What it means. This is a very good question that we are in the phase of trying to find the exact answer, or not, even if not finding the answer to this question, to this, but narrowing down to a more or less comprehensive understanding of what urban agriculture is, and we are now very close to the final definition. And it's a good message for the SMEs that a lot of participants will be placed in it, from beekeepers to horticulture sector representatives. Please keep eyes on the open calls. So the target groups are, of course, SMEs and startups, who are the main stakeholders or the targeted groups with the open calls under this framework of Eurocluster projects. And these SMEs will have to have some link to urban agriculture, and will have to fulfill the SME definition of the European Union. And we will be able to support many SMEs coming from different countries, not only from the member states, but from a wider group of countries. What we will finance, or what the SUAVE project will finance, with grants, with lump sums, varying from approximately 5,000 euros to up to 25,000 euros. So there will be place to upskilling, reskilling of yourself, of your employees. I'm talking to SMEs. There will be room to travel to European or international, beyond Europe, matchmaking activities. There will be a small place, a room, some for innovation activities, small pilot projects. You will not be able to develop high-level new solutions from the scratch, but you will be able to make an additional small step within your activities. There will be 2 rounds of open calls. We are now close to the launch of the first one. We don't have the exact date today. Keep eyes on social media and other channels where you will be able to get information about SUAVE open call. It will be approximately at the end of March. The first open calls will be open for 2 months, and there will be then an evaluation process, a contracting phase, and the projects will be able to start approximately in September. And the second round of open calls will come up in the next year. Yes, I have an important message, which is not only relevant to SUAVE, but to all other Eurocluster projects, that now they all started at the beginning of September. And the good news for SMEs is that there will be not only under urban agriculture, but many other sectors and topics, European money funding possibilities for SMEs. I just can support Augustas with the message, but don't shoot to whatever is there. Please target your weapon on what is needed and designed for you, for your SME organization. So that's about, if I'm still in the room, if you want to have some information about SUAVE, I'm happy to answer while I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please target your weapon on what is needed. That was the key message, I think. I would like to now invite project manager at Litmea, Laura Uturite. Epicenter is the name of the project. Let's welcome her on stage and hear from her.
Šito nenaudot. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here and thank you for invitation because it's really very good opportunity for me to present the project which we are implementing with our project from two different countries, with Spain and Italy. So today I'm going to present you the general and really briefly information about our open calls, which we are going to launch soon. So the main target of our project is SMEs and startups. The total budget, we have €1,050,000. Timeline, so we already starting our opening calls and it will be lasting till 2025 of August. And the purpose of Epicenter project is convince and create the new value chain for SMEs, clusters, and corporates to create common goals and to convince them to work together. There will be two main finance activities. It will be acceleration program and the academy where participating SMEs and startups could actively be involved. Mostly the academy activities will be like boost camps, like matchmaking events, coaching, mentoring, and so on. It depends on the SMEs and startups will be involved in the projects. The last but not least, what I would like to present, so the main Epicenter acceleration program scheme. So in the beginning, we are going to have two open calls and three main stages. In the first stages, we are going to select 50 projects which will get €1,400 supporting, financial supporting, and 850 for the academy activities. Later on, we are going to select 25 SMEs and startups who will get the €31,000 and 305,000 for academic activities, and in final stage, in drive stage, the SMEs and startups are planning to get €10,000 each and €2,050 for academy activities. So they are the acceleration program which we are going to implement in our project. So we really invite all SMEs and startups to follow us in LinkedIn in Epicenter Europe cluster to join and look the news for coming calls, and please join our project and participate in the activities which we are offering for you.
Thank you so much, Laura, for presenting the opportunities. I will now want to invite on stage Senior Innovation Officer at Agri-Food Lithuania, Tomas Gitsudis. Let's give him some round of applause as he's coming on stage.
Van a galibájuk, hogy nem írják ki a magyar részt, meg
Okay, no problem. Wait. Now? Good. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Tomas Gitsudis, and I'm the Senior Innovation Officer at AFL. From my side, I would also like to thank you for your time and the effort that you put to be here with us today. I know it's been a long day, so I will try to be concise and brief as possible. I will present to you one of the funding opportunities that is addressed to European SMEs through a funded European project called High5. It's a project that was born within a partnership called Smart Sensors for Agri-Food. So what is the project about? The main goal of the project is to foster and to enable activities that are targeted specifically to SMEs in order to implement or to bring to the market solutions, innovative digital solutions that also address challenges specifically for the food processing industry. And how to do that? By providing direct funding through a voucher scheme, by providing support services on an individual and on a collective level, and by collecting the lessons learned and the good practices, and by valorizing them through the smart sensors for agri-food network and ecosystem on a European level. In total, more than 9 million euros are dedicated for direct or indirect support actions to the SMEs. For the target groups, as I have mentioned, we are addressing SMEs, but there are two requirements that need to be taken into consideration. First one, I have already mentioned it. We want SMEs that offer solutions that are addressing challenges specifically for the food processing industry. And the second one is that these SMEs need to be based in one of the countries that is represented within the consortium of the project. And here you can see the map of the consortium. We have partners from Spain, from France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Slovenia, Hungary, Lithuania, and Finland. So these are the two things that you need to keep in mind. What do we offer? As I've mentioned, we have the support services, the support actions on an individual and on a collective level. On an individual level, the support actions aim to assist the SMEs in addressing the challenges that they are facing with the adoption or the implementation of innovative digital technologies. The collective support actions in this project are translated into 4 cross-regional events. These events will include matchmaking sessions, training sessions, pitching sessions within the SME, with the SMEs and the technology providers, the technology developers, the innovation facilitators, the policymakers, etc. The main contribution is, of course, the direct funding, the voucher scheme. The voucher will provide a maximum of 60,000 euros per SME as a lump sum contribution at a 70% funding rate, meaning that the total budget per project per SME will be approximately at around 85,000 euros. And the eligible actions are the ones that are going to be contributing to the further development and to the further implementation of already tested solutions, digital solutions, as either services or products or technologies, meaning that we are looking for solutions that their maturity level has already reached TRL 6 and above. The times that you need to keep in mind, the dates. So as I've mentioned, 2 open calls. The first open call is going to be launched in the upcoming June. 2 months in order for you to prepare and submit the proposals, and approximately around 2 months for the results. The second open call will be launched on January 2024, there is still plenty of time, but it will be also, and the duration will also be for 2 months up until March 2024. So in total, the project has just been initiated, so keep in touch with the project, keep in touch with the consortium, you can keep in touch with us as AFL, and you can just bring us your solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I would like to now invite a speaker who will present as many as 5, I think, funding opportunities, right? CEO at Foodscale Hub, that will be Mr. Mladen Radicic. Please, the floor is yours. You have as many as 25 minutes or less if you like.
Thank you very much. So I speak in this one, right? I usually speak very loud, so if I get 2 mics, it will be a disaster. Okay, good. Well, many thanks. I'll do my best to present in the upcoming 20 or so minutes funding opportunities brought by Foodscale Hub and our partners. But before I deep dive into very interesting topics, let me tell you just a few words about our organization. So we are a food scale hub. You can see over there what is our mojo, what we try to do, and how we try to do it. I will explain you in the following minutes. Where we are an organization that is located in two beautiful European cities, in Thessaloniki and in Novi Sad. We have 2 offices, and we have a great team of people that is bringing many innovative ideas to light. And well, you can see that, as we say, by choosing the food we eat today, we decide what our world will look like in the future. So what we try to do is to redesign and improve agri-food value chains as much as possible. And we participate in a triangle of agri-food, but also technologies and digitalization, and last but not the least, innovation and entrepreneurship. I was promoting open calls and funding opportunities over the last decade in many European countries and areas. And wherever I went, especially in rural areas, I felt a very great energy by people over there. And we have heard today that it's also about people, not only about getting some funding or about utilizing some opportunities in terms of technical aspects. So what we try to do is to actually have very interesting projects where our partners and our stakeholders can actually benefit from many of our activities, such as networking, funding, but also capacity building and many others. So this is just a brief overview of many of our activities we do. And one of the, I would say, very interesting topics is actually access to finance, open call management, etc. In our activities, as Augusta pointed out, we also try our best to leverage public and private funding as much as possible, so we follow that concept as well. So this is Open Call Hub. Open Call Hub is our Foodscale Hub's digital platform, which is actually created and run by our team. It is the digital tool that we use to actually run the management process around open calls. So you can see here the list of activities that we do by selecting evaluators, also collecting applications, having very thorough and spotless review processes over there, and I will also create final links of winning projects, and last but not the least, to communicate transparently, but also to secure bulletproof processes. And now I will present 5 of the open calls that we currently have or will have in the near future in Foodscale Hub together with our partners. The first one is ongoing Horizon 2020, the rural, and the following 4 are Icarus, Titan, EcoReady, and In-Cities Food, brought by Horizon Europe support program. So let me start with the first one. The rural is really about rural communities. That's the actually project and open call with the aim to develop digital solutions based on, as it says here, exploitation of data from existing services platforms. And project inspires actually individual entrepreneurs and innovators to provide simple service provisioning, but also more technically oriented companies and SMEs to provide complex services in those 4 European regional rural regions from Spain, Netherlands, Croatia, and Sweden. And it is actually, the call is closed now, but it was open for all the European entities applying solutions in those particular rural regions. So this is very important because we boost cross-European collaboration, and we have seen many entities coming from different countries applying to have their solutions actually embedded, applied in those specific regions. So this is also something that we are very proud of. Together with our partners, we actually do our best to foster cross-country collaboration. So this was a very, just at a glance about the call itself. Those individual innovators, they will get up to 5,000 euros, while technically oriented applications will get up to 50K. In total, we had 2.1 million to disburse. But what is also very important is the upcoming mirror region open call, where we want to see actually entities grouped together and trying to replicate those solutions happened across the rural regions elsewhere. So it's also about bringing solutions developed in particular areas somewhere else in order to learn from how rural regions in some parts of Europe can actually help other rural areas to develop some interesting solutions when it comes to simpler or complex service provisioning in a particular field of not only agri-food and food processes, but also rural tourism and many other sectors of interest. Target groups, as I already mentioned, those two first open calls on simple and complex service providers are already closed, and currently we are undergoing through evaluation procedure, while mirror regions calls will be published soon. And I warmly invite stakeholders from all around Europe to simply follow us and learn more on how they can potentially replicate these activities. These are the regions, the 4 regions I mentioned, with the sectors over there. So it's also about providing comprehensive aspect to the regional development. So besides agri-food, as you can see, transport, mobility, tourism, healthcare, and social care, also very important aspects such as e-government and local food systems and short food supply chains. Next in line is Horizon Europe project Icaeros. Well, the vision is to explore drone-based opportunities and provide a more complete and interconnected account of their potential and impact as multi-purpose vehicles in the EU agriculture, forestry, and rural areas again. So this is also an open call focused on rural domain pretty much. And as you can see here, it will disburse more than 1 million euros dedicated to financing both technology providers, but also end users. So what is important for us here is that rural communities being possibly on the end users side of the equation also benefit a lot from the open calls that we are offering. And that is something that they appreciate very much, and that is something that they like to see in this kind of activities. Of course, all with the purpose for safe deployment of drones in agriculture and other areas. So this is our vision, and within this particular project, we'll create a comprehensive platform, and you can see the, I would say, parts of the toolbox that will be bringing this Icaeros platform to light. One of them is, of course, open call triers, which all call push and pull open calls from technology providers, but also technology seekers. Yes, we have open calls coming starting from 1st of April, so very soon. There will be chances to apply and actually to benefit from the open calls. We have 2 push and 2 pull open calls for seeking technology and also offering technology. And this particular open call will be run on our Open Call Hub platform. Who is for push open call? As you can see, tech stakeholders such as drone manufacturers, AI and IoT companies, research institutes all across Europe, startups and SMEs exploiting big data. But while on the pull side, we have end users such as agri, production, environmental monitoring, and rural communities. So once again, a big opportunity for our rural stakeholders. We will finance a different set of activities, deliver and exploit drone-related data sets, while on the pull side, to utilize drones and services built around them and for them. So this is something that is very interesting, especially when it comes to addressing particular commercial needs of rural entities. And this is a complex overview of the upcoming timeline and what is happening. Of course, I will not deep dive into details now, but it is important to highlight once again that we start from April 2023, and this will be very interesting, I would say, upcoming 4 calls, 2 push and 2 pull. Next in line, we have a Titan, very interesting project. It aims with its vision to develop and demonstrate innovations and solutions that will aid transparency and facilities improvements in sustainability, health, and decision-making around food systems. It's all about enhancing food transparency. So the Titan's open call will be focusing on that particular domain. And as you can see, 1.25 million euros is dedicated to finance novel innovations of 24 European SMEs that will be grouped around 8 SME consortia in the areas of food safety, transparency, authenticity, sustainability, health, and improved food choices. What is very important here to highlight is actually the fact that we will have small groups of SMEs joining together, where expertise will be quite different, where we actually seek for these innovative solutions. So we will have a single open call, small consortium of 3 partners, 8 so-called external pilots will be funded. This is amount per consortium, slightly more than 150K, which will actually allow them to tackle one of those 3 challenges. And this is also a call that we will be running on our open call platform. So who can apply? As you can see here, we have mentioned today at a certain point of our discussion, rising stars of the EIT. We have a lot of those members in our Titan group, in our consortium, that are actually piloting very interesting activities around these topics. And then we want to replicate, or actually to motivate other European startups and SMEs to do their best to follow good examples and good pathways of rising stars SMEs that they actually did. So this is something that we also contribute as a large group of partners in networking effect, not only providing, as we spoke before, certain amount of funding. What is expected? Of course, we want to contribute to Farm to Fork and EU Green Deal strategies. Increasing transparency in the food supply chain is of utmost importance for European food systems, and this is something that, among many of other activities we conduct, we will tackle in Titan, and as I already mentioned, these are the topics. And this is a very simple algorithm, but very complex background and back office work needed in order to have this simple algorithm seeing the daylight. So from the eligibility check, remote evaluations, interviews, consensus meetings, communicating to our winners, actually to a final contracting phase, and then providing several cycles, as we call them, must do, should do, and could do cycle. Very important as we go. SMEs also grow. So this is something that we are experiencing, that we will be actually experiencing in this project. Next in line is Eco-Ready. Eco-Ready is having its vision to develop a real-time surveillance systems and an observatory that will function as the necessary singular source of information. And as you can see, climate change, biodiversity, and food security, many of topics of relevance for rural areas in Europe. We will be disbursing 4 million euros to finance 10 so-called living labs across Europe, acting in the fields of food security, biodiversity, and climate change. It is very important that those solutions will actually contribute to the overall project's so-called Eco-Ready Observatory, and this is something that we will be having in upcoming several years. So very at a glance, this call will be also run on Open Call Hub. It will have a single open call, small consortium of at least 2 partners, 4 million euros for FSTP, 10 living labs. Will be giving 400,000 per consortium, and of course, in between 60K and 200K per consortium member, depending of a precise number of entities who have applied. So this is something also very interesting coming from our Food Scale Hub, Open Call Hub platform soon. As you can see, at least one scientific, technical, commercial, and one community of users type of applicant. Again, bringing, as we spoke today, science, technology, industry, but also rural areas, end users, communities as much as possible. Fields of interest are food security, once again, very important topic, biodiversity, and of course, climate change in general. So what is expected here? They have many activities later on to conduct. I will not deep dive into details. We will have everything in these slides, so everyone who is interested, they can come back to me or our Food Scale Hub team for more details. So there will be several product types per living lab tested and developed. And of course, they will have to come up with their contingency plans for selected food products, ensuring food supply and food security in case they opt for this particular track. Very briefly, timeline and key numbers. As you can see here, the calls are coming in late 20. Now they are under development. In mid-23, calls are coming in. And as you can see here, across 23 and 24, we will have very interesting set of activities. Next one is In Cities Food. This is a project in EU-African Union partnership. Its vision is to improve food and nutrition security in African urban and peri-urban regions. So we will be also having peri-urban environments that are sharing many things in common with rural concepts. Of course, to empower communities by creating opportunities in agri-food supply value chains. What we want to do in Cities Food is to create circular agri-food technology practices, but also business models for more inclusive food systems in Africa. And 1 million euros will be dedicated to fund 8 African local innovation hubs and 24 independent innovators. This is also very important. We want to boost independent innovators, especially ladies, women innovators across Africa, across towns, across peri-urban areas as well, that are hosting so-called In Cities Food living labs. So the whole idea is to give our contribution for better food systems in Africa. And as you can see here, again, this open call will be run on Open Call Hub, and we will have a very interesting setup of winners, local innovation hubs, independent innovators. So we will be disbursing both grants and also prizes. So this will be a very comprehensive open call. And recently, together with our colleagues from AFL, we were attending a kickoff meeting in Nairobi in Kenya. And this was a beautiful event because so many great ideas around EU and Africa Union partnership happening around. So these are local innovation hubs and independent innovators, 2 to 3 entities, NGOs, civil society organizations, and many others that actually strive to improve their own food systems. When it comes to independent innovators, those are startups and SMEs residing in those 8 countries, 8 towns and cities in our 6 African countries. So this is what we will finance. We will do our best to support them in replication of innovative In Cities Food developed solutions. And again, we will do our best to share knowledge across this particular part of the world. This is again a timeline. We'll be starting in 2024 with the open calls. And as you can see here, those are the regions of interest from East Africa all the way towards Western part of African continent. And let me briefly conclude. I still hope I am within the given time frame. So what we try to do with the presented open calls is actually to focus on rural area development across Europe, but also beyond. What we also do, We want to focus on organizations and individuals, for example, that are boosting not only African, but also European ecosystem. We are focusing on connecting SMEs and boosting collaboration for better food systems. This is very important and embedded in the core of our values. We focus on comprehensive living lab development. This is very important concept for Europe for stronger resilience overall. And last but not the least, we always focus on tech providers and tech seekers, and we do our best to actually bridge the gap and help them collaborate as much as possible, especially within the context of rural areas. I thank you very much for your attention, and of course later on I will be happy to answer all the questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And yes, you will come back here for a short panel that we will have right after the final presentation, because last but not least, I would like to invite Innovative Ecosystem Development Unit at Riga Technical University Science and Innovation Center, EIT Food Hub Manager in Latvia, and that is Alina Dolmate. Thank you so much. We're all ears. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I'm representing Riga Technical University Science and Innovation Center, and also the EIT Food Hub in Latvia. Riga Technical University is one of the largest and top universities in Latvia, offering not only excellent education, but also fostering the science and sustainable valorization. Riga Technical University consists of 9 faculties and 1 business school, combining more than 14,000 students and researchers working towards sustainable innovations in such fields as biotechnology, robotics, artificial intelligence, and more. And also from 2019, Riga Tech University have a representation of EIT Food Hub, also serving as a platform for local stakeholders transforming the food system. So what I wanted to encourage that previous speakers already underlined a lot about the university role in leading the innovation ecosystem, serving as a platform for open innovation for local stakeholders, leading research, but also supporting the deep tech. And here, working with deep tech, we still see that science-intensive innovations and deep tech teams need more funding and need more support. As one professor put it nicely, I believe, that if we focus on making science rich, it will come back to the development of local ecosystem and local economy, as well as the regional economy. So in RTU, Science and Innovation Department, we are focusing on supporting scientists with the business side of it, helping to lead technology transition through technology transfer through the startup part of it. But I also welcome you for different collaborations and looking into particularly these 2 open calls. One is EIT Food Open Innovation Call that leads and supports innovative projects to transform the food system. And it requires a consortia from at least 3 organizations from 2 different countries. So EIT Food Hub Latvia would be happy to support with our network of startups in the agri-food sector, and also the local stakeholders and industry. And also under the Horizon programs, Cluster 6, RTU have brilliant researchers and opportunities for further collaboration. So thank you. I'll be here and I'm open for further discussions.
Thank you, everybody. Those of you who want more details, those who have not taken pictures of slides and you want to have them, do not worry. The presentations will be available for download on the website, and you can do it there. I will now like to invite back Alina and some other participants to have a little chat. These other participants, who will hopefully be joined by me, are Director of Agri-Food DIH, Daniel Kopot, Managing Director at InnoScar DIH, who was the first speaker here, Orsolia, and CEO at Foodscale Hub, Mladen Radicic, who also presented some 5 different funding opportunities, as well as Managing Partner at Iron Wolf Capital, Kasparas Jurgelonis. Everybody's here. Thank you for joining. The chairs are all set. We are about to begin, and before we do, let's give the speakers a big round of applause. Thank you so much, everybody. I did forget my phone where I have a Slido app, so if anyone from the staff could bring it to me, I would be very, very pleased, because there is this, thank you so much, there is this opportunity to ask questions on Slido as well as live, should there be any. Alina, where is she? Will you join us too?
No, please join us.
I'm here. I have a question for you immediately, so you can use that microphone, because we want to ask to expand on some of the possibilities. These will be simple questions, but if you could bring the chair, yes, that would be the most useful, actually, I think. Do not be shy. I think we're all a happy family of people who have a lot of money.
And we are gender equal now.
Yeah, we are gender equal, actually, yes, and this maybe happened for the first time on this stage today, but I'm not sure. But as far as I remember, some of the panels were really bad gender-wise, gender balance-wise. EIT Food Latvia, Horizon, these are the programs that you have mentioned. Would you maybe elaborate on the possibilities of funding, to acquire funding in Latvia? Are there maybe national funding opportunities, or these are the only ones that are sort of international?
Yeah, I believe I would not be able to elaborate on all the funding opportunities in Latvia for agri-food. So I mostly, as representative of the EIT Food, I encourage to participate in the EIT Food programs and use the support instruments.
What are your advice to those who are applying to these funds? We have talked about that today. In the very beginning, in the opening session, there was a phrase that sometimes startups come up with ideas that do not last, and so on and so forth. What is your specific advice? And that will be the question that I will raise to everybody. What are the most common mistakes that startups make when asking for funding? And also, what is the advice?
So as we mostly in Riga University are supporting deep technology startups and scientific teams, we see 2 types of challenges. One is motivating the scientists to participate in the programs. And it's very interesting, but usually it seems like all scientists are dreaming to become entrepreneurs and just to use the opportunities. But we see that the reality is not like that. And they need more role models, they need individual approach, they need motivation and incentives to proceed with this entrepreneurial journey and technology transfer through startups. So this is a big part, and I believe we still need to do quite a lot in this area. And we really hope in the Baltics and also in Latvia that it will improve with the first role model or this inspirational startup, unicorn in the agri-food sector, that it will set an example and we will see more scientists wanting to apply, wanting to participate and proceed with entrepreneurial journey. And yeah, from the other part, the second big challenge, I believe, is helping those deep tech startups to get fast track to the market. And we are talking a lot about those different support opportunities, and there are a lot in fostering research. But I believe still not enough in fostering commercialization part of it. And having easier way, faster way to get them to the market and collaborate and validate the solutions with the industry. So we are really hoping to use our big network to support in such a way, and also that more scientists, so needed deep tech technology, will apply and proceed the entrepreneurial journey.
Thank you. Orsalia, what would you say, would you share advice for startups or SMEs actually, what they could do to grant themselves more money, more funding opportunities?
So my message here is that just before this panel discussion, we heard a lot of information about many different funding opportunities. Some of them are really bigger amounts for bigger ideas and even to go to Africa or to stay at home and develop something. But it's not only about big innovation steps, but SUAVE, like the project that I was talking about, offers a smaller step funding for smaller steps, for networking, for hiring a consultant to develop a business document or ask for some mentoring. So, but these are smaller amounts. So the message, to wrap up, the message here is that SMEs, startups must keep their eyes on different information channel about funding possibilities, because there are one day, today or a little bit later, or tomorrow or a little bit later, they will be able to find some funding possibilities for their size, for their needs, for the actual activity need, for the situation that they are in. So that's.
But where would you advise to start to do research? If, let's say, I have an idea, whether it's related to agri-food or not, whether it's related to food or not, and there are these different funding opportunities that all of you presented, but we don't really necessarily know where to find all of them or where to begin to look for them. What would your advice be?
My advice would be here is to continue to keep eye on actors like you can see here around the table or around the microphones, because the people who you here or online are able to listen to are close to are experienced partners in bringing this kind of information to this kind of ecosystem. So I know that this information ecosystem of information is can be maybe a labyrinth for some, but keep your contact your national info points or clusters, agro-food clusters, or those who are here today for more information.
Daniel, what would you say? What would your advice be for startups who want more funding opportunities?
Well, thanks for inviting me. First of all, maybe I would like to share where I come from. So I come from a rural region. We are something like 120,000 people in the region, with the biggest city of 18,000.
Which country is that? And
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
And our region is considered least developed by all the statistical, data. And I was listening to rural development for the whole day. So I would just say that we need to be very careful when addressing the rural development, because we need to ask people from rural regions on what they really want. So I think that building a Burj Khalifa in Pomorje region will not really do, people will not like it. If I may be a little bit more, provocative. So I myself I'm an entrepreneur. So I started 5 companies in the past. 2 of those failed completely. So we were listening about failing as well. 3 of those are still living. What I would like to share is that, once you start being as a startup, you have a couple of people who need to know everything. I mean, you are a kind of a Superman in this space. So how do you really solve by not going into the direction which Augustus hates, not just running around co-financing or finding money, but still doing your what you do best, so innovate and developing your businesses or your products. The best way would be to collaborate with those organizations that can help you. I mean, at the time when I was building startups, there was no such support maybe so widely available. I'm really happy that finally or recently European Union or European Commission has gone in the direction of supporting European digital innovation hubs and finding I would say even a perfect solution to the problem, where you are creating one-stop shops for startups and SMEs and other target groups to be able to get the support, the complete support, systemic support for all your, I would say, challenges. And those challenges are not only co-financing or finding finances, but also, knowledge. You need to get knowledge, you need to get networks, you need to get access to the market. So we are building kind of, test before investing environment or ecosystem and so on. So all these things are somehow important for the success for startups. And where do you get it? So the European digital innovation hubs that are basically even connected between themselves are perfect places to get this kind of support. And of course, clusters are doing the same or similar things. We know EAN is a little bit, is also providing some of the services. So this is the way how probably startups are should be facing it. Yeah.
But when you say that we should be careful when talking about rural development, because we have to ask the people who are actually from rural areas. We have, however, expressed that most of us are essentially from rural areas. But does that also mean that you share the idea that startup inventors and companies who want to create startups, they should, for example, if they want to do something for agriculture, they should first go to a village and essentially find out what people need there. What are the actual needs of farming, for example?
Well, not exactly. I was referring to the fact that we need to go out of the needs. Need assessment is very important once building that. Yeah. It is essential that we develop some kind of a knowledge around certain communities, rural communities that are specific. We need to build on, or differentiate or specialize communities. For instance, in Slovenia, that is a very hot debate on how you specialize certain rural regions in order to develop something that they are best at. For instance, our region is predominantly agricultural, and this is what we are doing. Basically, we are even stepping out of the national environment, building the digital innovation hubs, being a European digital innovation hub, and that is from the smallest region and the least developed region. So yeah, the point is that we need to we need to go to the rural areas and of course find out what works for them.
Thank you so much. Mr. Radicic, from your perspective, what are the most common mistakes that startups make when applying for funds?
Well, I will not maybe refer to Burj Khalifa example. I will not go that high. Maybe I'll stay on ground, and maybe I can give a dancing example. So as the old saying says, it takes two for tango. In this particular case, it takes three for tango. So the one types of actors are SMEs and startups. The others are rural areas, I would say, participants. And the thirds, we have heard from Alina already, are scientists. So the mistakes are happening on all three sides when we talk about it. And actually, with all these funding opportunities and with all these innovation collaboration potentials, what we are actually trying to do is to really put in place so-called multi-actor approach that is very interesting approach that many of us in Europe use. So let's start with startups and SMEs. Of course, some of them are, I would say, having a real close collaboration with their end users, but others are just, especially in the digital technologies, developing for the sake of development. And also developing because I would say they see some things as very important for themselves, not particularly for the end users. So that's a problem number one. Now we jump to scientists. Well, yeah, scientists, as we said, it is very important that we motivate them. But in order to motivate them, I have been around university for 20 plus years. In order to motivate them, it takes some time, it takes some efforts. Luckily, with all these opportunities, they are now starting to go out and seek and ask what's going around. Because for the first time they can see, okay, this particular thing that I'm doing, for example, in food technology could be applied, or let's see how consumer is reacting on that. And let's see with the farmer guy how he can, or a lady, how they can actually produce it, etc., etc. Previously, they were just back in their laboratories in most of the times, not with that real live connections, especially as Daniel mentioned with rural participants. And then we come to rural participants. Yeah, it's always challenging to motivate them to actually learn about new things, new technologies, new ways of applications, new opportunities. But recently, especially over the last several years, at least in our case, we have experienced that they are very much willing to. I remember a decade ago, we were facilitating a brokerage event, a speed dating between tech guys and farmers. Oh my God, they spoke the same language, but they did not speak the same language. I was walking around, orbiting around several tables, and I'd say it was like a monologues. Two monologues, two one-way streets, and not the dialogues. Nowadays, I see more dialogues happening, especially with acceptance of technology by, I would say, farmers from all ages. So this is something that is very important. So that's why, especially these opportunities that we were presenting previously are actually helping in bringing them together. The scientist group, also SMEs and startups, and last but not the least, definitely is rural. So let's hope that mistakes will be less and less in months and years to come. Of course, they will be happening. And what we experience, I suppose, in our funding opportunities is that many questions are coming, many doubts have to be solved, but I think we are heading in a much better direction.
Just a little tiny detail, developing something that is important to everybody, not just to you, you said. Isn't that how best innovations are born, though? You start with what is important to you, you believe in it, and then, this becomes global.
Again, it's a single dancer in my tango. It needs the second one, which is actually someone who will be challenging that, someone who will be asking whether this particular thing could be applied in my particular use case or scenario, etc. Of course, it's always good that in my garage shop I do something, but it's much better if somebody is observing me, helping me, and telling me maybe this part can go in another direction. So yes, I would say yes, both yes and no.
Thank you for putting it so simply and so down to earth. I think everybody can relate to that. Developing for the sake of development, that was the phrase that was used. Kasperi, would you agree that this is sometimes the case, and what are other mistakes that startups make?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Kasparas. I run a pan-Baltic venture capital firm that we invest in, amongst other things, also in agri-tech technologies. So for me, while listening to my colleagues, I was trying to answer the question, where is the end of research within the university, and where we can start calling the project a startup. I think that's a very important definition, because for research you can, and I think very bright minds do engage for the sake of the personal academic interest to answer certain questions. Once you have a startup, it's more, the focus is more, again, I will maybe rephrase what the colleague said, but is about building the ecosystem of stakeholders around the idea. And in fact, some years ago, I've heard a rule in Germany. People are saying that if you don't find co-founders and stakeholders for your idea within the 3 months, you should drop it and start doing something else.
Is it true, do you think?
We are focusing on deep tech, so I think deep tech is a longer term game, but the general idea is that if you do not, if you're not able to engage people, bring on the people with your idea from different parts of life, whether it's your customer, whether it's your investor, whether it's a research grant and the committee for the research grant, you have to be able to communicate and make people love what you do and join kind of the journey. For that, again, coming back to the difference between research work and the startup, to engage people, you need to have many more answers answered by that time. So a fundamental research on, let's say, photonics can be a research project, but once, for example, there's a Latvian startup that uses lasers to weed the carrots, that's already a startup, that's already a project where you use some kind of fundamental advancement in photonics or in lasers to try and find the applications for it and then make a business out of it.
So just to clarify, why is that borderline so important between science and a startup?
Because the scientific question requires a lot less answers. It's much more narrow than the business development plethora of questions.
Do you believe that Lithuania, rural regions of Lithuania, have a lot of unlocked potential?
Another thing that maybe I will come to the answer to your question, but another thing that I wanted to mention, in our portfolio, out of, I think, 3 agri-tech related businesses, all come from the new generation of people within the families who have been running the business, be it agriculture or fertilizer industry and so on and so on. So I think fundamentally the new generation is looking for new ways to do, to live and to engage in agriculture, and technology seems to be usually the answer that they are interested in.
There are hopefully some startups, potential innovators watching us now, maybe online, maybe here. If you were asked to give one line of advice to them, what would it be? To get more funding.
I'll use another example from an Estonian startup called The Agronom. Robin is a 3rd generation farmer And he told me the story when his grandfather used to tell him that every spring, when the snow melts, he would go to his fields, take his trousers down, sit on the ground, and if he can sit, then that's the time to start all the farming activities. And Robin didn't want to follow that tradition, so he started using sensors and all these kind of things. So my advice: don't sit on the ground with your trousers down and start looking at technology.
But is it true or is it not true that you have to start with solving your problem, and then you will solve the world's problems?
I think the most interesting thing is to find the problem that you're deeply interested in, because it's not a one-year journey. You commit to it for many years. Once you take the first outside capital, I think it's fair to assume that you take a lot of responsibility on it and you commit yourself and your team for it to deliver. So I think first and foremost, it has to be a very interesting topic or something that you feel passionate about yourself. And of course, secondly, as I said, you need to question the world, whether that is only interesting to you or whether you will find comrades who will, go all the way with you together. And that is a very important, for me at least, I think it's a very good signal that you can build a startup that will be successful rather than just, a business or a regional kind of solution or something like that.
I want to go back to that idea that was referred to as the one Augustus doesn't like, but the idea of going to different funding opportunities and just trying every opportunity there. We have said many times today that we should not be afraid of failure, we should resume our wishes, and we should try again and again. What is wrong about applying to every different possibility you find? I mean, what is so shameful and bad about it? Orsolia, what do you think?
I have seen several examples of this, of a good example for this and bad as well. And what I saw with a good example was someone who is reusing the same idea, but for different purposes. So under one open call, they try to digitalize shoemaking, and the next day or next year they try to digitalize whatever, agriculture. So it can be. At the beginning, we can say that, okay, from when we start, it's the same simple, not rocket science technology, but you get much further if you look at the funding possibilities as building bricks, and you start to build a high, I can't remember the name now. Burj Khalifa. So because finally you will have a nice high and iconic building, and when you have solution for everything, you have a solution for nothing. So you can get specialized in. So it's my advice is to use funding possibilities to become a specialist. What you would anyway do with a normal and strategic business mindset. If you only use your money, you stay targeted. Do the same with public European money.
Daniel?
Yeah, we decided to give Augustus 10 euros for every mentioning of Burj Khalifa. So I already have 20 euros on my account. We had one debate on this particular topic of taking the funds, right? And it was in a big conference in Slovenia when some public organizations were representatives were saying that, for SMEs, this is something that will make them lazy and, and I really disagreed. We were arguing openly. Because imagine that you are an SME and you need to compete, not only to innovate and to make research, you need to compete. And the pace of your development is also very important. It's a competitive factor. So imagine then you need to put all your money into that. I mean, your personal money, you're assigning the loans, you are giving your house as a mortgage and everything. Imagine that. How many of you are willing to do that? So with co-funding, you can develop faster, you get more people on board quicker. It's not only about funding, it's also about networking, it's also about support, knowledge support you need. It's not solely funding that comes into your hands. And that way, I mean, you, of course, disperse risks and you get all the additional knowledge. And maybe then you are able to succeed. And even in that path, you may change to adapt to certain conditions. So in a way, this funding is also to be considered as financing the people that are dealing with this money, not only, you know, what are we financing? Are we financing ideas or we finance the people? Like, you know, this never-ending discussion about European approach in funding and American approach in funding. So take all the money you can get as soon as possible and then go on. Of course, we have those situations like people running around and doing just this, but those are, in my opinion, those are still very few examples. And eventually they cease to exist or they do something else. So my message is clear.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yes, Alina?
If I might add to this challenge, I believe that it all comes down to lack of focus and lack of clear understanding of commercialization plan. And this is why it is happening, because they try to catch different opportunities, talking with a lot of mentors during the hackathons, incubation programs, acceleration programs, and each mentor is trying to direct them into different, trying and testing different hypotheses. And if you do not have this clear plan or understanding early what is your commercialization strategy, what is your focus, and what you want to achieve, then you're just you're lost in the all different support programs that are out there.
I understand that, but if you have a very, very clear and focused plan, while you are trying to, you know, do something about it, the market may just change and the commercialization needs may change too. Or does that not happen that fast?
But also, I would like to add a few notes to what colleagues were saying, and I believe we do not talk much or emphasize the difference between technological business or technology startup and deep tech or science-intensive startup. And these are different strategies, like in which, how do you approach the investors? How do you approach the development and how you approach the funding? So I believe we should start and emphasize this much.
Kasparas or Mladen, would either of you have anything to add to the fact why it is so bad to go around and collect different funding opportunities? No?
Well, there is a trap for startups because maybe it's a brave thing to say, but public grants have a tendency to be, let's say, less commercially competitive in its approach, and I think there's nothing like fundamentally wrong with it because it funds the very early or the riskiest part of the development of an idea. But in general, there are many teams who fall into trap of not going for competitive market rate financing, like venture capital funds, or before that, like angel investors who bring a lot of knowledge, but continue applying for public grants with different approaches, and that becomes a business model for the teams. So that is a dangerous trap, and even within our portfolio, we often challenge the teams whether they should, even in the later development of the companies, to challenge whether they really need public grants, who embed on it a lot of bureaucratic tasks, or let's say labor, and many other things. So if you can get competitive market rate investments, I think we usually suggest that they do that. So that's one thing. Having said that, again, at the very early stage, I don't think you have a very clear, none of the teams, unless they come from, they have done successfully 3 or 4 startups in exactly the same area, none of the teams have the full knowledge of how this business or technology should pan out. So the most important, again, maybe a little bit of a mantra, but the most important capability for the founders of successful startups, many people say, is actually the speed of learning. So on Monday they have certain assumptions, on Friday they drop 5 or 6 of them, stay with maybe 3 new ones, and that's how they keep the speed up. So so that's the point. That's one point. And again, maybe to add also a statistical answer, many people who will have at some point they will make a bet on something. For example, carbon markets in agriculture, voluntary carbon credit. Is that the future or not the future? If it is the future, do you need to have verified carbon models that grow slower, or can you just develop any kind of land model and then start selling to everyone and see what happens in 2 or 3 years? That's maybe a faster model, but at that point, at some point, you have to make a bet on what you believe in and what should the market look like in the future. 95% apparently fail. Well, not apparently, that's the statistics. So only 5% get it right time and time again, and that's where we get the unicorns.
Would you remember, any of you actually, any examples of that 95%, for example, where you participated when someone applied for funds for their startups, and then you took up the application and you provided funding, and then next year you regretted so much that you couldn't sleep at nights? Or maybe the other way around, you said no to a project, and then someone else took it up, and you were like, why didn't I say yes to this? I think it would be really interesting to the startups out there if they are watching us. I mean, if you would be willing to share, we would very much appreciate it. Anyone?
Mladen, I think you have examples.
I spoke too much, so.
I don't think so. I think what you're saying is really interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have many examples.
I know you presented us with 5 different opportunities.
Yeah.
So
not only from the ongoing, but also from the past activities. Many of the startups back then, now well established and mature SMEs, are still very successful in their domains. And they operate not only on the European scale, but also globally. So I have the privilege and honor to communicate frequently with CEOs and founders of several of those SMEs coming from many different European parts, from Central Europe, from Southeastern Europe, or elsewhere. So this is definitely happening. And what is very important, and if I may very briefly just reflect to what we heard, is actually not to be disappointed. Okay, on our side, we must not be disappointed. And also startups and SMEs applying for funding, they must not be disappointed. What I see as a common mistake is actually, oh, nobody granted my splendid and extraordinary project, and now I'm completely demolished and I will not do anything in my life. And no, it's not like that. I mean, there are more no's than yeses in your life.
Yeah.
So that's my main message. So startups and SMEs should be aware of that. And I agree with Kaspar said, I mean, and also Daniel mentioned that those startups and SMEs seeking for public funds will eventually vanish, right? And as much as we align approaches in actually assessing innovative ideas from private funding perspective and from public funding perspective, those scholarship seekers will simply vanish, and they have to put, if not the same, then almost the same efforts, stamina, and also excellence in their proposed ideas. So that's at least what we try to do, and to explain to them that we really want great ideas to happen and not just to disburse some public funding that exists somewhere. So that's important for SMEs to know.
Thank you. Anyone else? Daniel?
Well, I think everything was said, but we are always looking at those unicorns and those successful stories, there are so many stories that eventually became successful and became sustainable. So we need to take a look at the broader perspective, even when addressing public funding or private funding. I have been there personally. You know, it's not that easy to get. Everybody wants to finance unicorns, right? But there are also other stories nobody's interested in, and they are as equally important because they bring value, maybe some other value, not only financial or something like that. So there is no one size fits all, and in every step, in every process, you need to search for different type of fundings. So as I would agree to that you need to change strategy even weekly or monthly, and be flexible. And this is a difference between successful startups or SMEs and those which are not successful. And there are many out there. So we don't want to focus only on the most successful ones. We need to take a broad picture of what's happening and how to provide support for them.
Thank you. Let's see if there is a question or a comment in the audience. Yes, please. Let's see if there is anyone else who hasn't asked a question yet, but then obviously we'll go back to you, and we're doing this now because we don't have any other questions. Microphone to Augustus, please. Thank you so much.
Revenge time on behalf of Amaltoum family and myself, the Burj Khalifa. So today we spoke a lot about the failures from startups. So I would like to twist it like 880 degrees and to talk about your failures. And in my opinion, and there is a common understanding that in most of the cases, venture capital funds as well as the projects which are doing the cascade funding, they believe that their job is to evaluate, to due deal, and to finance the project, or the companies, or the startups, or the spin-offs, whatever. In my opinion, this is about 5% of the job what the organizations you represent supposed to do. So can you, in one sentence, each of you, tell what is actual your job and how you think when your job is achieved and what kind of goals you're having? Thank you.
Thank you. That will be very interesting if people are willing to add their contributions. I think you're... Yes, please, Mladen.
Yep. Well, thanks for the question, Augustus. I can give you one example. In one of the activities I have presented in slides, this one with Rising Stars. So we have actually not only technical, let's call it like that, process per se. So we know that we have to receive some applications, evaluate them, assess them, then actually do the technicalities around disbursing this funding. It is also important to couple it as much as possible with other values, as Daniel mentioned, especially with values around business support, especially with values around, I would say, constant monitoring of how they progress. So that's why, for example, in this particular case, we have developed a 3-layer support mechanism that we called must do, should do, and could do levels in terms of business coaching, market feasibility, and many other activities. So I would say that our predominantly job is not only to do the practicalities and technicalities, but also to provide a real tangible value for them, maybe not in the same context and extent as, for example, commercial accelerators do so, or to some extent as venture capital funds, but to give as much as possible. So that's at least how we see it.
Anyone else would like to talk about their failures? Yeah, I think.
That's a very relevant question, I think, and with the partners that we are working on shaping a good framework of framework of how we give the money finally, how we support SMEs. I have a wish to build something, to shape it the way that we build all our earlier experience about failures in the actual new coal systems, and to be vigilant, to be cautious upfront, to avoid on our side, on the money giving side, on the monitoring and controlling side, and to build the maximum cautiousness bricks in our systems, but to be able to secure European money, the public funds, and but give the land to the startups that you showed, so they not to be on their back all the time, but to build a system that is done the way they will not be able to make big mistakes, because we built the elements in it up front, and they will be able to focus on the innovation, on the funded activities, easy, in a relaxed way, and not to bother them too much with the administrative and monitoring tasks, or do it in a polite way in the background as gray eminence. So I think that this comes from a little bit from my experience, that it's better to nurture the companies and be like a parent, bring them up in a way that they will know, we give them an environment when they are safe, and we have already told them at the beginning, you can do this, you can do that, and they will be wise enough to follow.
Kasparas, you haven't spoken for some time.
Yeah. So maybe I'll answer from the other angle. Well, as a venture capital fund, I am the founder as well of that fund. I think success or failure, if you look from my personal perspective, is whether my fund is growing, whether it's delivering to my customers, meaning my LPs or my investors, in other words, and whether I'm doing a good job. So at the moment, so far, for me, there is no clear definition of success or failure. The metrics and the results are showing very well. The team that we set up to deliver on the strategy that we still believe very deeply, and in fact, we are raising or starting to raise the second fund to double down on that strategy. In a brief, a strategy is that Baltics as a region have so many opportunities, but not enough quality fund managers who can take the startups from pre-seed, seed stage to Series A stage financing. Series A stage meaning a lot more international rounds. So at the moment, in terms of this metrics, we have 40% graduation from seed to Series A of our fund, which is almost twice higher than the European average, including the Western countries fund managers. So from that perspective, I think I wouldn't be ready to say that we're failing. I think we're doing very, very well. From another perspective, maybe small failures are if we are not learning. We are not perfect. So when we set up the journey 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago, we had certain package of knowledge and certain capabilities. Of course, you can always look back and say, look, in the last 4 years, you didn't learn enough. You failed to identify certain traits in founders that you shouldn't be investing. You didn't find the personal relationship with a certain founder that maybe you could have helped much more. These are failures that every job entails, and we certainly, me personally, I have that closet. But fundamentally, as a fund manager that has promised to deliver to the investors on the strategy, I think we are right spot on, and we are on a very good path.
Daniel, any small or big failures that you would want to share?
We would need to organize another panel for my failures. So I fail too often, probably, but nevertheless, we learn from failures, right? What I would like to say regarding to the Cascade funding. This is a great opportunity because this is one of the rare funds that basically put the food where the money, where the mouth is. The amount of the European Commission funds available is enormous, and very few, you know, the programs are really elaborated such that they reach the target groups like farmers or SME startups and so on. So I really like the approach of this cascade funding, because they are really going to the right people, to small organizations that are not able to, you know, build great consortium, write magnificent proposals, 60 pages and so on and so on. That's first thing. The second thing, and the answer for to Augusta's question is that why, how we support startups and SMEs, also from our failures, is that we assess them individually. So we try to understand what they need, and then with the variety of programs around us that are where we are participating, not only cascade funding opportunities, but also knowledge sharing, and especially through DIH and through EDIH, there are a huge amount of systemic approaches how to support them. Then we elaborate approach for particular startup SME. So this is the way probably that helps a lot, not only focusing on co-financing, right?
Thank you for this contribution, Elena.
Yeah, maybe I will just answer quickly and also suggest to do the same. Last November, we started annual tradition, let's say, analyzing this country innovation index. Like being an innovation ecosystem players in Latvia, when the results were published, we were very concerned and actually started to dig in deeper and understand the aspects of it, and trying to understand what we could do better in order to support the overall ecosystem of the country, and then each particular aspect of it, and setting for goals for ourselves. And I believe this activity was very helpful. Like it showed that it's great, like how many different projects we have, if it doesn't result back in Latvia being in this innovation ecosystem just a bit higher or reaching some more success, then something needs to be done more. This is one, and in particular, yeah, defining the particular aspects, and I like to follow the key performance indicators, or follow the path of the startup or of the team, and see if our target is to get deep tech commercialized or in the market, or helping EU market. I really want to see it commercialized. And like basically acting like their best friend, the one who is leading them through the journey, suggesting, maybe fighting from time to time for them, giving them very concrete, specific feedback, what they can, like what is expected from them. But we want to see the real results, and I believe this is the most important.
Thank you, Alina. I think we have time just for one last question, which I saw the gentleman in row 2 was raising his hand. Would we please get the microphone for him? Thank you.
Yeah, I was listening to you, and no offense, just for discussion, right? It's you are using a lot of jargon, a jargon that, well, to my feeling, comes from the US. So it's about capital, it's about making money, it's about unicorns. But on the top of the screen is startup, that's okay. That's jargon that we use for startup, but there's also village. What is special about villages? If you look at the target group, so the startups, the guys and girls that are living in the villages, in the rural area, are they attracted by this jargon? If they are attracted to this jargon, they go to the city. They go for the big money. Augustus, you believe it or not, but there are, for people growing up in the boondocks, there are more values than making money. And there are people staying at the rural area because there are other values, their family, or they like to have a hobby in breeding sheep, or, you know, there are a lot of reasons to stay in the rural area. And are we targeting this group? There might be talented people there, that understand the needs of the rural farming or food producing or what's needed in the rural. I'm afraid we're missing them, to be honest. And I think we should think about, is innovation in the rural area, is that the same paradigm that we are now talking about? Should there be a rural paradigm for innovation? It can be just very innovative if he's a smart guy, is taking a nice concept with drones from Greece, applying it to the 30, 40 farmers in his village and providing a service, and makes decent living because he can take care of his sheep breeding activities and be part of the family and take care of his parents, these kind of things. So I think we should consider more about innovation and startups in the village jargon, I would say.
Thank you. These are some really interesting ideas and important comments. And I saw that Daniel was smiling, which makes me believe that you agree with the gentleman here. Would you maybe say a couple of words on should there be a rural paradigm for innovation?
Yeah, I totally agree. Probably we will have a discussion later on. And that's exactly true. I mean, that was my point by saying we shouldn't build Burj Khalifa in village.
Another 10 euros for Augustus.
Yes,
I hope that he will invest them
it's
well.
30 euros from me. And that's exactly the point. So who are we to speak on behalf of rural people or people living in rural areas to say to them how they should develop their innovations and how they should live, right? So we need to be careful. We need to stress the importance of need. What are their needs? And definitely, for instance, we have local butchers like third generation butchers who is suffering from public administration or tax administration or whatever. He doesn't, and he is very innovative with innovative food types and new food products and everything. He doesn't even consider to do something else than that. So how do you manage? How do you treat this guy? And I strongly agree to the point that we need to have a different jargon when approaching.
Kasparas, you wouldn't agree with that, would you? Do we really need a separate paradigm?
Let's define Oxford and Cambridge as a village, and then I agree. But I think what the gentleman was referring to is actually the adoption of innovation rather than the creation of innovation. So the question I would rephrase is, could you find early adopters in the villages, and whether we can engage with them to, to grow more early adopters of technology, people who would be testing the technologies that are not against their culture, against their way of life, but actually enhancing to them. So I think you'd still need centers of excellence to develop the innovation, but they can maybe find the new use cases if they engage more with those communities.
I think we will stop right here, and I will advise all of you to sit at the same table for dinner so you can continue, because the discussion is truly interesting. And I want to thank everybody now: Alina Dolmate, Daniel Kopot, Orsolya Shaponje. Do you want to say it so we all know how to pronounce it next time?
Saplonsai.
Mladen Radicic and Kasparas Jurgelionis, thank you everybody so very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is it for me as well. I think I have done so many wrap-ups today that I will not do anymore, but I will invite Kristina Sharmukshnita-Leshunene, who will say all of the final logistical details, wrap up the discussion, wish you all a great evening, and I wish you all a great evening too. Thank you very, very much for being so active, for participating, for always coming back from breaks on time. Have a good evening and see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Živile. Just very quickly, I know everyone is tired, but just I want to wrap up very quickly this wonderful event. So this Tuesday, marks the day when the European Startup Village Alliance was established in Vilnius. The main goal of this alliance is to employ innovation and entrepreneurship to unleash the potential of the region development and improve the welfare of the rural areas. The conference, which gathered the main stakeholders, was organized by Agri-Food Lithuania, and we are very proud that so many partners has joined us on this journey. The conference was opened by the Commissioner Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. The Commissioner welcomed this initiative to foster the development of the startup ecosystem in the regions and collaboration on this topic across Europe. According to the Commissioner, the effort shown by all the stakeholders, as well as the ambitious digital agenda, and the European Startup Village Alliance sets an example of how long-term visions for the rural areas are put into the practice and benefit rural areas. Participants of the conference, all you, shared a common understanding that research, development, and implementation cannot be seen as attributes of the urban areas solely. It was agreed that a shift in the mindset is required, breaking the stereotype of rural areas that they are not innovative. This was illustrated by a few examples, showcasing the swift adoption of agricultural and food processing technologies in the regions. The Alliance will help spread the news about such good practices to foster the knowledge and awareness of such inspirational cases of innovations in the regions. Innovation development in the regions requires the common action of all the stakeholders from different sectors: private partners, policymakers, and rural communities, of course. The European Startup Village Alliance, based on networking and collaboration of its members, is an important tool for making policy initiative becoming a working practice. The Commissioner ensured that the development of the startup ecosystems in the region will remain in the focus of EU. It is set out and supported by the EU long-term vision for the rural areas, as well as EU's KEYS funding program for research and innovation, Horizon Europe. So once again, all the partners, all the participants, we have been honored to have you here. We congratulate all of you for joining such wonderful initiative, and let's put it in practice, and next year, let's meet and see what has been done. So thank you one more time. But before we go, I have very important announcement. Well, our wonderful moderator, she worked whole day, as you have seen, but the thing is, she is celebrating her birthday today. So I would like to welcome Živile back to the stage, and let's give a huge round of applause. And we have little congratulations. Oh my God, oh my God.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is anyone singing happy birthday to you? Thank you so much. That's how efficient Lithuanians are. They just work all the time, even on their birthdays. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, and one more announcement. Well, Živile is not the only one celebrating birthday today. We have a team member, our head of the projects of innovations in Agri-Food Lithuania, Tomas, celebrating birthday. Tomas, lots of you have met him already through different initiatives. So. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's it for the announcements. Everybody get ready, and we will see each other soon. One more time, huge thank you and a big round of applause to everyone.